Good morning, everyone. We're going to call a meeting. Whoa. Man, everybody hear that all right? Okay, we're going to, loud and clear. Okay, we're going to call a meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. Excuse me. Today is August 3rd, 2017, beginning at, we're at the Community Center at Sierra Room at 851 East William Street in Carson City, Nevada, and we're also streaming on the internet. Can we have a roll call for the record, please?
Supervisor Abab. Here. Supervisor Bonkowski.
Here.
Supervisor Bagwell. Here. Supervisor Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Kroll.
Here.
Quorum is present.
Thank you. Can we call on our very good friend Pat Propster of the Calvary Chapel to get us started today? Pat, good morning to you. How you doing?
Good, doing great.
Well, get us going today.
The leg of the freeway opening up, that was amazing. So it's just congrats to us around here. This morning we want to just be mindful. Lord, we are mindful this morning of Psalm 139, where it is written, you know when we sit and when we rise. You perceive our thoughts from afar. Lord, knowing that you perceive our thoughts, it is astonishing to realize that we are a tiny little planet surrounded by literally trillions of other planets, and yet you are intimately acquainted with all that we do. Our moon travels around us at 2,300 miles an hour. The earth spins around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, yet we are tiny in comparison, yet you perceive our thoughts. Please be with our thoughts today and our intentions of what takes place here today. Would you please lead and guide and provide and protect. Give wisdom and understanding to all that we think, all that we do, and all that we say, and we pray this in the precious and mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Pat, you always do a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Please all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Pat. We'll now move on to item number 5, public comment. This is a time for people to comment, and we usually comment during each of the agenda items where it's appropriate, and sometimes it is not, and we also have public comment at the end. Sheriff Furlong, what a great night out, national night out, man.
I'm just going to leave this thing off.
I have to turn it on. I get in trouble. I usually get in trouble wherever I go. I have an appointment. I just wanted to jump up in front of everybody and offer my appreciation for everyone who joined us on Tuesday night out here in Mills Park. What a huge success that was. And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your comments up there. The entire event was fantastic. I could not believe the outward support that everybody had out there. We had all of our services out there and more, I think. Lisa Davis, Deputy Davis, obviously she's the orchestrator, and she just did a phenomenal job. But it wouldn't have been that.
Sheriff, I'll tell you what, that's why we're a great community, because of what you folks put on out there. I mean, you take a look out there and you see the intermingling of our parents and our youth, you know, with our public safety folks and others. It's really heartwarming to see that happen. And you know, that's why we have a great community around here, Sheriff. And I don't want you to leave there without thinking that you're a big part of that. And your deputies, and Lisa in particular, are also a big part of that.
Well, I did have an opportunity at the end to talk to some of the Recs people, Parks and Rec people, and I think, you know, in my military service, I've been around the world. I got to see the way a lot of communities are built, and we have a jewel right here in the center of our town, and that's Mills Park. And yeah, I know that the grass gets beat down and turns a little brown from here and there, but that's because people are there. That's where people come. That's where people bring their families. And Tuesday night would not have been that without all of those children that were just running around. Some of us older guys acting like children sometimes, but still. So, thank you all very, very much.
Yeah, I know we usually don't ask questions, but did I hear you say that you had an appointment and you're leaving?
Yes.
You're not going to be back when we get to the marijuana issues?
I actually have a sergeant who is coming down here. He should be here shortly. I specifically asked that our special enforcement team, who is being responsible for that, that they attend.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sheriff. Thanks again for it. And make sure you pass on to all the people out there. I know you're doing it already. You know what a fine job it is. You guys have done. Thanks. Good morning. Mr. Schultz, who do
Good
you
morning,
have-
Mayor,
who do
Board of
you have with
Supervisors.
you?
Yeah, Darren
Lucia.
Schultz, Public Works
Is that-
Director.
Is that how you pronounce your name?
This is Lucia Maloney,
Lucia, how
our
about
new
that?
transportation
We already
manager.
know about you. Go ahead, Darren, I'm sorry. Go.
I'm going to turn it over to you and to her. This is Lucia Maloney, our new transportation manager, started here with Public Works in the last week, and we're very, very excited to have her. So welcome to Lucia.
Hi, Lucia. How are you doing?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself
Sure. I'll,
and why you want to come here to jump in the, are you bringing money for our roads? Huh? Okay.
well, I've been here a week ago today.
Well, you did all right so far, see, because you were here a week ago and yesterday we opened the freeway. You did that.
There you go.
All right, go ahead.
No, everyone has been so welcoming, and I'm really appreciative. I was born and raised in Lake Tahoe. I have family all up and down the valley and throughout northern Nevada. After attending University of California, Berkeley and University of Texas, my husband and I moved back here to raise a family. I'm passionate about data-driven decision-making and transparency with everything I do, and I believe there's no bad ideas when it comes to the complex transportation challenges and solutions that our region needs. Patrick built an incredible program that our community should really be proud of, and he left some big shoes to fill. So I'm excited to take a fresh look and really understand where it is that we can grow and build on those past successes. But I can't be effective at my job unless I understand your needs and wants, so I'm excited to get to know each of you, get to know our residents and our business owners, and really understand where we can grow. At the same time, please consider me an open book. Feel free to ask me anything about me, how I do things, the program, or even just, the pothole in front of your house. I'm happy to answer any questions, and if I don't know the answer, I'll tell you. But I promise I'll take the time to find the answer and get back to you. I'll close by saying that transportation is really exciting to me because it's where science and engineering come together to move humans. And as humans, we're emotional, we're unpredictable, and because of that, the science is never going to be perfect. There's never going to be a day where I come up and say we've solved transportation. So we just need to be committed to working together, continuing the dialogue between the public, our policymakers, our elected officials, and the talented staff at the city to continue to find innovative solutions to the challenges that we face today. I'm excited to be part of Carson City and want to thank the city manager and the Public Works Director for the opportunity to join the team. There's big things happening here, and I'm excited to be part of it, so thank you for that.
Well, welcome to Carson City, and I'm sure that you'll do well, and we look forward to working with you. And what was the phrase you said? This is where engineering and science come together. Was that it? Was it? Huh?
To move humans.
Yeah. So, so what does that mean for autonomous vehicles then? Don't
You're
worry.
gonna hit the pothole.
No, you're gonna hit the pothole. That's all right, Lucia. Well, when you get a chance, stop by and say hello to each of us, and we again appreciate your willingness to come here and help us in Carson City. We do have a great community, but as you mentioned, we got some problems too that we need to work through, and thank you for helping us do that.
I appreciate the chance, and I'm looking forward to it.
Very good. All right. Thanks, Darren. All right. Anybody else on public comment? Hope. Good morning, Hope. Good morning.
Always nice to have family support.
Oh, that's all right. I know a couple of those folks back there.
Yeah, strangely familiar.
Yeah, he's turning around. He says, who are you talking about? Okay. All right.
Talking about me. So, a couple things. I read with great amusement, I guess, the article in the Wednesday, July 26th Nevada Appeal, the part that says, when you have a room full of people opposed to a project and the code and law is telling you it should be approved, that's a hard vote for the average citizen to make. And the whole average citizen line caught my attention because I don't think that referring to the citizens of this community as average and unable to make these kinds of decisions is not really accurate, I would say. So, like I said, I read that article with some amusement because I thought it was a little funny. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Morano, for the entertainment that day, because that was a comment you made. And then it was like, okay, yeah. So And as far as the comment made that people with planning or engineering background would be better suited for a position on the Planning Commission, I'm pretty sure that the Northridge subdivision was designed or reviewed by someone with engineering and planning experience, and perhaps somebody needs to take a drive down Northridge Drive between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning, or 4:30 and 5:30 in the afternoon, and try to get onto Northridge Drive from Rockbridge, Ravenshorn, Cantor, or Wilma, because it's absolutely almost impossible, because the road site distance was not exactly ideally planned. So having said that, I'll move along to... Well, you know, it was kind of interesting because they put that roundabout in and then they had to tear it out right after they put it in, because I guess they used the wrong cement. Don't know. But it has definitely slowed the traffic down from Ridgecrest to Table Rock, where the next roundabout is. But going the other direction east on Northridge Drive from that roundabout to the next roundabout, which is Carriage Crest, that's where Rockbridge, Ravenshorn, and Cantor come into Northridge Drive. And it's pretty dangerous, and I'm surprised we haven't had more accidents. I think people have become more aware of the fact that you've got no sight distance to see if anybody's coming, so I always roll my windows down to see if I can hear a car. If you're not driving a Prius, then you can pretty much hear them. But, you know, when you're in a Prius, you can't. So that's my comment about that. I do have a bit of a comment about the recreational marijuana item, and that is related to the fact that I don't know if anybody's aware, unless you've been living under a rock or sleeping in a den, there's an opioid abuse epidemic in this country. And it does not have anything to do with the recreational use of marijuana. What it has to do with is little Bobby getting in his dad's medicine cabinet and stealing his Percocet and his Percodan, or little Susie getting in her grandma's medicine cabinet to get the Norco and the Vicodin. So the next step to that is heroin, and on and on. I feel that, and I never thought I'd say this because my brothers can tell you, I was anti-drug, I've been anti-drug, but recreational marijuana use for adults, I think, is not as horrific as maybe people are making it out to be, given the opioid abuse epidemic going on. So, having said that, which my brother Tim always used to say, I have one more comment to make, and I'm not sure. I did want to thank Jason Woodbury for his responses to the questions I asked him the other day. As far as the position on the Planning Commission that you will be interviewing for today, I have a meeting at 10 o'clock with the State Health Insurance Exchange Executive Director. So I'm not sure how long that's going to take, but if it takes until then I'm not going to be able to sit for that interview. And I'm not sure, Supervisor Bunkowski, if this is an item that you should abstain from discussion and vote on, given that one of the interviewees is a realtor that you may or may not have had prior business dealings with or future business dealings with. So that was just a question that I posed to the district attorney yesterday afternoon, and he did not have enough time apparently to respond to my question. So, anything else?
Okay. Well, you might mention that the trash was picked up behind...
The trash was picked up behind Walmart. However, it's starting to accumulate again. It's just a never-ending cycle. Oh, and the fine young gentleman who was driving through the Walmart parking lot with his stereo on full blast, playing a wonderful compilation of the F-bomb every 3 words. That was pretty inspiring as well. So yeah, it's always fun when I walk the dog. I was telling the mayor I take 730 walks a year, and that's what I get to see. Yay.
All right, well, I'm always wrong when I say how long or short we're going to be on an agenda, but we'll see where we go here, okay?
Okay, I'll be here until I can't be.
All right.
Okay.
We'll do what we can. All right.
Thanks.
All right. All right, other public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tilio Alcessi. I own Alcessi Waste Services. We have our yard, corporate headquarters, if you will, out here in Mound House. I have 16 collection vehicles, In my fleet, we pick up trash in Sparks, we pick up in Reno, we pick up in Fernley, and we pick up out in Churchill County under the name Fernandez Disposal. We service about 1,400 homes, plus or minus, out in the Fallon area. Purpose of me being here this morning, in 2 years, less than 2 years, your solid waste collection contract with your current provider expires. Well, I'm credible competition. I would like the opportunity to quote or bid that contract. That is it. Thank you very much for your time.
You can be assured that when the contract comes up, there'll be an RFP out. So you might want to if you're not on any of our, you'll find out about it, but I think.
Okay. I've been talking with city staff. I'm just letting you know that I'm here
You'll find out.
and we're ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay?
You bet, okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, any other public comment? Anybody? Morning, Carol. How are you doing? Carol, pause for the record. Morning. Carol, turn your light on there. Just push the button. There you go. There you go.
Thank you. What a difference. Okay, my name is Carol Paz, and I'm here on behalf of the Homeowners Association for Quail Run Senior Resort Community. I am not on the board, but I was asked by Bud Southard, whom you do know and you're familiar with, to come and to represent the residents. We did a recent petition around the community. The community consists of 129 homes. And during that petition run, we were able to contact 81% of the residents. And 92% of those residents opposed the zoning change. 8% of the residents were opposed to the signing or just wanted to remain neutral.
You mean the zoning change for marijuana distributors?
The limited, right, industrial zoning.
I got you, okay.
Yes, thank you. As I said, there are 129 homes in the Quail Run Resort community, and the community is located on the northwest corner of Fairview Drive and Salmon Road, within the proposed limited industrial zoning district as outlined in your notice. We, the undersigned residents of Quail Run, disagree with not only the zoning change for marijuana distributors, but disagree with permitting any businesses pertaining to marijuana cultivation, manufacturing, warehousing, and retail sales in this area. We believe that not only are our future home values compromised, but even more significantly are the three schools, Fremont Elementary, the Silver State Charter High School, and Seeliger Elementary, which are located within a short distance of the limited industrial zoning area. We would simply ask that you use wisdom for the community as you address this issue, and we trust that you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. By the way, how's the traffic out there on Fairview?
It was a revolution.
A good revolution.
Oh, yes, yes. And it's just amazing because you normally hear the rumble and the thunder of the mighty trucks, the big trucks that go by, but you almost fall through your windshield as you're exiting Quail Run because you're expecting this onslaught of traffic, and there are 2 or 3 cars. So we thank what has been done. It's
Well, I mentioned
very
that,
safe.
because I think, I speak for all of us up here, please pass on to everyone out there in the Quail Run area and your other neighbors out there, how appreciative your community is for putting up with what you had to put up with for the last few years of smoke, diesel, noise, and stuff like that. It's a big deal, and so please let everybody out there know that we're all appreciative of that.
I will.
And then for others out there who are, the freeway's open, the city manager and I were out driving around to see, what the noise levels were at different locations on the new freeway. If there, if there are issues like that, I don't know what we can do, but let us know anyway, okay? All right.
I think we're just all rejoicing at the safety features that we now have as opposed to really a high-risk chance of an accident before for many people, pedestrians as well as cars. So we are very appreciative. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. All right. All right, other public comment? Anybody? Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Bill Johnston, and I live here in Carson City. My wife Ruth and I live up in the Timberline area, and we moved here 17 years ago, and we've never regretted that decision. Came out of Southern California. Yes, I am one of those dastardly Californians who decided to seek a better life, if you will, here in Carson City. Excuse me, we are both from small towns, and Carson City was just the remedy for a retirement place for us. I want to speak about the marijuana issue. You know, I grew up on a farm in Iowa, and my dad always said that whenever we had problems on the farm, he said, take a common sense approach to the problem. And that was instilled in me, that the answers to most problems can be solved with common sense. And I'd like to say that so far I've seen at least 2 of the supervisors on this board show some common sense. Ms. Bagwell, Mr. Barrett, and I implore the rest of you to take a common sense approach. Let's not be, and I'm going to use a strong term here, railroaded by the tax commission of this state, and in fact the governor of our state, into doing something that the residents of Carson City have said no to. I think it's a teachable moment, actually, that because of Clark County, the rest of the state had to follow suit. I mean, if this is not a teachable moment for keeping the Electoral College in place for the election of our president, I don't know what is. If not for the Electoral College, we would be ruled by New York and Los Angeles liberals right now. So I urge us to, have we thought it through? Have we thought through what the impacts are? And when I say impacts, I'm sorry the sheriff had to leave, but do we really know what the impact is on enforcement of this law? People are supposed to smoke it in their homes. Now, is there anybody in this room that believes that that law is enforceable? I certainly don't believe it. With all the festivals and all the activities that Carson City has planned, because of our new wonderful Main Street and all of the social areas that we've created downtown for people to come to, do we really think that it's only going to be consumed in the home? And what about all this candy that's going to go on sale? If people are smoking this stuff at home and they've got kids at home, what's that all about? That doesn't make common sense to me at all, that they will be exposed to little gummy bears and stuff that might be laying around. That part of it doesn't make any sense to me at all. I don't think we know perhaps Sheriff Furlong does know what the impact of this is going to be. But I think that our neighbors to the south in Douglas County have taken a common sense approach, and they've put a moratorium on it. And I strongly recommend that we implement a 1-year moratorium until we know exactly what it is we're getting into with this recreational marijuana thing. What's the purpose of it? Is it just to feel good? I mean, I think if studies are done, and maybe some have been done, and maybe you guys are all informed, fully informed about everything that I talked about this morning. But if not, I think the answer is a 1-year moratorium, and let's see what happens in Clark County. Let's see what happens in Washoe County. Let's see what happens in Douglas County because of their resistance to this move. That's about all I have to say this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. All All right, other public comment? I know we're going to be doing marijuana a little later. There'll be public comment then as well, but have at it, it's fine.
Do you want to hear about marijuana right now or later? I can come back later.
Go ahead, let's do it now. Good, that's fine.
Hi, my name is Elaine Briggs. I'm a resident of Carson City. I've also been here for 17 years. I've read with interest the articles that have been in the paper and the opinion pieces on the recreational marijuana bill. My feeling is pretty much the opposite of what he's saying. We did vote as a state. We legalized marijuana in this state, and if we go with the other logic, then Nevada voted for Hillary Clinton. Why don't we just make her president? That's not how it works. We can't just, the blue states don't get to just get together and say, you know, we voted for Hillary Clinton, so she'll be our president. It's not how the system works. We voted as a state, the law is a state, we need to implement it as a state and not look at this reefer badness kind of fright stuff that I'm reading in the paper, which just to me doesn't make any sense. Figure out where to do it, set it up, implement it. We voted for it, and that should be the end of discussion. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning.
I'm not a public speaker, so I'm nervous.
Don't worry about being nervous.
Thank you. My name is Monique Giron, and I agree with everything that the gentleman said. He's very articulate, much more articulate than I am. I believe that the people of Carson City did vote to not have, that we did not support the idea of marijuana being sold and used in Carson City, even though maybe it's legal nationally, or I'm not sure what she was referring to. But I agreed that there should be a moratorium, and let's tread a lot more lightly and much slower and see how things proceed and work out in Las Vegas. I know that they're already that the guidelines and the laws that are in place in Las Vegas, I don't think are being adhered to. And I don't know what kind of enforcement is happening in Las Vegas, but I'm sure that the rules that are in place are not being followed. There are many people, such as myself, that have children. I have a 17-year-old son. I have a lot of fellow moms, friends, that do not want marijuana to be accessible recreationally. And the only reason that they're not here to speak is because they work, and Thursday morning is not a convenient time to be here. They can't. I actually took off from work so I could be here. I know it's a potential revenue source, and it just sounds to me like that might be a big reason why this is going forward. But I think that that's not, I mean, I understand that that might be a good idea to get revenue for the city, but I think it's just moving too fast. I know Colorado has an increase in ER visits of children from the candy or the marijuana, that looks like candy. A lot of kids are getting their hands on the marijuana that looks like candy, and because the adults aren't responsible and it's sitting around the house and the kids eat it and they end up in the ER. So if you look at a lot of the stats from Colorado, there's a lot of negative effects of the recreational marijuana sitting around. Also, I've read that the marijuana that is being sold now is a whole different type of marijuana than what was available in the 70s and 80s, and it's a lot more intense and it's stronger, and a lot of people are getting in trouble with that and having adverse effects with it because it's a different type of marijuana and they don't know that. So So I think that the supervisors should be aware that should follow the will of the people in Carson City that did vote no for the use of marijuana in Carson City. And I don't think there's a good place to allow the sale of it. You've got residences that's going to affect the value of homes. You've got schools, you've got churches. Anywhere that you decide to sell it is going to have an adverse effect on the community. And it's in direct conflict with what the people of Carson City said during the election. So I think I would suggest looking real closely at the stats in Colorado and other places. And I think you should wait at least a year and tread a lot more lightly and slower before any decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I know we're getting into the marijuana stuff, but I think we need to, we'll have more public comment as the agenda item comes up. So is there any public comment? And I don't want to shut off public, anybody else, maybe non-marijuana related? Okay, because we'll have public comment as we go along here out in the marijuana stuff, I assure you. So, all right, so then let's go to item number 6, possible approval of the minutes of July 6, 2017. We had a chance to look at them. Motion's in order.
I move to approve the minutes of the Carson City Board of Supervisors for July 6, 2017 as presented.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Let's see, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now, there we are. All right. Let's take up, for the agenda, any changes to the agenda?
No change.
Board members? We'll talk of the consent agenda here in a minute. Okay, let's take up the consent agenda, and I want to let the board know that I've talked to the city manager. We will have a discussion item in September about what, what the board would like to see or not see on the consent agenda. So, so we'll have that discussion there. But anybody wants to pull anything off the consent agenda from the public? Board, we got a couple of requests, so anybody?
9B.
9B. Anybody else? We okay with it, with the exception of 9B? Okay, then we'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 9, agenda item 9B.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of items 8A, 9A, and 9C.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay. Let's see here. We're going a little too fast for you here.
There's no vote. It didn't come up for us to say yes.
We didn't get the vote up.
We haven't had to go.
There we go. There we go. We thought it was us for a second.
All right.
I was faster than I thought.
All right. Let's then move on to item 9 Bravo. Ms. Rader, how are you this morning? Mr. Schultz, good to see you again. Laura, why don't you give us the top line, and Darren, why don't you tell us what's going on, then we'll see where it goes.
Good morning, Laura Rader, Purchasing and Contracts. This is to approve the purchase of FW12 diatomaceous earth filter media from EP Minerals for a not-to-exceed annual amount of $125,000 through June 30th, 2022. And this will be funded from the chemicals account.
Good morning, Darren Schultz, Public Works Director. Yes, this is a contract, or not a contract, a purchase order. I think a contract is why maybe we're having this discussion. A purchase order to purchase this material. We do it every year. This is the material we use to treat our surface water up on the west side of town. This is the only company that produces this material for our treatment facility. So we're asking that we do it. To maybe head off some of the discussions, our thought was we come back and do this every year. It's the same material, so we had attempted some sort of a 5-year, year after year type agreement that we could do, but I'm happy to hear what you have to say about that.
Right. The reason I pulled this is because it's requesting a 5-year approval, but we only have pricing for the next year, and it has to come in front of us every year regardless. So my preference would be to look at it on a year-by-year basis and approve it on a year-by-year basis.
Any other comments, questions? Public comment? I don't see any. All right, try a motion.
Okay. I move to approve the purchase of FW12 diatomaceous earth filter media from EP Minerals for a not-to-exceed amount of $125,000 through June 30th, 2018. Is it 2018 or 19, Laura? It's 2018, correct? Yeah.
2018.
2018.
See, we're waiting for a motion button.
Motion, and everybody's trying to push the second button. Okay. On the motion, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, all right. Let's take up, where are we here? Item 11. Laura, Ms. Rader, go.
All right, this is to approve the purchase of IT hardware through joinder contracts for Insight, Public Sector, Converged One, Cisco, Dell, Apple, CDW, and SHI for a total not to exceed amount of $1 million, which will be funded from various city accounts. The amendment extending the Dell contract through March 31st, 2020 was inadvertently left out and is submitted as late material. And Eric is here to answer any additional questions.
And John, do you want a question of Laura?
No, I was going to ask Eric. But
All right. We'll go.
Yeah.
Eric, why don't you tell us where we've got a couple questions up here, so.
Eric Von Schulman, Chief Information Officer. So this contract, joinder contracts, we bring annually to you for approval. Our normal annual amount is about $500,000. This year, we had an additional $500,000 in capital improvement projects that were approved during the budget process. So that's what brought the total up to $1 million through these vendors for hardware and software. And I apologize, it's not reading my flash drive with the expenditures broken out. Yes. So I'll bring my computer. Any other questions?
Which one are you looking for, Eric?
What's that?
Which one, what schedule are you trying to bring up?
Oh, I was just going to bring up the spreadsheet that I sent out to everybody yesterday.
It's part of the packet.
Yeah.
Part of the bid. All right.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for sending that out yesterday. I had a couple of questions. I think they're pretty much answered, although I would like in the future to have, when you refer to various city accounts, a more definitive breakdown, especially the parts that come from general fund.
Right. On the various accounts, the reason why I cannot define specific accounts is I have requests from every department across the city that they present to me and say, we would like to purchase a new computer for a new person that came on board today, and this is where we can fund it from, so I don't have those ahead of time.
You do understand it makes it difficult for us to make decisions. We budget these things ahead of time, but at the same time, we like to get into the more of the nitty-gritty. So maybe more lead time?
Well, I'd love to put it all in IT. And then I could control it, and I would deal with all the requests, but I never know what departments. A lot of it actually is Public Works, which is the enterprise funds, that we wouldn't know. I tried to talk to them prior to.
Is there at least a breakout on how much is general fund and how much is from enterprise funds of various sorts?
I do not have that at this time. We haven't tracked it that way.
Eric, just a quick question on the MNWNC contract. Are we getting tier 2 pricing along, same with Las Vegas, or we're not listed on the pricing summary, but Las Vegas is? So I'm just wondering which tier we're in.
I've never looked.
Just get back to me on that.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
I actually did send that to you earlier this week.
Yeah, I've never seen it as the different tiers because it's just a standard contract.
I'll give it to you.
Got a question?
No.
Any other questions from the board? Public comment? Anybody? Okay, let's see where it goes. Motion's in order.
I move to approve the purchase of information technology hardware through joinder contract with Insight Public Sector through U.S. Communities Contract Number 4400006644. Converged One, Inc., Cisco through NASPO, National Association of State Procurement Officials, Contract Number AR233. Dell through NASPO Contract Number MNWNC-108. Apple through NASPO Contract MNWNC-102, CDW Government LLC through NEPA, and SHI International Corporation through NASPO Contract Number ADSPO 16-130651 for an amount not to exceed $1 million from various city accounts as approved in the fiscal year 18 budget. Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Lack of information.
Okay.
Mayor. Mayor, it's not an appropriate abstention. He can vote no.
Oh, got that one, John?
No, I won't do that. I think that my vote is my business, but I will vote yes. I want the information in the future.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's take up, go ahead, Laura. 11 Bravo.
All right, this is to approve the purchase of the various vaccinations through joinder contracts with GlaxoSmithKline, Merck, and Sanofi for a total not to exceed amount of $304,531 to be funded from the Health and Human Services Private Vaccine and Vaccine Grant accounts. And Nikki's here to answer any additional questions.
Hi, Nikki Aker, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services. And so I just want to add in there that the expiration date for Merck is June 30th, 2019. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for that question, Brad. And this is for flu vaccine for the clinic, along with school and community outreach events organized by Clinic Services and Public Health Preparedness. And I just want to put a plug in for our big upcoming event. That is the Big Flu Clinic, which is actually a public health preparedness exercise, and that is exercising our ability to get out a large amount of medication in case there were a public health emergency. That's going to be scheduled October 14th at Carson Mall. And then, of course, we have on Thursdays our vaccination clinics. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of Nikki or Laura? Anybody? Public comment? Okay. So why don't you, before we take a vote, why don't you say again when you're going to do the demonstration?
That will be at Carson Mall on October 14th. And we'll get information out and for everybody, a flyer. And
All right, on the motions in order.
I move to approve the purchase of various vaccines for Health and Human Services through joiner contracts with GlaxoSmithKline, Merck, Sharp, and Dome Corp., and Sanofi Pasteur, Inc., in the total amount not to exceed $304,531 to be funded from the Health and Human Services Private Vaccine and Vaccine Grant Fund accounts for fiscal year 17-18.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Oh. Carried. Okay. All right. Let's now take up item 12. This is a discussion regarding the appointment of one member to the Carson City Planning Commission for a term that expires June 2021. We have one position, and we have three applicants: Hope Dingle, Garrett Lapierre, and Betsy Strasberg. Hope, we're going to make it. So, are you okay going first? Absolutely. All right. All right. Where do we get everybody out the door here?
That's all right. I was going to take care of it for him because otherwise I don't know who's talking, because this says John Barrett and this says Lori Baker.
Oh.
Okay. I got a promotion.
Oh, thank you.
Are the other two applicants outside?
I believe Mr. Morano excused them.
We want to close the door?
We are.
Okay, all right.
We're turning the TV off now.
All right, all right.
She already asked for That was the test.
It was quite entertaining for a while, though.
Good. Good morning, Hope.
Morning.
I think, I always start off by asking, just a way to get people, comfortable talking here a little bit. Why don't you tell us a little bit about why you want to do this and kind of, if you want, a little bit about yourself too, and then we'll go on to some questions, okay?
All righty.
Yeah.
Well, this is not our first dance together, so I am very passionate about Carson City. I've lived here for 53 years with time off for bad behavior. Apparently, I lived overseas for a year and a half and back east for a year, but predominantly my life has been in Carson City. My family is still here, and I'm concerned to a degree about the development, and that's only based on what I see in my neighborhoods. And as I was telling the sheriff, I walk my dog 730 times a year, twice a day, every day, rain, hail, sleet, snow, gloom and night, doesn't matter. And some of the things I see are disconcerting to me. And I don't know if they're related to growth, not related to growth, but it just seems that I see more and more of these not necessarily good things in my community. And rather than just sit by and be quiet, which is not the Jennings way to sit by and be quiet, I thought rather than be just a thorn in your side, I would try to be part of the process of what it takes to make this community a good place to live for people to bring up their kids and to grow old in. And that's my impetus for being here.
Follow up on that, and here's the question I have for you,
You
Hope,
bet.
is what's your opinion on the role of planning and zoning in urban development? And if you want, you can speak about what the role is in terms of growth, for urban growth.
Well, planning to me, obviously, I think that's a self-defined role. When you look at trying to plan a viable community, there are so many components of it, and so that includes the zoning and business licensing, and that's probably separate, but keeping in mind when you plan out a community, and I talk with my hands a lot, so not even Italian, I think you have to look at all of those aspects of it. So that's where I'm thinking the Planning Commission needs to be aware of all the decisions they make regarding the growth or non-growth of a community, and that just because, and I know this is going to just shock and horrify you, but I'm going to say it anyway, just because a law or a zoning designation is currently in place does not always make it the right thing to do. That rules are looked at and reviewed and changed, I believe, as necessary with the changing environment that we have. So just because a rule says, this is what we have to do, does that mean that you cannot take a look at the impact and the changes that have occurred to perhaps change the rule or look at a different zoning, which we do frequently, I understand. You go through and you do zoning changes, special use permits, all of those processes that maybe go around the law that is currently in place or the ordinance that is currently in place. But I just feel very strongly that just because it says it today doesn't make it right for today.
Okay. Who wants to go next? You, go.
Hi, Hope.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
What amendments to the development standards would you like to see?
Well, I would really like there to be a lot of consideration given to development related to floodplain non-floodplain, and I speak from personal experience about that because I'm on my third sump pump underneath my house because the developer and the development was approved in a huge big marshland. So I think a lot of thought and analysis and engineering, and everybody else needs to be involved in determining what impact is going to be felt by doing a development. And I think there needs to be some amendments made to that whole process, that there is more consideration given to long-term effect of putting a subdivision in a place that maybe there is a watershed and you don't plan for an alternative route for that water to go. So that's what I feel about that. You're welcome.
Good morning, Hope.
Good morning.
I have two questions for you, only one of which I'll be asking the other applicants. My first question is in regards to the remarks that you made to the mayor's question, and that's about looking at current rules that are in place to determine whether they are right or not for the city. So my question to you is, what I got from your comment was that you would prefer to look at the current rules and change them if they are not appropriate. Is that correct?
That is correct. Given, I'm not sure the length of time that some of these rules have been on the books, but things change, environments change, weather patterns change. God only knows we're in, the 7th year of a drought cycle. All of those have an impact environmentally on this community. And at the time some of those rules or laws or ordinances were enacted, perhaps we did not have the kind of situation we have currently. And I know we had a really great water year. I felt it again because I have a sump pump underneath my house that ran almost continuously. But that's an anomaly. And I think that you have to be open to looking at the changes that have occurred in your community, both from a Mother Nature standpoint and man-made. And you can't just say, and you shouldn't shit on anybody, but you shouldn't say, it's this way, we've always done it this way, there's no need to change that rule. I think that's very short-sighted and very myopic and very close-minded.
So I just want to be clear that your process would be to look at the rules, and if you feel they are not appropriate, then you would work to change those.
Absolutely.
Okay. I want to be clear on that point first, because my question for you is, now you're actually in a planning commission meeting, and you are being asked to make a decision about a project based on our current codes and development standards, which is different.
I understand.
And I want you to know that I agree with your previous comments, that rules should be looked at and they should be changed. My question to you is, what decision do you make in the meeting when you're faced with looking at our current codes and development standards? Because they're there for a reason, whether they're right or wrong.
What happened? Did you turn me off? Hey, as I am not an average citizen, I would, as much as I would probably dislike making the decision, if it meets all the ordinances and rules of the city for the project to go ahead, I would probably have to make that decision and go home and look at myself in the mirror and go, ugh. But I'm not sure if there's a mechanism currently in place where if you are in a planning commission meeting and something about the project may not be, I don't want to say appropriate, inappropriate, but may not be within the best interests of the community, even though it looks good on paper, it meets all the criteria, but it might not be in the best interests of this community, I would have to have a real serious discussion with my fellow members of the commission and perhaps maybe have the developer come back with a different plan or something that may be a little more palatable to and less negative impact on the surrounding area, and I'm going to use the Vintage at Kings Canyon as my example. It's very, very hard for me to think about that particular area being developed. It's like the last piece of Carson City, if you will, that looks like it did when I was 10 years old when we moved here. And so I'm rambling on, but I just feel very strongly that while the letter of the law would be met by my voting yes to approve the development, I sure wouldn't like it.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate, though. Welcome to our job.
Yeah, hey, I know. I'm sure you have nothing but love from everybody.
So the question that I'm going to ask all the applicants is, have you read Carson City's development standards?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
They're asking more than one question these days, so it's getting tougher to develop a new one. It's like, okay, guys.
You can ask me about the weather. I don't know.
All right, let's go with, so tell me, as a citizen of this community, how you're able to provide objective recommendations versus just your personal. How do you go about weighing your decisions if you're sitting on the Planning Commission?
Well, first of all, unless I'm schizophrenic, it's very hard to do that, because how you feel personally about the community you live in is a very emotional, personally connected feeling that you come with. So it's hard to put that aside and be rationally analytical without that emotion being there. So it's probably one of those things that you perfect with practice, if you will, that you understand your personal feelings are what they are, but you have to take into consideration the logical aspects of and the realities of the situation more so than your own personal feelings about it.
And my second question is, what do you think Carson City should look like in 20 years?
Oh, gosh, I call my sister frequently during the day saying, the only thing wrong with Carson City right now is there's 45,000 more people here than I know. But, so were it up to me, we would, Carson City would stop at Stewart Street, but it doesn't. I would like to see us take a slower approach to development. I know it's a fast-paced world right now, and very easy to get caught up in the, oh, look at that shiny little thing over there. Oh, no, wait, look at that shiny little thing over there. I would like us to be able to stop a minute and look at what we have in this community and what we cherish about this community, and open space being one of those things. And I'm not just talking open space related to parks and walking trails and that kind of thing. I am talking about the beauty of the mountains, the quietness of the river. I am talking about that kind of thing, not the park type open space. And that's what I would like us to do as a city, is take a minute and look at what we have, look at the reason why the gentleman from Southern California wanted to move here. The people that come here from the insurgents from the west of us in California, that's Rex's word, that come here because it's small and homey and you feel good being here. I would like to be able to retain that and not destroy it for the want of a dollar.
Hope I am really intrigued by all that you say, and find that, as I assumed before, with less evidence, you and I are more on the same page than you might expect.
No.
I'm especially intrigued that you say that we're a lot like Lake Wobegon. There's nobody here that's average, or at least the kids aren't. I don't know. Perhaps that means our kids won't rush to buy marijuana even though it's illegal. But whatever, that's a different topic. You've raised some fascinating questions here, and you've touched a nerve with me, because I've been talking since I came on this board, and even thought before I came on this board, that what's needed here is a full update of the master plan. I do understand that that costs a lot. I do understand that it takes a lot of time. But I think any community that goes more than a decade without an update of its master plan, a full, intensive, community-involved update of its master plan, is subject to the vagaries of what you've been talking about of, oh, how do we do this, A, without offending everybody in our community, or many people in the community, or a few people in the community, whatever that turns out to be, when the rule of law is what we have in this country, and the rule of law should be. So my question to you is, how much of an advocate for a full update of the master plan would you be if you became a member of the Planning Commission, and how much would you be even just as a private citizen if that's the case?
Is there on a scale of 1 to 10, anything higher than like an infinity number? Because I am all about that. I would be more than excited to be involved with whatever that looks like, to look at what this community needs to be looking at going forward, how we need to be shaping ourselves to meet the needs of the people already living here, and in anticipation of whoever wants to come here within the restrictions that we have from a natural resource perspective. I'm all about that. I would be 110% involved in that kind of activity.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, you'd be an 11. Thank you.
I would, thank you. Above average, I would be.
Any other questions? Anybody? Hope, any concluding comments?
Just that I don't know overall population-wise, but like I said, I walk my dog all the time. And when I see things like the other morning walking my dog behind the North Carson Walmart, and we take that little jog to walk the sidewalk, and there's a body lying on the sidewalk. I don't know if it's dead or alive. I'm assuming it's alive because there's no blood, guts, and gore around it. So I'm making the assumption that it's, a live body. And so I call the non-emergency dispatch number and say, hey, there's this body lying there. And she said, well, if you feel safe enough to approach it. I said, I do, but I don't know about my 95-pound wolf dog. I'm pretty sure he would not like it. So anyway, that's what I am seeing where I live. In my neighborhood, the guy sleeping at the table next to Dickie's Barbecue with all of his possessions around him, the domestic tableau where the lady's yelling the F-bomb at this guy from 2 blocks away, first thing in the morning. And I don't know if that's indicative of too many people here, and because my friend Craig always says mental health is directly proportionate to population density. And I think there's a lot to be said about that. People have no patience with, again, who turned me off? People have no patience with each other anymore. We have lost that. We have lost the ability to be considerate to people. And I don't know if that's directly related to population density either. But that's what I see when I am out in my neck of the woods. And so it depresses me, it distresses me, it makes my dog mad, which, he's too big to argue with. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay. Thanks, Hope.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Enjoy.
Yeah. These are the hard decisions. These are harder than marijuana. All right. All right. Tell your brother back there he did a good job too. So, and your husband, Todd, brothers both. Okay. All right, Mr. Lapierre. Good morning to you.
Mayor Board, thanks for having me.
How you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Garrett, I think, you've been through these before, right?
I have.
You have. All right, well, let me just start off by asking you, you know, tell us why you want to sit on the planning commission, what's your goal for sitting on the planning commission? And then if you want to talk about yourself a little bit, that's fine too, and just get started, and then I have another question for you. So go ahead.
My name's Garrett Lapeer. I'm born and raised here in Carson City. Got my real estate license about a month before I graduated high school. I've been doing it ever since. Oh, it's my 17th year. So that's my background. Real estate's my life's work. Do I know everything about it? No, I can't say I know everything about it. Do I know everything about planning? I can't say I know everything about planning. But what I do know how to do is I know how to problem solve. I know who to go to get the right answers. I know how to do the research to make sure that the decision that's being made is the correct decision. And more importantly, it's really not about my personal feelings or my thoughts or whatever else about a particular development or developer. If they check the boxes, they check the boxes. We can't leave the city with the liability of having someone come back and be able to say, hey, you know, this met all the requirements. How come I didn't get it approved? As far as sitting on the planning commission, I think it's an important commission for the city. I think it's something that I could bring some knowledge to, some expertise to, and I want to be involved in the city, always have been involved in the city.
Yeah, you have been involved. I know, see you all around. Okay, here's my question to you. What is the role of planning and zoning in urban development? Just your opinion of it.
The role of planning is to make sure that infrastructure is in place in the areas where there's going to be development, and to look forward to the future for what development's going to come, and zone that properly. Make sure that you're making the playing field as best as you can for everybody, to increase the tax roll for the city and to diversify the economy of the city.
Okay. Well, John, why don't we start with you this time? So we'll
You bet. Thank you. Garrett, it's no secret that I've been an advocate since coming on this board, and I was actually an advocate before this. And in other communities, when I lived elsewhere, I was very involved in the same thing for master planning, for our zoning ordinances and the related things. How much of an advocate would you be, were you on the planning commission, or just if you continued as a real estate person, for updating our master plan in a full review manner with the whole community involved? It's been 11 years now, at least. It's actually been a little more. But to me, if you go beyond a decade, your community, you know, whether you had a recession or not, and that slowed things down, things change, as someone else recently said. How big an advocate would you be for master planning going forward?
Yeah, Supervisor Barrett, yeah, I share your sentiments. I think that it's time, the sooner the better, to re-update and revise the master plan. You know, certainly within the next couple of years at the very most.
Good morning. How are you today, Garrett? Good. So, do you feel as a citizen of the community that you are able to provide objective recommendations on various land applications, and how?
So like I stated earlier, it's not about my personal feelings about what should be built at a particular place, or whether I like that developer, whether that developer has the means to get the project done. If they check the boxes, they check the boxes. And it's really as simple as that.
So I'm going to dive in just a little bit deeper so I understand your response there. So when you say check the boxes, do you believe there's any subjective items in the planning rules that allow you to make a decision versus a checkbox? Like, does something meet a condition? Do you believe everything is just a checkbox, or there's some that are actually a subjective decision?
Yeah, nothing in life is really black and white, so there's always some gray areas there. But I would lean towards what does the code say, what does the law say, what does city staff say? You know, they're the ones who spend a lot of time doing this, and really take into account the reports that the city staff would have on these things. But in those gray areas, yeah, sure, there's going to be some judgment that's going to be needed.
And then my second question is, what do you think the city should look like in 20 years?
Good question. We need to diversify the type of housing that's here. Yeah, make sure that we have affordable housing here. At this point in time, you know, 300,000 gets you into a decent neighborhood, and at some point, wages have to go up or prices have to kind of plateau to keep this thing rolling. That's just simple economics, but I think we need to diversify the type of housing that we have here, along with bringing in, I think over the next 10 years, redevelopment of downtown is going to become a big issue. And when I say redevelopment, I'm talking about taking a building and making it a mixed-use building, or tearing down a building and building like they're doing there on Curry Street with the May Adams project. So redevelopment of what is currently there. You know, we're not all out of land, but we're getting there. So I think, you know, some projects are going to come down the pipeline that are going to take existing things and repurpose them, or tear those down and redo them. I think that's a big thing moving forward.
Good morning, Garrett. Simple question for you. Have you read Carson City's development standards?
I've not read every single one, but I have read through them, yes.
Morning, Garrett. Well, with regards to that, what amendments to the development standards would you like to see?
In areas where there is a little bit of gray, you know, to have a little more black and white if possible. One thing that I think that should be a part of, maybe not the Planning Commission's process, but the process as someone that comes to develop a project, is to ask them, where's the money coming from? Where's financing? And, you know, I think that's part of the fiduciary duty that you guys as the Board of Supervisors have, is to make sure that when a project's approved, that it's actually going to get approved. To go and take a beating and to deal with a public outcry of all that and then never have something built, man, that's no fun for nobody. So that's one thing I'd like to see happen. And, you know, I don't think bonds have to be put up or anything like that, but just a simple, you know, digging in a little bit more on finances. You bet.
Any other questions from the board? Anybody? Yeah, go, John. Go.
I just wondered if I heard something about the Ormsby house there. Excuse me.
No, I was more referring to vintage.
All right. Anything you want to add, Garrett?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity for this. I'd be more than happy to serve, and I think I do a good job on the board. I work well with the city staff. Lee and Hope are great at what they do. I respect the heck out of Lee. He does a great job, and me and Hope have a very good rapport. I think that we work well together.
Well, thanks, Garrett, and to all our applicants, thanks for applying, and thanks for what all of you do for our community. Good morning, Betsy. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good.
Just in case you need to. Do you want to?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
How's Ms. Strasburg this morning?
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning,
You were
Supervisors.
just before us, I think a little bit ago.
Yes.
Which is great. So you know how these processes work, right?
I have one experience so far.
All right, one experience. Yeah. Well, you know, I know you applied for another position. Let me just start off by saying, what intrigues you, if anything, about the Planning Commission? And
Could you repeat that, please?
yeah, what intrigue? I mean, you're applying. Why? Tell us why you're applying for the Planning Commission. And I guess the question is, you know, why? Just to get you started. So.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Well, I'm new to Carson City, and I actually celebrated my first quarter at my new house, which is a big milestone for me. I have lived in the same house, same city for the last 30 years, and I've seen the trend of what can happen in a city that needs to sustain a lot of growth, particularly in the Bay Area. So it is an exciting time for being in Carson City. There's a lot of growth coming from the north. I just met my neighbor who works at Tesla. There is a lot of growth coming from the south, I believe, and this would be a great opportunity to be involved, make a contribution to the current planning, and also head off any future planning issues that may come through, because I think that proactive nature of what the city has been doing has been fabulous in the 3% managed growth. But at the same time, the Planning Commission has an opportunity of building stock for the future. And I believe that my experience in the functional skills that I can bring from my company strategic planning, compliance, I did a lot of contractual contract review. I can bring those functional experience as well as participate for the future of Carson City, because this is going to be my home. And I want to preserve the physical beauty and the beauty of the people that I have met so far, many of you up there.
Very good. The question I have for you, following up on a little bit what you said, what is your thought? What are your thoughts on the role of planning and zoning in urban development?
I think the primary role of the planning and then the zoning is to enable the city to sustain that growth. As a manager, you don't want to have haphazard growth, and we have seen the impact of that in where I am. For instance, Menlo Park is going to experience a 267% growth, primarily because of one company who's going to add about 7,000 professionals, which will lead to about 25,000 additional jobs in the area. No city can plan for that type of growth. So to the Planning Commission and the zoning of this fair city is to make sure that you are not only sustaining today's growth, but anticipating what may come in the future and avoid some of the perhaps some difficulties that some other cities have been experiencing. So in that respect, the zoning, the density, the process of Title 18 to go through that to make sure the right decisions are met, first with the staff reports and then hearing to the public hearing and understanding the key issues that come up, to mitigate the issues where you can, to make the best possible solution that you can for the citizens of this city.
Very good. All right, go ahead, go.
Hi, Betsy.
Hi.
What amendments to the development standards would you like to see?
Oh, that's a very good question. I know I've heard a lot of things about parking. Frankly, when I go downtown, I haven't seen that. I've always found the last spot, so that was good. I went down to Coma the other day. I found the last spot. I'm not afraid of walking, so if there is a parking, a couple of streets down, it's fine with me. I do think that, if I'm selected for this position, I would like to see the signage limitations as being part of a modern city and being part of a capital. I would like to work on that. I heard a lot about crosswalks over here, so that may be something that may come up, but whatever it is, I believe that the Planning Commission, with the help of the citizens making their feelings known, we can work through these issues.
Good morning, Betsy. I
Morning.
think Supervisor Abel's and our questions are probably reversed. Mine probably should have been asked first. Have you read the Carson City Development Standards?
Yes, I have. There's a lot of material there, so I couldn't cite by line and reference numbers, but I have read it. I've looked at the overview of the master plan and the strategic goals of the city as preparation for this. I'm used to doing my homework as part of senior management teams in the various companies, and the good news is I have the time. I'm in between assignment. I have plenty of time to study them, memorize them if necessary.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you so much for applying. We really appreciate you doing this for the city. Do you feel, as a citizen of the community, that you are able to provide objective recommendations on various land applications, and why?
I've spent about 25 years in finance and in administration. I think it's one of the the disciplines that allow you to be objective. I worked in financial turnarounds, so compartmentalizing your personal beliefs and what's in the in Sarbanes-Oxley compliance, what's in the regs, and then working towards keeping your personal beliefs out, but exercising the regs along with any mitigating factors that you can come up is what I believe that I will be able to do.
What do you think Carson City should look like in 20 years?
Wow. I hope I'm around at that time, 20 years. I know there's a lot of good things coming. I mean, the city has done the Downtown 2020 I think is fabulous. When I first settled in Hayward, there were no downtown. We had to go 5 miles out to get your stuff and come back, and you locked yourself in your house. I think the downtown area is a great area to get people and particularly families together. I saw some children playing in the little fountain area yesterday and getting ice cream. So I think all the cities that have been successful had a very robust and vibrant downtown, and which encouraged families to be there. And I think that is something that I would like to see continue to develop. There's a lot of vacant areas. As I drove down Curry up to the greenhouse garden center, I found a return road that I didn't know about. So there's a lot of spots that you could develop further and make more activities and, really destination town. If people come to Reno, they should come to Carson City. If people come to Tahoe or the state line, they should come to Carson City and see the beauty of this town.
Betsy, thanks for applying, and thank you. I also want to be here in 20 years, and since I'm a little older than you, I really appreciate the fact that you take that last parking space that I might be looking for. So that gets me on my bicycle more often, and that'll keep me in shape. So,
believe me, and Supervisor Barrett, if I saw you standing there or coming up, I would vacate it and go somewhere else.
Well, now I think you're trying to curry favor with me. How do you feel about master planning? And let me add on to that. We haven't had a master plan full review in more than a decade. Do you think it should be more than a decade or less than a decade? Or how much of an advocate would you be for going forward with that if you were on the planning commission or just as a citizen of the city?
I think a strategic plan or master planning is a good document to have because it provides the boundaries of thinking, a guidance to thinking. Whether it should be done in a more frequent basis or not, it really depends. For instance, when I did strategic planning for the company, we used 3 years to 5 years as a guideline. But the key important thing is there an outside impetus to make a relook, a revisit of that plan? I think that the growth that is coming to this city may be that impetus. There's a lot of things. Lucia was here this morning talking about transportation. I think transportation may be an impetus to revisit the master plan and see the conditions around which we did that planning is still relevant to the current and future direction of the city.
Any other questions from the board? Betsy, any concluding comments?
I would love to have this opportunity to use the skills that I have in my functional areas. I've lived and worked in various cities, both in the United States and abroad, and I can bring that perspective to help my fellow citizens in making the right decisions for the city. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come here today.
Thank you, Betsy. All right, all right. Well, should we just go right on to marijuana?
Yeah, we need an easy one now.
Looks like we have 3 great applicants for the Planning Commission, so these are the, huh?
Can we have them all?
Can we have them all, yeah. I mean, these are the difficult decisions, man, so anybody want to start? Anybody can. They don't? You know, I think they're all quite, you know, I'll just start. I think they're all quite qualified to sit on the Planning Commission. They've obviously, you know, thought a lot about, you know, why they want to do these things. I tend to, you know, I hope comes with a different viewpoint, perhaps, than the others. I'm not so certain that viewpoint is not something that shouldn't be on the Planning Commission. And I look at that, you know, and I kind of think, I was a little concerned about, you know, what that means in terms of following the law and the rule of law, which, as you probably all know, is important to me. So, you know, we have great applicants here. I'm not so certain that, you know, my vote wouldn't go to Hope on the first round here. So, go.
I'll go. So, I know that we're discussing truly as a board as to what skill sets or what are we looking for to serve, but one of the things on the Planning Commission for me is I do think it should represent the community itself too. And I'm looking for critical thinkers, people that can apply the rule of law, but I also believe there's a lot of gray area and some things are very subjective. And so I don't mind having a person that can look at the community as a whole and determine whether that's good. I think we were fortunate today that all 3 candidates appear to be very good critical thinkers. And I think they're going to approach it from different perspectives. So you look at Betsy, who's new to the community, so maybe she doesn't have the long-term history of the community and where are we going, but maybe she brings a fresh perspective. You have Garrett that brings an expertise from real estate and land development, and so maybe that's an expertise. And then you have Hope that brings the long-term community person that's been here and maybe has a pulse for, do we jump, do we wait, do we work on a change? Is this what the community as a whole wants? So I think we were fortunate today that we had 3 very good candidates to bring different skill sets. And I know that we're a little bit gun shy maybe on Hope, but I'm going to give my vote there too for the reason that I think we need, I just think we need that. Somebody that's willing to be the person that steps back for a moment. I think she'll follow the law. I think she said she would. And then she'd work to fix what she thought was wrong. And I don't see any issue with not doing that, so.
Anybody else? John,
Yeah,
want to weigh in?
I'll go ahead. What she said on the, what Lori said on the quality of these applicants is, I echo that. I'm really fascinated because I used to sit on that side of the dais and hear the mayor and others up here say these are the hardest decisions we make. Now I'm here and I find he's right. Of course, the mayor's right more often than he's wrong. That's quite obvious. But on this one, he's dead on. It's really a tough decision. I do agree with Hope more than some of our conversations might have indicated, but I am pro-growth. But I agree that having a break on the Planning Commission regarding how these things are attacked might be a good thing, because I do think we go too far sometimes in saying, okay, you're the developer, you just go ahead and do it the way you want to. I don't mean we go completely there, but sometimes I think we go there too often. Also, Betsy really impresses me. She's got she's got a lot to offer this community, and since I'm not going to put her at the top, I would say to her, giving personal experience. Both my wife and I, when we got here years ago, applied to be on the Cultural Commission, and as yet, neither one of us has been. My wife's the secretary of the BAC board, which shows she loves that, and I hope before I leave this that I wind up on the Cultural Commission at some point. But I'm sitting up here, my wife's very involved in the community in different ways, and so your involvement speaks well for you. Your attempt to come on this Planning Commission speaks well for you. Garrett Lapierre offers something that I think is very important to the Planning Commission. We need that voice from the realty community, and I know Garrett and have known Garrett for some time, and my vote's going to go for him. Whether it's enough or not, I don't know. I'm probably trying to sway others to go that way, but these people have spoken eloquently for hope, and I hate to let Bepsy go. So come back and see us again when something else comes that you're interested in.
So you were thinking about?
I'm going to go with Garrett.
Garrett. Okay. All right. Well, I thought you guys were going to be, you guys were hoping they were going to be irrelevant, didn't you?
I was hoping to be irrelevant, but, and I'm very, very torn here. Hope brings a passion that I recognize, and it's one of the reasons I ran for office, because she's been in this community a long time, and so there's a lot of passion there, and I recognize that. And Garrett brings his real estate experience to the table, which I think is extremely important. But the fresh eyes from a short-term resident sometimes is what is needed from a different jurisdiction. And I do a scoring system, and Garrett and Bepsy were one apart, and Bepsy won out on my scoring sheet. So that's kind of where I am. I want to have all three of them. They're excellent. We could use all the perspectives.
You're not irrelevant, but you're off the hook. Brad's on the hook.
Brad's like, uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah, I also have a scoring system. I've made it very apparent in the past that I think that this is a commission that requires certain skill sets and certain knowledge. I think that we have an obligation to populate the Planning Commission with people that understand entitlement, land entitlement, and zoning, and that it's not fair to the community or to the builders and developers that bring people projects forward for them to have to go through the process of us training the commissioners on the job. As everybody up here has indicated, all three applicants are very passionate and community-oriented. I know and respect all three of them. My scoring system puts Bepsy on top, and I fully intended to not vote for all three of you because the last time we had this open position and we had two very qualified applicants who were critical thinkers, I convinced this board to not vote for either one of them so that we could reopen the position to look for somebody that actually had experience. And we're in the same situation here where we have three critical thinkers, but none of them actually have, in my mind, adequate experience. So we're going to go to a round two here. I mean, if I have to vote, my vote's going to Bepsy.
Well,
Two Bepsies, two Hopes, and a Garrett? Yeah.
Put them all on.
No, it just shows the reality that they're all good, like you said, and so maybe let's think about what's currently on the Planning Commission and what role we need to fill. Maybe that's our critical thinking, is which skill set from the three individuals is the most needed right now to round out the Planning Commission, and maybe that will help each of us. So is the fresh perspective more important? Is the long-term perspective more important? And I'm not giving an answer, but I'm just trying to help us all identify what is the most important skill set we're looking to fill right now, and maybe that'll help me know which candidate to move to. So if we looked at all the prior decisions that we've had to make as a board up here on the planning versus the answers from the Planning Commission, what are we looking to fill? Because I think we got critical thinker out of all three of them. So do we want the fresh perspective? Do we want the long-term perspective, community growth? What's more important?
Well, I was going to put John on the hook because he's.
Yeah, I'm the outlier here, so.
You know, John, you want to break it, you want to break the tie?
I will go on the hook, and here I thought I was going to get to avoid it.
Who's next?
Well, I'd give a passionate plea for Garrett, but when I'm one vote and there's two for the other two, I don't know that I'd be able to sway two people to my side. So Garrett, you're left in the, jet stream, I'm sorry. And Betsy, I still think you're wonderful and you need to come back, but I'm going to go with Hope because Hope Tingle will give a fresh set of eyes that's not fresh from another community, unless you count Yerington where she grew up. But she will be a minority report on that commission on occasion, and I think we need that. I think we need somebody who will say, okay, what do you think about this, guys? Do we need to let this developer do it this way? Not that there's anything wrong with developers, but I am a great advocate for community dialogue. So Hope your fears did not come true. You're going to be on the Planning Commission.
And I would support that. You know, her perspective and she will definitely bring dialogue to the table.
All right.
She won't let them off the hook.
Right.
All right. We'll entertain a motion to appoint Hope for the term, to the Planning Commission for the term ending June 2021. You want
the motion?
Motion's in order.
I move to appoint Hope Tingle to the Carson City Planning Commission for a term that expires June 2021.
And we don't need, second. On a motion discussion, hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay. 4 aye, 1 nay. All right. All right. Anything else? Huh?
You? No, I didn't.
Oh.
Voted yes.
Oh, voted yes. I'm sorry. It's unanimous, right. How'd I hear? I got to fix my hearing here today, man. I heard you. I better look at my little thing here. Little chart. Okay, 5. All right. All right. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes here, and then we'll go to something easier.
Go to something easier.
we're going to bring the meeting of the Board of Supervisors back to order. Let's see, we're now on item number 13 alpha. Okay. Uncollectible accounts? Who's doing it? Nancy? Okay, you know, the uncollectibles look like they went down pretty good.
They did.
So why don't you tell us what's going on
I'm
here?
just going to go over that. So Nancy
All right.
Paulson, Chief Financial Officer. This is the second ambulance write-off for fiscal year 17 in the amount of $311,000. And this will bring the total for the year to a little over $627,000, which is $200,000 less than what we budgeted, which is great. And then also approximately $83,000 less than fiscal 16.
Public comment? I don't see any. Motion's in order. Supervisor Abboud.
Button didn't, there we go. I move to approve the application to remove the uncollectible accounts receivable specified in the application from the records of the ambulance fund for a total amount of $311,081.31 in uncollectible accounts receivable.
Second.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, thank you, Nancy. Now you're up next again on 13 Bravo, interlocal.
So this is to approve the First Amendment to the interlocal contract for self-insurance and risk management consulting services between Carson City and Douglas County. This item was originally brought to the board on June 15th, and at that time, we received direction to add language to address concerns that the city may incur additional costs in carrying out this contract. So to address this, we've added section 3.1 that allows for the contract to be renegotiated at the request of Carson City in the event that we feel like we're incurring additional costs.
Public comment? Board? We all right for motion? Motion's in order.
I move to approve the First Amendment to the interlocal contract for self-insurance and risk management consulting services between Carson City, Nevada and Douglas County, Nevada, for Carson City to provide consulting services at Douglas County's expense.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, let's take up 13 Charlie. This is the Audit Committee's recommendation for projects. Mark, you going to do this one? Okay. All right, contract internal auditor. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, Mark Steranka from Moss Adams, your internal auditor. It's always a pleasure to be here, so thank you for the time. I'm going to be very brief. I'm just going to talk a little bit about sort of where we've been to date, what's before you in terms of a proposed audit program, and then certainly answer any questions you may have. Just as a reminder, kind of our charter or the role of the internal auditor is to really focus on 4 areas: efficiency and effectiveness, management reviews, best practices, and compliance. What we try to do each year, and every time I talk to the audit committee and probably to the Board of Supervisors, is we try to have variety each year, touching different facets of the city, touching them in different ways, but always with the goal of, you know, we're just trying to help the city improve its ability to serve the community, and to really do that through sort of 3 areas of focus. One is reducing risks, one is strengthening internal controls, and the other is improving performance. And so we try to have a variety of those types of activities each year, again with different facets of the city. We've completed about 20 projects to date. For example, last year, areas of focus were procurement and IT controls. This past fiscal year, small works projects review, and then a review of your public guardian operations relative to how they liquidate assets. Before I talk about projects for next fiscal year, 17-18, I just want to share with you, you have a really good audit committee. I work with lots of audit committees. Yours is one of 2 that has citizens as members of the audit committee. And what's really good is you have a lot of different perspectives. So you have city with Supervisor Bagwell, you have a member from the state, your chair and vice chair, both from the private sector, both CPAs. And so you get we get a lot of good input and direction. And in fact, this fiscal year is probably more so guidance of the audit committee reflected in the projects than previously. So if you have a packet with I've got the 2-page version, but on page 8, if you want to refer to that, are the list of 8 activities for the fiscal 17-18 year internal audit plan. So like previous years, again, a variety of activities. So they include an internal controls testing relative to your grants management. Again, that's a decentralized activity across the city, which is actually a little bit more centralized these days with the hiring of a grants manager, but doing some testing relative to that in terms of adherence to policy and procedure. Because Darren loved the Small Works Project review so much this past fiscal year, we proposed, I told you I was going to embarrass you, do a large public works projects review. Now, they dreaded it, and most people do, and I don't think they dreaded it once we were done. And because the goal, as all these projects are, it's not about trying to get you, it's trying to find opportunities for improvement, and that's certainly how we approach it. And I think if I put him on the spot, he might attest that it probably felt that way at the end. Performance IT security, I'm sorry. Yeah, good, okay, good. I was going to throw something at the back of my head. An IT security review, this will be a high-level review. This is, for example, one of the new chair of the audit committee wanted to make sure that we have a handle on what the city is doing from a IT security perspective. We do a lot of that type of work, so that's prudent. A performance metrics validation. So one of the things we'll be doing is quarterly bringing the audit committee an update on the city's performance relative to your performance metrics, your dashboard that's on your website. We'll do a follow-up to the public guardian review that we did this. We'll probably do that towards the end of the fiscal year to give them as much time to implement changes, but audit committee really want to make sure that they're making progress in those areas. And then the last 3 items are kind of our usual sort of, I'll say, programmatic activities. So interaction with the board and the audit committee and managing the program, validating findings. So what happens is, and one of the things I should mention is the audit committee, I guess together probably I'll say, we've instituted a lot of structure over the years, which has really served the process well. And so as each report is completed, the audit committee recommends to you adopt. As city management addresses findings and reports those as completed, before the audit committee accepts those as, check, they'll ask us to do some validation. They'll pick some, say, let's take a look at this one. Let's really make sure it's working the way we think. The policy says what we think it should, yada, yada. And so the audit findings validation reflects that activity. And then we always are administering your ethics hotline, and that's the last one. So the total budget's 110. That's what it's been since we started. And we try to squeeze as much in there as we can each year. So be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions of Mr. Stranka? Anybody? John, Supervisor Barrett.
Yes, could you expand, Mark, on the phrase you just used, always are administering your ethics hotline?
Absolutely.
How many complaints, et cetera, where are we on that? What's the fruit from the tree?
Sure. Reports from the ethics hotline come in. The way the process actually works, I receive an email with a report that says, here's the incident, is what it's called. So we assess it. We determine basically one of 3 things. Is it something that has to do with the city or not? If it doesn't, then nothing to do. Is it something that we would disseminate to someone within the city government to handle, and I'll come back to that, so that it's not something for the internal auditor to deal with, meaning it's not something that rises to fraud, waste, or abuse. Or third, that it's something that we think might rise to fraud, waste, and abuse, and we look into it initially and then determine if we need to do more. The way that those sort of shake out across all the cities we work with is a very small percentage are that third category, something that actually rises to fraud, waste, or abuse, and the other 2 categories, something that I distribute to someone within city management. For example, the sheriff has been the recipient of a few of my emails of incidents that he can just handle, or HR, or finance, or the city manager. And then the other primary group is just things that don't have to do with the city. Salesman at my door trying to get me to buy something. I lost my credit card, et cetera. But sometimes those are important, and so like one was someone was concerned about identity theft, so we got back to them. They don't always give you their contact information. We got back to them and say, hey, look at reaching out to the city and ultimately isn't resolving your issue. You need to, take other actions, so they're not sitting there thinking, hey, I've notified someone and it's being taken care of. In terms of the fruits of it, on average, there's kind of one incident report a month, and sometimes there's more, and sometimes there's months with no incident reports. I wouldn't, and that's pretty typical across cities, just kind of on average. Sometimes when you initiate them, or depending on how much education you do, might spur a little bit more activity or not. But part of it is just having it available. Really, it's just a best practice to have as a mechanism for someone to do something, whether it's an employee or a citizen, versus what you actually get out of it. Just having it in place bears fruit.
Secondarily, given my previous background, or my current background, which is previous, the public ever get any, as I recall, this was set up though so that the public really doesn't know that you're doing this or how it works. Everybody's cloaked. The person accused is cloaked. The person who accuses is cloaked. Is that still the case, or am I off base there?
I think I heard two questions. I'm not sure, but I'll do my best. So, we do get reports from citizens. I can't really speak to how much awareness we build here in Carson City for that, and so, what the level of understanding and awareness is of the hotline, but we do get reports from citizens. And then the second part is everyone's protected under the process, and that's why it comes to internal audit versus the CFO versus HR, which it could go to those, but it's typically best practice to go sort of more independent. And then the amount of information that's provided is up to the respondent. They can make it anonymous or not. Because they provide their information doesn't mean that they make themselves more susceptible to a lack of confidentiality, but if they provide information, it gives an ability to follow up if you need to.
To the point where you might have gotten lost in my question, does the accused know who the accuser is?
No, absolutely not. And the accuser, to use your term, doesn't necessarily know they've been accused. It just depends on the nature. And that really only typically happens if it rises to something that falls into the categories of fraud, waste, and abuse.
Not speaking for the board, but for myself, could you get the audit committee to talk about that practice and how it's implemented and what needs to be done? You talked about it being the best practice. I'm not sure it's the best practice for the accused. I'm not sure it's the best practice for the people who pay the bills, our taxpayers. If something really is needed, I would hope it would get public at some point. Thanks, that's all I had.
Sure. Go ahead.
I can comment that from the audit, we had one issue that rose to a level, and the audit committee requested that particular item be audited. So sometimes the public has a perception of an issue, so that one was public, and so it was discussed in an open forum, and we did indeed select that for audit. And we got a result, and we made a few changes. So the item that the person brought forward actually produced results. So that one was public.
Thank you.
But we didn't have to use names of individuals, but we could fix the problem.
My point exactly.
Okay. Anybody else? Public comment? Anybody? I don't see any motions in order. Motion, Supervisor Abad.
I move to accept the Audit Committee's recommendations for projects from fiscal year 2018 to include grants internal control testing, large public works projects review, IT security review, performance metrics validation, public guardian follow-up, ongoing internal auditor services, audit findings validation, and fraud, waste, and abuse program coordination.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye or punch aye. There we are. All right. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks.
You might stay there, because I
Oh,
think
sure.
when the next one's up is paying you another year, right?
Well, that would help.
Since we just said you could do the work.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what order to put that in.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Okay, so this is to approve of the amendment to the Moss Adams contract to increase the contract term through June 30th of 2018 for an amount not to exceed $110,000. And the audit committee recommended retaining Moss Adams through fiscal 18, and then we'll be initiating the request for proposal process for fiscal 19.
And this is coming to us a little later in the year than it normally does because we previously extended the contract for a brief period of time. We approved, I believe, $110,000 on the previous contract, but then extended it. Are there additional rollover funds in that, or the $110,000 that we're approving now, is that going to be from July 1st or from October 1st? I just want to be clear on the money versus the term because it's different this year than it has been in the past.
Right, so we extended the contract through September 30th because there were a couple projects that hadn't been finished from the fiscal 17 program. So anything left in the fiscal 17 $110,000 budget will be moved forward and used for those two projects that are being completed. And then this $110,000 are for the projects that you just approved.
Any other questions? Public comment? I don't see any. Motion's in order.
I move to approve Amendment Number 8 to Contract Number 1112-133 with Moss Adams LLP, titled Internal Auditing Services, to increase the contract term from September 30th, 2017 to June 30th, 2018, and perform the city's internal audit function for a not-to-exceed cost of $110,000 to be funded from the internal audit budget account as provided in fiscal year 2018.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Let's take up Public Works. This is possible action to process a 20-year bond in the amount of $4,875,000 to support stormwater capital expenses. Who's going to do it?
Morning, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Bruchetta, good
Board
morning.
members, David Bruchetta for the record. So this is a follow-up item to our July 6th meeting. We were asked to put together information, bring back a rate proposal for funding the first 6 capital projects that were on the 10-year CIP list, and trying to cover it with a bond mechanism. So this is just a brief presentation, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. So to fund the first 6 projects, it would cost $4.875 million. And just to give you an idea what that's how that would impact the rates. So here's the current rate that we have for the single-family, multifamily, public property, and that generates about $1.38 million a year. To fund the bond and the cost, ongoing cost, debt service every year, it would result in a 26% rate increase, a one-time rate increase of 26%. So you can see how that would impact the various categories on the percentage basis. So like a single family would go from $4.38 per month to $5.52 per month. If you look at the bottom of the table up here, what that shows is that it generates just under $360,000 more. That money would go to pay debt service. Staff is recommending, we talked at the last meeting, between a 25 and 30% recommendation. Staff recommends the 30%. And the reason is, when you look down to the bottom, that availability to additional maintenance, and approximately $54,000. There's quite a few items that we need to address on the maintenance side outside of just the capital projects, and there's some pictures and discussions we'll have on that. And staff definitely feels that's important. This is a very minimal support, the $54,000 a year, but it'll help us maintain the infrastructure that we have. So to give you a high-level overview, here are the first 6 projects that we have for the $4.87 million. I'm happy to answer any questions now or as we go through it about more details of these, but this is just a high level to give you an idea of where they are. So like the Lakeview storm drain improvements are up in Lakeview. the Kings Canyon Channel Maintenance Project down on Rupin Solomon, the Kings Canyon Road culvert upgrade at what we call the Creek Crossing, the storm drain improvements on Carson Street, Fairview to Clearview. This is the Fifth to Stewart, and that includes Curry Street also. And then there's a list of a handful of projects under the minor storm drain improvements for about $625,000 that are throughout the city. Of course, there's more on the 10-year CIP, but these were the first 6 projects that we had prioritized.
David, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
The Kings Canyon project, will that mitigate the flood issue that we had this year? It will? Yes. Okay, thank you.
So here's a series of pictures I just briefly wanted to go over, and it kind of gives you an idea where some of this maintenance money goes. This is an example of roads in Curry, and it just shows, you know, there's a big heavy piece of equipment there. We have that infrastructure truck to help clear storm drains. And during these events, you know, we use this truck all the time. If it's not broken down, we do have to call out private services that would fall under professional services, and that's very expensive. During the last flood, there was a significant investment that we had to put in private companies to come help us clean storm drains because they weren't maintained on an active basis, or they do fill up. Here's just an example of getting the crews together. There's a large resource that is part of our streets program that goes to stormwater. Here in the yard, Kurt's putting together the team. Sitting in the bucket, there's another piece of equipment to pick up these concrete barriers that are there to the right to help with the flood mitigation process. This is just a picture of VC Canyon, and this is back from the '05 flood. But anytime that the flooding happens in these canyons, not only is there maintenance activities that we have to stay on top of, but there's typically damage that happens that we have to be proactive. And we've seen this during the last flood also. This is a picture of the, it's down at the fairgrounds, but you know, this is relatively small, but this is an example of an LID, low impact development process, but they still require maintenance associated with it. This is up in Timberline. It's a drain inlet. This is nice and clean, but we have to go out and just maintain these regularly, you know, before and after storms. A lot of trash and debris blows in there in order to keep the flow, the stormwater flow moving. You know, that requires a resource for someone to go and take care of this. This is the VC channel. Rob put himself in this picture, as you see. Yes. But this is an example, again, of maintenance. You know, we have to maintain this so that we can ensure that the flow comes down appropriately. And so we're looking at next year having to, you know, get some resources. We typically like to work like NDF crews that provide a great resource for a great value, but that's really dependent upon the season and fires and, you know, what they have going. This is an example of Ormsby and Coombs. It's one of our basins. You know, we have to bring in the heavy equipment to excavate out the material that's been filled in. This is an example of outreach. It's part of our permit requirements. We have public outreach. We work with the Sub-Conservancy. We work with NDEP. This is down at Fuji Park with some school kids and educating the school kids. This is an example of linear ditch maintenance. This was done by our fire department. Again, that's just resource dependent and when they have time, but you know, it's part of a burning program to help maintain the drainage of the ditch and the control of what grows in there. This is just a picture of up at the, let's see, this one is VC Canyon. Yes. And you can see it's actually a drainage area. The NDF trucks parked there. You can see the pipe on the lower half, but it's just part of a PM program. Again, we try to get NDF when possible, and they are a significant resource and help. This is just a picture down at the fairgrounds, you know, during one of the collection cycles that we had, and you know, what gets collected as far as the debris that we have to remove for the maintenance program. Another picture of the outreach that we have, a different outreach period. This is, you know, we talk about trash collections, rehabilitation, sampling of the creek. We have the water snapshot day. That's always a resource that we have to put forth in. Part of our street sweeper maintenance program, you know, we want to keep these during the storms, these fill up. The street sweeper maintenance program is critical. In fact, you know, the entire city actually is part of the street sweeper program is done once. The entire city's done once a month. So we have 2 trucks that, again, it's, you know, pieces of the infrastructure that we invest in to keep this debris from going into the flow. And, you know, those trucks spend quite a bit of time in maintenance and repair now with their age. And this is just the last snapshot of the NDF crew out there, helping us maintain some of this debris that builds up before and after storms and events. So just quickly to summarize this, what we were asked to do is bring back a proposal to look at a 20-year bond for the first 6 projects. That'd be $4.875 million. The idea is in approximately 18 months, we'd be bringing back the rate consultant recommendations of all the utility funds, water, sewer, stormwater. But this is to get us for the important 6 projects that we had listed. Be proposed to be a one-time rate increase. There's 2 options. The first is the minimal, the 26%, which is to fund just debt service. Staff does recommend the 30% to provide some additional funds into maintenance expenses. The process would be that if we got direction today, we would pursue the rate change process, which there's a table here and it was in your package. The business impact statement, the changing of the ordinance, the process we have to go through. If all of that went through and the rates were adopted, then we'd go through the bond issuance process. And this would then put us into the time frame of early April of 18 to be able to provide some money for these activities.
I'll jump in there, Brad?
Sure. Let me start with, in our staff summary, it states that the design work would start when the funds are available in April. However, we've talked about that. The design would actually begin immediately if we approve this today, and we'll figure out where the money's coming to actually pay for that design. So I just wanted to be clear on that. It'll be reimbursed from the bonds when the bonds are issued, but the design will start immediately. We're not going to wait to design all these projects till next year.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. You mentioned that this was a one-time increase. I just want to go on the record to say that sometimes words matter, and this is not a one-time rate increase. This is the initial rate increase to be able to fund these immediate projects. There will be, I believe, additional rate increases coming down the pike. I get emails pretty regularly because part of my ward is in the north of town for Gonai Canyon, where we haven't had the funds to do a lot of maintenance. And so the culverts up in that area have been clogged for a while. So I get a lot of emails requesting maintenance from Public Works in that area. And then I also get emails from citizens saying, you've increased the water rates, you've increased the sewer rates, now you're increasing the storm drainage rates, we can't take any more increases. But just to go on the record with this, we can't have it both ways. In order to do the maintenance that we actually need to do for the storm drain system, we need more revenue to do that. And I see that that's where we're going to be going with this. Finally, this item in front of us today is requesting money to do projects. It's not addressing the issues with the underlying storm drainage rate system, which is where the problem is. So I'm requesting that we continue to meet, as we have been, to work on the solutions to the rate system prior to the rate study that Dave mentioned that should be coming up in about 18 months. Actually, by the time we get to that rate study, I'd like to have most of these solutions vetted so that we can match them up at that time and have a program ready to go at that time.
And I would just like to say I concur with that because I want to see this process happen. I, too, get a lot of emails from folks that are concerned about the stormwater rate increase and the inequity of how that is laid out. I know it's a system that you didn't put in place, but I think it's time that we relook at it based on low-impact development, as I mentioned before, and some credits for that, things of that nature, and broaden our categories in terms of how we bill.
Yeah, I want to jump in on this because might as well be a majority who gets arrows shot at us. There's no choice, folks. I mean, you might be able to do this better. We have what we have, though, and we've put this off as long as we could, just as we did with the sewage plant before I was on this board. This board stepped up, or the people to my right stepped up and said, we're going to do that. And it needed to be done, and this has to be done. We found that out last winter, so I'm just saying, this might not be the perfect solution, but it's the solution we've got, so we're probably going to go with it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll just comment, I did receive an email from someone that said, can't you find another way? You know, because we're just all hurting out here. And so I assured him that this board and our city manager and our finance staff, we don't go to a fee increase first. And I just wanted to stress that to everyone, is that we are very cognizant of the community's ability to pay. And so a fee increase is the last place that we go. So I really wanted to put that on the record so that people understand we really do cull through our budgets. We look for opportunities and other ways to pay for things. And so I appreciate the email from Dave that I received, and I just wanted to respond that I don't think there's anyone in the city staff that looks to a fee increase first. It's just not where we want to go. So I'm sorry that we need to. And I think what John said is we do have to be responsible, and I think everyone in the community saw the results from the flood, and I just don't think there's an argument that the projects are needed. And so I'm going to have to vote for it for that reason.
Well, I think you said it better than I could say it, Lori. And I agree with looking at the rate design.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's an important part of this. And I know, you know, because I too get emails, folks are struggling out there. I get that. I'm not certain whether or not a rate design study or approach can draft in certain subsidies for individuals based upon certain criteria of age, say call it age or finances or whatever. But I think, you know, we might want to take a look at, you know, what those rate design studies say, and if there's a way where we can ameliorate some of the hardship that's going on out there. I think we ought to take a look at that at that time.
Well, Bob, I'll just mention that Lori and I happen to be working on that right now. So there's a committee that includes David and Andy Engelman from the UFOC, and we're working forward on how we can help that aspect.
As usual, you're ahead of the game with me. All right.
David, I'm glad to hear that you're going to represent the men.
All right. Sherry, if you want to, we okay financially on all this stuff?
I was just here for questions, really, on the bond. But there's no rate on here, and we have estimated a 4% rate, which right now is probably high, but we won't get the bonds till April, so looking into his crystal ball, that's what John Peterson thought would happen, so.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other comments from the board? Questions of the board? Public comment? Anybody? Maurice, haven't seen you for a while. Good morning. Mr. White.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Board. For the record, Maurice White. It's good to see you folks again. I realize today we're talking about the first 6 projects, so I have to apologize for my somewhat being tardy, as I've spent the last few months on some long overdue medical and personal issues. But I think my comments are relevant today in that stormwater issues are pretty substantial here in Carson City. My concern today, though, revolves around projects 13 and 17. Of course, most of you will realize that's my neighborhood. We do have an issue there in that I'm concerned that in particular project 17 stops at Bunch. We have a very serious problem at the intersection of Carmine and Sherman. I realize there's not a lot of detail here because we are at the high level getting it together. I want to ask, encourage you to direct staff to go back and take a look at these projects 13 and 17 and include that intersection. And if you don't mind, I would like to give you a little background on what has happened there over the years.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So as most of you know, with the exception of about a 5-year period of forced relocation, I have lived on my piece of property since 1958. In 1984, we had a pretty substantial water event. The insurance companies refused to call it a flood so that they didn't have to cover. It's a water event, not a flood. However, my street, Nichols Lane, had a 4-foot wide, 3-foot deep ditch down that street. It came out of my neighbor's driveway. He was forced to exit his property to the east across his neighbor's property onto Airport Road rather than using Nichols Lane. That particular event also created a situation where the city decertified many of the septic tanks from actually Bunch down to Airport Road, put all of those properties onto the sewer system. In the 90s, we had another pretty significant water event, not a flood. That perpetuated a situation where our neighbors all got together. We have created a catch basin, runoff ditches across private property. Subsequently, my property, I live on a half an acre. I have installed V-ditches to direct water if it comes again. I have bermed my property. I put a concrete curb around my house. It goes 2 feet into the ground, at least 6 inches above the ground. My property's on a slope, so it kind of varies how much sticks out. In case the water comes again, it doesn't come and undermine my house. That was in the 90s. This past winter, we had some pretty significant water, as everybody knows. Fortunately, the drainage system that we as a neighborhood developed worked quite well. The waters from that intersection at Sherman crossed 5 private properties down to Highway 50, created a, 30 by 40 foot wide mudslide into Highway 50, closing the westbound number 2 lane. So we have that fixed as a neighborhood, but there's also a future there. Right now there are contemplation of 2 apartment units on Nichols Lane. So we're gonna have to figure out what to do with that. I understand, as does staff, Nichols Lane is a problem with not a good fix. Never will be a good fix. We can only make it better and livable. However, in October, when the city rebuilt the street, so just so you know, our street is just asphalt chips. And the city's there quite often fixing that thing up. There's no good base, it's terrible. It's an awful situation. However, when the city rebuilt Nichols Lane, they made the road now above the properties. So what water does come down my neighbor's driveway, what water does come off of my property and properties to the west of me, cannot now get to the street and run away. So we're setting up to have another pretty bad issue there. What I would like to accomplish today is for you to give direction to staff to go back and reconsider these projects 13 and 17 and figure out what we're going to do with this water from Sherman and how we're going to handle the water coming down Nichols Lane. It's going to be an issue again. My property is pretty well safe because in my normal personality, I kind of go overboard on most things I do. So I'm safe, but the rest of the neighborhood probably isn't.
All right. I think we'll take a look at those things.
Thank you.
Been said. Okay. All right. Other public comments? Anybody? Anybody? I don't see any. Board? Ready to bite the bullet? Go.
First, I'd like to say that I've heard from some of the other property owners on Nichols, and I did indicate to them that I would come to Public Works and see what we can do about looking at these projects. So anyway, with the motion, I move to direct staff to begin the process of pursuing a 20-year bond in the amount of $4,875,000 to support stormwater capital expenses and an initial stormwater rate increase of 30% to support the debt service on the bond and to provide maintenance support and to continue with regular meetings to discuss improvements or solutions to the underlying rate system.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay. Thank you, folks. All right. All right. Let's take up, you want to take a quick break?
Quick.
We'll be in quick break here for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Board of Supervisors back to order. Staff, you ready to proceed? Learned Hand, you ready to go? All right, all right. Let's take up item 15. This is community development. This is on 15A, B, and C. We're going to be talking about marijuana issues, and I'd like to make a disclosure on all three of those, 15A, B, and C, and that disclosure reads as follows. I've talked to the district attorney. NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from participating when I have a disqualifying conflict. In my private commitment, I am of counsel for the law firm of Kempfer Kroll. Although I'm pretty much retired, I do maintain an office in the firm. However, I don't receive a paycheck or a pension. The firm, which has offices in Carson City, Reno, and Las Vegas, represents marijuana industry clients. However, none of the attorneys in Carson City office represent Carson City marijuana establishments. Furthermore, the item before the board will affect all marijuana businesses the same. No one entity stands to gain or lose any more than the other. Therefore, under the ethics law, and there's something disqualifying conflict, I'm required to vote, and I will be voting. Is that all right? All right. Further disclosures?
Similar disclosure, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from participating when I have a disqualifying conflict. In my private commitment, I am a partner in the real estate brokerage firm NAI Alliance Carson City. NAI has in the past and may in the future represent clients that are looking for space for medical or recreational marijuana businesses. However, none of the brokers in my office are currently doing this. Since no substantial and continuing business relationships exist requiring my abstention, and the possibility that there may be such a client in the future is speculative, my public duty is to vote, absence a clear conflict of interest. Furthermore, our decision here today on this item will affect all marijuana businesses the same. No one entity stands to gain or lose any more than any other. Therefore, I will be voting on this matter. And this applies to all three items.
All three items. Okay. Any other disclosures? All right. Ready to go? Who's going first? Mr. Plemmel?
I'm going to start. Good morning, Lee Plemmel, Community Development Director. I'm going to give an overview on this first item, but first thing I want to go over, you mentioned the three items, A, B, and C are 1, 2, and 3. So the items related to the regulation of marijuana on this agenda, the first one is the Title 18 ordinance. That's the zoning ordinance that establishes the location and development standards for marijuana establishments consistent with the medical marijuana establishments per the direction that we received by the Board of Supervisors. The next item would be the business impact statement regarding the implementation of fees for those. And then the third item will be an ordinance on Title IV, which is the business license ordinance to establish the fees and procedures for collecting fees, and we'll go into those second two items separately. So I will start with the first one. Together, these three items would, as I said, establish all the regulations pertaining to marijuana establishments. And further, in the ordinance, the Title IV ordinance, it would rescind the moratorium. So this would be in place of the current moratorium on certain types of marijuana establishments. So as I use the terms through this, marijuana establishment is recreational marijuana establishment. That's not as opposed to medical marijuana establishments. So that's MEs and MMEs. Those are the terms that the state uses in NRS. So those are the terms that we're consistently applying in the Carson City Municipal Code. So as I said, the Title 18, well, I'm going to start and go through the presentation for the Title 18 ordinance. You have the text, the document is text. I'm going to go through the presentation that graphically shows what the text shows in terms of where certain types of facilities are. And you have the maps included in your packet, and I'm going to go through those and talk a little bit about the different kinds of marijuana establishments and where they would be permitted. First, I want to start with, here's an overview of the entire city. As I noted briefly, the Board of Supervisors, by a 3-2 vote, provided direction to us a month ago to draft the ordinance for marijuana establishments that generally follow the regulations for medical marijuana establishments. The point I want to make is that we do, and a lot of people didn't know this as we had questions, although a lot of people do, that we have medical marijuana establishments existing in Carson City now. We have regulations for them. They're not big dots, but on there are the existing approved locations of medical marijuana establishments. The red dots up there are where the dispensaries are. Those are the only place where the public goes to purchase and transact on marijuana products. And then the green dots, which on this part are all up in the upper right portion, you can see the green dots are the production and cultivation type facilities, the other types of facilities. The north-south line that you can see is the freeway, including the new freeway extending down the south, and then Highway 50 East heading out to the east, and the Carson City Airport is shown on there for reference. And highlighted here now in the yellow are the existing operational ones. So there are still 2 or 3 or so medical marijuana establishments that have not opened, but the ones highlighted there are currently open and operational. And that comes into play with the state regulations and who can start operating now versus who has to wait till the state takes the next round of applications next year. So as I go through this, I have a number of slides. Again, these are kind of graphic representations of the areas we're talking about in the text of the ordinance. So as I go through this, I'm going to start with where retail stores would be permitted under the ordinance, which would be the same locations as medical marijuana dispensaries. So there's 2 maps. The first area is on South Carson Street here. The second area on the next map is basically Highway 50 east of the freeway, the commercial corridor there. We have one of the existing dispensaries is identified on there. The other one is in the other area, Highway 50 East. The ordinance within the text, so while these types of facilities would be permitted anywhere in this zoning district, the ordinance further limits the number of dispensaries to a maximum of 2 and further limits the marijuana retail stores to be co-located with a dispensary, therefore limiting retail stores to 2, which would effectively limit them currently to those locations, although they could relocate to another, if they chose to move from that location or close and somebody else open, they would come in for applicable approvals and could be anywhere in these zoning districts. And I would also note as I start to go through these maps, so this is one of the areas where retail stores would be allowed. This is South Carson Street. From the north end of this shaded area is Moses Lane and Kuntz Lane, kind of on the east side there, and all the way down to the Douglas County line. This is a general commercial area. As I go through this also, I would note that the maps do not include absolutely prohibitive exclusion zones around schools, parks, which is 1,000 feet from around schools. I mean, that's a comment we got. And so these just show the zoning, but they would not be permitted within 1,000 feet of schools or 300 feet of other facilities. I'll cover that later as well. And then the second area where retail stores would be permitted, as I mentioned, this is looking at the northeast portion of Carson City. You see the airport, the freeway runs through the lower left corner there, and then basically our commercial corridor, Highway 50 East, from the freeway to the Lyon County line is the other zoning district area where retail stores would be allowed. There's the existing one on near North Lampa Lane, just east of the freeway identified there. Again, they've also applied to the state for a license, so that is where the second retail store would be located. And any relocation, I guess at this point, and this applies to all types of facilities as I go through this as well, that all facilities would require a special use permit, what that means to the public. So a lot of the public has been noticed because they're within 300 feet or so of these zoning districts. That doesn't mean there's an establishment within 300 feet or that there's going to be one. If one were, if adopted like this and then one were planned in more close to a particular neighborhood, then they would receive the notice by the special use permit and there would be a public process for that specific facility. Okay, moving on to, those were the retail stores. Moving on to cultivation and product manufacturing and testing facilities and distribution facilities would also be allowed in the general industrial and general industrial airport zoning districts that this map generally represents here. It's also limited by the text to only those areas above a certain township section range, so it effectively limits them to only to this area. This map, I attempted to exclude because in the writing there's some of these properties that abut the airport that by the text are prohibited and excluded from where they would be permitted. There may be a couple parcels in there that are shown as being on there, but effectively it's these areas. In general, it's these areas minus those parcels that are immediately adjacent to the airport. And this is where, so cultivation is the growing, that's where the plants are grown. Product manufacturing is where they take the plants, they may turn them into, inject them into edibles or oils or other things like that. And they wholesale it to the dispensaries and retail stores. We don't have any testing facilities in Carson City now, though that's just where they, per the state laws, they would take it to test it. And then distribution facilities, I'm gonna move on to the next one that shows limited industrial, but distribution is the transportation of it between wholesale to wholesaler or wholesaler to distributor. It's the term that the state uses. It's caused some confusion and questions to us initially about that it kind of sounds like it might be the place where people go to get it. It's not that. It's just the trucks and storage, and they're picking it up and transporting it between facilities. And then, with that, I'll move on to, so in addition to those areas for the distribution facilities, it is proposed to be allowed in the limited industrial zoning district. That's one thing that with the Planning Commission's recommendation, they changed from an initial proposal that it be permitted in these to be conditional, meaning that a special use would be required for any distribution facility in these areas. So these are limited industrial zoning districts throughout the city. These are generally lighter manufacturing areas than the general industrial and where heavier industrial uses are permitted. So these also tend to be closer to residential areas. So I think that's where a lot of the questions that, because of the notice around these areas, that's why so many residents have been notified and are involved and have concerns about it. I will just say that initially, just a little explanation, because I think I know that the question is going to come about the distributor. So the initial thought from just the pure planning side of things and looking at the intensity of the use was that these are, a distributor is like a liquor wholesaler that has trucks. They move it between, they have a warehouse where short term, I think a distributor actually stores more alcohol than they would marijuana in this case. But in terms of the impact and, a resident generally probably wouldn't know it's a marijuana facility unless somebody pointed it out that it was a marijuana establishment. It's just trucks and transportation like any other limited industrial use. Now, that being said, and with that understanding from the public, you have comments, both late comments and other ones, that they still have concerns because of the nature of the product. So that's something you'll have to discuss and address specifically. And I'd be happy to take questions on that as that comes up. So this is my final slide. So in addition to kind of showing where these facilities are located in the ordinance, there are also other restrictions and requirements. Again, they all require special use permits as proposed, which means there's going to be a public hearing if somebody proposes a facility in a new location that's near particular properties. It's in no more than 2 dispensaries and retail stores combined would be allowed. So that's just 2 facilities. The 2 would, at least for now, the 2 that are there would be the only ones unless one of them went away or wanted to relocate. There's no, a lot of these follow state law, no consumption on the premises, professional buildings, limits on the signage. They have to be, although the state regulates kind of the sign content and what can be shown, we have limits on the signs so that they're limited to an office use rather than a typical retail use. So we have, and that's allowed per NRS. As I mentioned before, those maps don't include required setbacks from schools, parks, childcare facilities, playgrounds, or that, which are absolute prohibitions. So just because they're represented that there's a zoning district doesn't mean that a facility would be allowed in any particular location. That's examined on a case-by-case basis and may change based on where future parks or daycare facilities are built. And then finally, consistent with the existing regulations for dispensaries, we would carry those forward for retail stores, limiting the hours of operation so that they're not open late into the night, and prohibit drive-through. And then there's also some separation requirements from adjacent residential streets, which what that means is, and we had quite a bit of discussion of that at the Planning Commission. I don't have a graphic for it, but again, and not shown on those. For example, the one on Clearview, as you go down to the east on Clearview, that's also a residential street, and they have to be located 300 feet from that residential zoning on those streets, which they meet. That's the current requirement, and we would propose, as drafted, is proposed to continue that. So with that, I have Dan Yu was drafted the ordinance, made a lot of technical and clerical corrections through it that you may have questions on as well, but not substantive things. But he's also here to help answer questions as they come up.
The first one, Dan, is where are we on, when we talked about this last time, we talked about having very limited, it had to be easy to undo a special use permit. In other words, as Supervisor Barrett said, to have this sort of Damocles over them. Where are we on that issue? And I know it's probably in Title IV, but go ahead, tell us.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. That ordinance, Title IV, as proposed today, there's a clause in there that addresses specifically that matter. I don't want to get too far into it because it's later on the agenda, but essentially I think that we've managed to create language which is nearly identical to the language in the previous Title IV ordinance that's being repealed and replaced today on account of this new ordinance going into place. It essentially does what it was that the board wanted to strive for. I think that there's a clawback provision in there that would basically allow enough authority into this board as a local governing body to change its policy if it decided to do so in the future and make it so that there's no quote-unquote vested property right in the operation of such an establishment here in Carson City. And in fact, the language there, which we can get into later when we're on that ordinance, specifies that it's a revocable privilege. So it's a privilege license that is expressly identified as a revocable privilege within that ordinance. So that allows enough leeway, in my opinion, to this board to shift its policy direction in the future if it chose to do so.
All right. Now I know why they call you learned hand. All right. I have a couple lights here. Supervisor Abel and then Supervisor Barrett.
First of all, I've been very clear all along that I want the same rules that apply for medical marijuana to apply to the adult use marijuana. So that would include zoning. That's my thought process with regards to that. So I just want to put that out there. Second of all, I want to know, and Lee, from a planning standpoint, Dan, from a legal standpoint, can we regulate the number of head shops and that scenario that seems to go hand in hand with this? Because I don't want to see those on every corner, and I feel that similar regulation needs to go in place. I know it's not addressed in this. I'm asking the question.
And Mayor, I just caution you with regard to the agenda, how it's agendized.
So can he answer that question?
Can he answer that?
Probably not.
Yeah, because what will happen is then we'll start, the board will start deliberating, and then we'll be, yeah.
Well, if everybody understands, that's a good question. It's probably not in line with the open meeting law, how this is agendized, but I think everybody heard what Supervisor About said. All right. Any other questions?
Thank you. As our attorney on this matter, can you enlighten me as to the difference in provisions between our liquor law situation regarding establishments such as packaged liquor stores and bars? Is that, are they a right rather than a privilege that we don't have the same clawback provisions, or do we?
To be perfectly blunt, I haven't had a chance or opportunity to review every provision as it relates to liquor distributors here in Carson City. I don't want to punt necessarily over to Adriana. I think she may be more familiar with the liquor distribution ordinances. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, based on my last review of those chapters as it perhaps even peripherally relates to the ordinances we're talking about today, I didn't see specifically any language that says it's a quote-unquote revocable license. I do believe, however, that generally speaking, with certain types of businesses, including liquor-related businesses, it would be a privileged license and is not a continuing vested property interest as a distinction if one were to be made. However, as I was starting to allude to with respect to the revocable characteristic of the license as it relates to medical marijuana, or I'm sorry, retail marijuana establishments, it's revocable in the sense that there are still some constraints that are placed on the authority of this board. And what I mean by that is I don't want to mislead this board or members of the public into thinking that, for example, a license can be issued in accordance with the CCMC provisions and NRS and NAC provisions, and then the very next day, for example, this governing body decides on a whim, hey, we've decided we're making a shift in policy within this 24-hour period. The next day, we're going to arbitrarily revoke that license. I think that does expose the city to numerous liability potentials. And that's not something, and I don't want to bore everyone here to tears, but there would be constitutional challenges. There would be challenges based on violations of procedural due process and so on and so forth. So I certainly want to mitigate or avoid, to the extent possible, exposure to liability on that score. But going back to your answer to address that answer or question specifically, I'm not aware, based on my recent review of the liquor-related ordinances, any language that specifies it as being a quote-unquote revocable privilege license, as we do here for the marijuana establishments.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I can just chime in, and just a short answer. Liquor, gaming, and marijuana are all privilege licenses by statute, and so they are revocable, but people do have due process rights with regard to notice and an opportunity to be heard before the license is revoked.
Okay, so I would like to work on the Title 18 requirements here and talk about, the first thing is, maybe when we see it flashed this way, it brings something to light. And so maybe we need to discuss why it's 300 feet from a park, childcare facility, playground, public pool, or other similar community facility, yet the school is 1,000. So I guess I look at a childcare facility thinking that that's filled with children. A playground is, a public pool. So I question why we didn't put that at 1,000 feet also. Again, as we're looking at the Title 18 requirements.
And that's statutory. That's set by statute, that's the 300,000.
The 300,000?
rule.
But if I recall, at one time, we could do more. I mean, we could be more restrictive. We had that discussion before, and then we went back and mirrored the state law. But
So,
can we not
Supervisor.
make the two match? Are we not allowed to make the two match?
Do you want me to? Yeah. Okay, so you're absolutely right. And I think what you're touching upon here is this recent shift, again, with respect to Nevada's authority vested in local government. As you all know, we're a Dillon's rule state. However, we also have modified via legislative enactment in 2015 a new approach where we have basically what I would call a functional home rule approach, which basically in essence says that matters that are not expressly preempted by state law local governments can add to it if it's a matter of local concern. And I won't get into the nitty-gritty of the definition of that statutory term, but essentially what that means is if state statute is silent on it, or if it's not expressly prohibitive of what a local government may do, we can enact local ordinances that are not inconsistent with that state statute, but may be more restrictive. So in looking at that, Adriana's absolutely right, of course. The 1,000 feet and 300 feet requirement are set in statute as it relates to medical marijuana establishments. If you wanted, if it's the intent of this board to ask staff, and including council, to go back and review that to see if it would be in accordance with the home rule or the modified functional home rule approach for us to create a more restrictive proximity ordinance, I'm happy to look into that. I just don't want to lock myself into a yes or no answer on the record right now without going back and taking another look at the parameters of that modified Dillon's rule approach.
Sorry, let me maybe approach this in another direction then. If we were to remove the light industrial, maybe that takes care of that condition that I'm concerned about. So if you put back up the maps maybe for me, Lee. If we were to remove the light industrial, I think indeed we'd be accomplishing what I'm concerned about, and just say you have to be in the general industrial, general commercial, then I would eliminate my concern about being near the playgrounds and some of those conditions. So maybe we can accomplish what I'm looking for by just taking out light industrial. Maybe that's a discussion point for us, because I really am concerned. Again, when I saw it in bold writing sitting there, I'm like, well, wait a minute, I don't want it within 300 feet of a child care facility.
And Lori, that's why I want it in general industrial. I want the same rules to apply. Consistency.
So maybe that would accomplish the concern I have about playgrounds and swimming pools and where the children congregate. So potentially what we need to look at is eliminating the light industrial. And so that I just throw that up as a discussion point.
I can go with that. Other questions to the board?
I have some questions on Title 18, the definition sections.
Sure. Go for it.
On page 13, which is also page 611 in the ordinance, definition section, it gives a definition of co-location. And that's not any of the change, it's not the changed language. Does that co-location definition have any problem regarding the later reference in the ordinance where we do change and talk about the recreational and the medical being co-located, or are those in league with each other?
So that definition is, I could see the definition. It has to do with a single mount of more than one carrier and or building structure. Talks about carriers. So that identifies, that was put in there for the wireless telecommunications ordinance.
But of course, it doesn't say that, so, I mean, the carrier references it to a degree. So not any conflict, that's all I'm asking.
No, I think that's a great question, Supervisor. That's just, it's an oversight. I think what you're driving at is when you're using certain terms and phrases within an ordinance, obviously they need to reflect the defined term. Just, I think, by the sheer volume of the definitional terms that we have here, as you can see, the first 62 pages or so, that was just an oversight. I do know that the term co-located in the context of marijuana and medical marijuana establishments is used in subsequent pages in the ordinance we're talking about today. So that's just a technical revision that'll have to be made later on. I'll also use this as an opportunity just to kind of let everybody know here today that, based on, just timing of everything, the current structure of CCMC, the current structure of NRS Chapter 453D, which is just the codified version of the initiative petition language. I just want members of the audience and the supervisors to know that that language in 453D, which relates to retail marijuana, has never been vetted by the legislature. I know a lot of people think that it has been. The language is actually not in conformity with the rest of NRS, and the reason being is because that language was enacted by the people via the initiative petition process. under the Nevada Constitution, the legislature may not alter or modify that language in any way for a minimum of 3 years after its enactment. So basically, it's not going to be until after November of 2020 when any sort of legislative amendment for even clarification or clerical purposes can be made. I also want to say that with respect to these different layers of language that we're dealing with here at the local level, we're kind of at the very bottom rung of things. We're trying to create ordinances for transparency purposes, as Lee alluded to earlier. We're trying to mimic in identical form, verbatim language, all of the defined terms. It's in a lot of aspects difficult to do because you have different terms in different chapters. The 453A chapter, which was enacted several years ago and governs only medical marijuana establishments, in certain respects may conflict with or not be completely obvious when you're reading it against the provisions of Chapter 453D, which, as I said, is via initiative petition. So there's some conformity issues there. Then you have the temporary regulations that were adopted by the the Nevada Tax Commission, which gives the Department of Taxation certain regulatory authority over the new marijuana establishments for retail purposes. Those regulations also have not been vetted by the legislature because it's quote-unquote a temporary regulation. So in essence, what I'm trying to say here is that here at the local level, staff and myself as council, we're sort of in a predicament where we're trying to guess in certain circumstances what the language may look like in the future, but probably don't exist right now. That being said, there are going to be technical revisions that I'm going to have to make as council to the second reading of this, assuming we get to that point. Clerical provisions. For example, there are some instances in this ordinance where we have references to the State Department of Health and Human Services. That's an erroneous, incorrect reference. It's Senate Bill 344 that was enacted last session that transferred all of the responsibilities and duties for regulating marijuana over to the Department of Taxation. That hasn't been codified yet, so it was something that was missed in drafting, but I'll go back and I'll make those technical revisions. Doesn't change the substance of the ordinance.
Thank you. And having covered 4 legislatures as a newsman and 2 city governments, your point is very well taken. These words have meaning in dictionaries and they have meaning in law. So secondarily, may I point on page 17, which is also page 615, there's a references to delivery services defined. As I understand it, the state law says that the liquor distributors will be doing the delivering between to production or to et cetera, or to the retail dispensaries. But as I understand it also, the practice has become that these liquor distributors hold the license, yet they actually, in a joint venture, will go find a delivery service to send them to people's homes. So does this delivery, you don't have to answer this. Can you look at that regarding delivery service and whether that reference? And maybe I'm wrong. Lee, you're
I want clarification. Are you talking about liquor distributors or marijuana distributors?
Well, liquor distributors may do that, I'm told. Liquor distributors may do something with a delivery service or become the delivery service themselves. So I'm just asking that you look into the delivery service aspect of this and whether there's any conflicts.
Who can do home deliveries? From the retail location, who can do a home delivery?
Yeah, that is not a distributor per the recent NRS law. That is not what we're talking about.
So it's not going to be allowed?
They are not the deliverers of the product from the retailer. That's a different type of business. That's not.
Well, how is the state monitoring the delivery then? I'm just asking you to look into it. I don't think we need to go over it today. We'll be here all day if we go through all these definitions.
And that's something that, we'd be happy to look into as another aspect of this overall regulatory framework for the city. But Lee's absolutely correct. Statutorily and ordinance-wise, what we're talking about when we use the term distributor here is not, like a tributor, I guess a related subset of the delivery model where you would have somebody delivering it directly to a consumer at his or her home. So that's not contemplated by either one of these ordinances. I'm not saying that that's not somehow tangentially related, something we'd be happy to look into if it becomes a matter of concern for the city.
Well, they're doing it now. They have home deliveries that are occurring. So where is the home delivery regulated?
Right.
I guess that's the direct question is, where is home delivery from a retail outlet? Because you're not doing it from a wholesaler. He's going to take it from a location to a location. So where is home delivery regulated?
That's something that either already exists in state law or or falls within what's preempted by that occupation of the field by the state agencies. So it's not something, I don't believe that it's something that the city would be able to regulate at a local level, and which is one of the reasons why it's not addressed in these ordinances. But it's something that I'll double check just for verification purposes.
I believe it's a dispensary license regulation, but there's other people in the audience that can speak to that.
Are we going to have public comment? I'm kidding, folks. Come on. All right. Any other questions of the board? All right. Public comment now. Mr. Kittis, come on.
Mayor, Supervisors, Bruce Kittis for the record. I didn't have this written, but I thank God I'm 82 and was raised by survivors of the Depression and World War II, and it sure has changed a lot. In my opinion, an affirmative vote by any of you this morning confirms your contempt for federal marijuana law, your contempt for Carson City citizens who voted no on recreational pot, your contempt for our sheriff's recommendation to slow down. I find it offensive that we're sitting here, a proposed zoning change to accommodate a federal illegal drug, and it's another incremental encroachment to diminish the quality of life on our residential neighborhoods. I really question whether you give a damn about our neighborhoods. That's why we're here. They come first. The largest competitor to legal pot production and sales is the black market, and it's going to continue to thrive. It's been here for 50 years. You can always get pot. And why? Now it's going to be tax-free. No matter what you do, it's not, I mean, just read what's happening in the other states. The black market is thriving. So you set the sales tax, they don't have to have sales tax. Mayor Kroll, at your May 18th hearing, you said the law is the law, and I'm confused. My question is, which law is the law? I thought federal law had precedent over state law. We read and talk about not complying with federal law as if it's no big deal. Sanctuary cities, sanctuary school districts, and now states having drug laws. Damn the federal government, we'll do it here. Evidently, it wasn't enough when we compromised our convictions and we voted to legitimize the medical pot industry. Anybody can go, $50 to $100, I can find you a doctor, he'll write you out a card, you can get pot. Anybody can qualify for medical marijuana. An emergency to open recreational pot stores? I mean, give us a break. We're not that stupid. It's a sham. A brand new state industry? Oh, that really makes us proud. What's next? Probably we're going to have to subsidize these stores once they open. Free pot for all. We can subsidize it. It's nuts. It's just plain nuts. And if I was applying for your planning commission, what will the city look like in 20 years? Think about this. Look how many hours supervisors spend with the golf course, Eagle Valley Golf Course, hours and hours and hours. You're still, 30 years later, you're still struggling with our airport. And now you have a whole new wonderful industry. In 20 years, you're going to need twice the number of supervisors, 3 times the number of staff, 10 times more supervisors, because you're going to be talking about pot. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. All right. Other public comment? Supervisor Aldean, welcome to the board. Welcome to the board.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Shelley Aldean, and I'm here today to address the board on a familiar topic. Ann Knowles from the Appeal has asked for a copy of my prepared remarks, so I'm not going to improvise here. I'm going to read from my prepared remarks, but I may deviate at the conclusion of my remarks. I've been involved in civic activities in this town, as you well know, for a very long time, and yet I never recall being as passionately opposed to something as I am to this. Perhaps it's because this is, in my mind, the antithesis of who we are as a community. I'm also unhappy because I find myself at odds with people for whom I have enormous respect. It's been 1 month since recreational marijuana sales began in Washoe County, and with the possible exception of one juvenile pot and booze party in Northridge, according to the sheriff, he is unaware of any other criminal incidents in Carson City with a direct link to marijuana sales in Washoe County. And in fact, the source of the marijuana confiscated at the party on July 3rd has not been confirmed. This initial data undermines the premise behind zoning in recreational pot sales as a way of offsetting the negative impacts from sales in Reno. If you want a larger sampling of data, I encourage you, I implore you, to extend the moratorium on retail sales at your meeting on August 17th until the end of the year, so we can better evaluate the actual impacts of sales in Washoe County. Please don't act precipitously, because as you all know, it's impossible to unring that proverbial bell. I also want to mention that based on some of the questions that have been asked, very intelligent, inquisitive questions asked by this board of staff and staff's response, we're still grappling with definitional issues, with statutory issues. I just simply feel we're not ready for prime time. And I think doing anything prematurely puts this community at risk. I also wanted to reference a study that was recently released. I'm particularly fond of this study because it came from my alma mater, UC Davis. I'm not going to go into this study in any great detail, but I know that there are conflicting reports. If you look at some of the information on the internet, there are a lot of people who are refuting one another in terms of the data that's being collected, in terms of the effect on human beings, in terms of the effect on communities, in terms of the effect on law enforcement, and the long-term rehabilitation of people who have addictive personalities and are prone to use drugs of various sorts. But I think if you read this rather well-done study, and keep in mind that this was done by an international group of researchers over an extended period of time, over 4 decades. This is not just a study that was done in a hurry because a grant was received and they drew their conclusions in a short period of time. This was done consistently and systematically and methodically over an extended period of time. And I'll quote one paragraph from this article. It says, "The comprehensive study is important because it addresses an array of potentially confounding factors not included in past studies assessing cannabis's long-term effects on users, and it raises awareness of the consequences that persistent cannabis use poses to families, communities, and national social, welfare systems. And I think in previous hearings, obviously, we've had people who are on the front lines, people in our social service organizations who are very despondent about the prospect of having an increased number of clients to serve with limited resources. If we are concerned about the trajectory of our city in particular and of society in general, I encourage you to read this study by this international group of researchers about the consequences of persistent long-term marijuana consumption. The study finds interesting, and this kind of is directed to Supervisor Barrett. I know that he has made public comments about the fact that marijuana may not be any worse than alcohol, but the conclusion is that marijuana is in fact not safer than alcohol. So I encourage you to read it. I think it's certainly a verifiable study. These people have spent, as I said, 4 decades collecting information on a test group, on a group of subjects, and this is their conclusion. So I suppose to summarize, I really think that, caution is the better part of valor. There are people in the community who expected none of this to occur until the end of the year. And I think that we do need to continue collecting data. I don't think that the adverse impacts we were anticipating from Washoe County sales have come to fruition. And I think that we need to, in all things, be careful, studious, and meticulous before we make a decision that could have such a profound impact on the health of our community. Thank you.
Shelley, you're my good friend and mentor in many ways, a lot more ways than I can say. I'm going to ask a question, and you'd be first to tell me if you haven't had time to think about it. But what I struggle with sometimes is the health and welfare argument, which I understand. I sit on Partnership Carson City. I have for 8 years. I understand that. I also understand what the rule of law means. And I agree with what Bruce Kittis said. Sometimes it's an odd situation where we have a federal law that says one thing and a state law that says another, but that doesn't mean that they can't live, because they are living together right now. And I struggle also with the fact that this law that we're talking about here was an initiative petition. Initiative petitions have the imprimatur of both the petition clause of the First Amendment of the United States and Article 15 of the Nevada Constitution. And the vote in this community was 48-52, give or take a couple points. So my question to you, Shelley, is this: is the initiative petition itself, the opposition to it, the official written opposition, very specifically said the law doesn't even allow for local opt-out provisions as Colorado did. Doesn't even allow for it. Now we're saying it does. So my question to you is, and I struggle with this, what is it in our law that allows us to effectively, administratively, not judicially, administratively disenfranchise 48% of our community?
Well, I would say, in response, Mr. Mayor, what allows us to disenfranchise the remaining people in our community who voted against this ill-conceived idea of making recreational pot sales available. And let me just continue by saying that obviously there are other counties. Most of the counties in Nevada have opted out. There is an opt-out provision. We are not required to make zoning changes to accommodate the sale of recreational marijuana in the state of Nevada.
Can you help me understand where I would find that opt-out provision?
Is it precluded? There's nothing in state law that says it's mandatory that we accommodate these recreational marijuana dispensaries.
I'm asking just where it would be, where it said that there's an opt-out provision, because I can't find one in the state, in the initiative petition. I understand that there's a zoning. Let's
say, Dan earlier in his presentation mentioned the fact that we are, kind of a modified Dillon rule state. If it's not specifically precluded statutorily, then the communities have some right to self-determination. It is not, to my knowledge, specifically precluded that counties be allowed to opt out with respect to making these zoning changes.
So it doesn't matter what the official argument against passage had said, there's no opt-out provision in this law? That doesn't matter?
Listen, I think that's one of the reasons why the majority of people in Carson City voted against it. And well, Mr. Mayor...
Maybe they did, I don't know why they voted against or for it, but I'm just trying to figure out, Shelley, and I don't, you and I know each other well enough. I'm just trying to measure in my own mind the difference between, the health and welfare on one side and what's, pitted against a perhaps constitutional issue with respect to initiative petitions and what they said during what they were based on. So, I'm not arguing, I'm just trying to figure out my own mind. So, anyway.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that. Listen, you and I have been friends for a long time, and I deeply respect your opinion. I deeply respect the conscientiousness and the intelligence of everyone on this board. But I do not think that other counties like, Douglas County, if then I coincidentally have a gentleman right next to me who's from Douglas County, would have done something if they didn't think they were legally entitled to do so. And with that, I will defer to my new colleague, Jim Hartman, to my right.
And
Jim.
thank you, Shelley, for letting us go down the road there a little bit. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, Jim Hartman, for the record.
You're walking pretty well. No,
I'm walking
John,
better.
wait a second.
Before we do that, I had my light on, and I have a question for, you and I have talked about this before, Shelley, and we're also friends and associates, known each other ever since I came to town, I believe. And I am reading this. I can't read it all because I want to pay attention to what you all say. But at one point it says, alcohol is still a bigger problem. This is a quote in your study you cited. Alcohol is still a bigger problem than cannabis because alcohol use is more prevalent than cannabis use. And
today,
yes,
John.
Today. Yes, right. That's right. That's right. So where is the outpouring of the 48% who are against cannabis to curb alcohol sales in our community? I mean, you're going to say to me that two wrongs don't make a right, and I'm going to say to you, one wrong doesn't make a right. And I'm not saying alcohol should be regulated more or less. I'm just saying it has been, since before the Volstead Act, one of the biggest problems we've had in this country. Drugs, pharmaceutical drugs. These are legal in this nation and this state. So I ask you, how in heaven's name can we tell adults in our community you can't use this stuff? I still have questions of the industry of how can we say you can't grow it in your own home unless you're unless you're outside of 25 miles. I mean, who is the final arbiter? The final arbiter is the individual, is it not?
That is true, but I think that and I think in my previous testimony, John, you and I may have bantered back and forth about this very issue. There is a segment of our society, a segment of people in our society who are extremely vulnerable. They have what they call addictive personalities, and I am by no measure an authority on this. But I do know, based on the literature that I've read, that the people who are opposed to the expansion of marijuana in our country are people who understand that the people who are most affected are people who are already disenfranchised. They are the low-income members of our community. They are many times minorities. The people that we are trying to elevate are the very people that making this drug more accessible will hurt. And so that's when I talk about, what is the trajectory of our city, of our state, and of our nation. And it worries me that we are potentially making a drug even more accessible to people who simply shouldn't use it. Am I a big fan of alcohol consumption? No, I'm not. Will I admit that I have a glass of wine on occasion? Yes, I will. But I don't have an addictive personality, John. And I just think that it's one more burden on people who need our support, who need to pursue a more productive way of life. And if you read in the study, I can just very briefly, for the record, mention that the research study showed that children from birth up to age 38, they found that people who smoked cannabis 4 or more times of the week over many years ended up in a lower social class than their parents, with lower paying, less skilled, and less prestigious jobs than those who are not regular cannabis smokers. It robs people, in many cases, if they have an addictive personality, of their initiative. We are competing now as a nation on a global level. We need the best and the brightest. We need to elevate people out of poverty. We need to give them the tools they need to succeed. And this, in my estimation, is one more excuse for them not to apply their God-given abilities because they're, being consumed by these drugs, whether it be alcohol or marijuana or heroin or meth. And I just am philosophically, morally, intestinally opposed to this. So hopefully that answered your question, John.
Don't Don't go away, Shelley. So, the reoccurring argument that I continue to hear from you and from others is related to the use of cannabis. So, I follow that chain of logic through. If we were to zone out the commercial sale of cannabis in Carson City, by that act, we make it legal to grow marijuana in virtually every home in the city. So how have we prevented marijuana use?
You know, to be honest with you, Brad, people growing pot in their homes is going on right now, and they don't have to pay for it. They don't have to, it's not taxed. You know, they can, somebody was telling me that when they were in college a number of years ago, that they'd have a little marijuana plant in their, in their college dorm room, and they'd just dry it out, and they'd crunch it up, and they'd roll it and smoke it. I mean, and they didn't have to pay tax. And don't you, that's one of the reasons why the black market is thriving. And one prosecutor said it's hiding in plain sight. I mean, this has done nothing to curb the black market. And there may be people in the audience who are going to refute that statement. But, you know, I'm speaking based on articles I've read by law enforcement officers, by attorney generals. I mean, this is becoming a national epidemic. And Carson City is better than this, Brad. And I just think that it's a little like, and I don't know if I've made this analogy before, but during Prohibition, when alcohol was not legal to buy or produce, so there were speakeasies, obviously, and people had their own little homegrown stills, you know, just like people are growing pot in their homes today. But society said this is not appropriate behavior. And what happened? Cases of liver cirrhosis went down dramatically, and cases of public intoxication dropped precipitously. Why? Because there are people, I think the majority of people in this country do respect the law. And as I said in my column recently, in the absence of a law that makes sense, they respect social norms. So I guess I have more faith in people than maybe
If that were actually the case, I think that we'd still have alcohol prohibited. But going back to cannabis, home grows have been illegal. What we're talking about is a change in the law now where it would be legal to grow it. We are going to encourage people to grow it.
We're not going to encourage it. No, I don't think we're encouraging it.
I think we are. If anybody wants it, they can legally do it. They're not going to get in trouble for it.
But Brad, they're going to do it anyway. They're going to do it anyway because, as I said, there's a monetary incentive to do it anyway.
But not to the same extent, and it isn't a change in the law. And what I'm saying, Shelley, is that we have a choice today to control it through commercial sales in a dispensary or allow it to be uncontrolled and grown in homes. And when it's uncontrolled and grown in homes, we have no ability to test it. We have no ability to enforce any kinds of rules or regulations on accessibility for children. We have no ability to control the devaluation in property values. All the same arguments that are being made today about the commercial sales in dispensaries also apply to home grows exponentially. And that is the choice that we have. We cannot prevent marijuana in Carson City at all because it's legal.
Well, okay. There's no reason to belabor this conversation, Brad. You and I have a fundamental disagreement. I don't think that what I am attempting to do, there was a recent article written saying that the majority of people in this country have not tried marijuana, okay? By virtue of making it legal to purchase, we are saying it's okay. Some people are going to be tempted to try it, maybe for the first time in their lives. Is that something we want to encourage them to do? I mean, sometimes you have to take a moral stand on issues. And I just think this is premature. As I said in my opening remarks, what I'd like this board to do is to sit back, study the issue a little more thoroughly, make those technical changes, wait until some of the ambiguities in state statute have been resolved, and see what happens over the next 6 months. If you feel compelled at the end of 6 months to pursue this action, then you're our elected representatives. You certainly have the ability to do that. But I think to do it prematurely, especially when in our earlier discussions, the reason we were rushing to the finish line was because, oh my God, they're going to start selling pot in Washoe County on July 1st and the world's going to come to an end. Well, it hasn't come to an end, and according, and I have the email from the sheriff right here in my stack of papers, there has been no uptick in marijuana-related crimes. So, I mean, we're basing it on a false premise. you're still going to get, as Supervisor Bagwell pointed out, you're still going to get revenues generated from cultivation and from manufacturing, just not from retail sales. Not now. Let's take a look at the landscape in January and see where we are. I just am always an advocate for doing things in a careful and methodical way. Okay.
Shelley, don't go away.
Okay.
Along the lines of what Brad said and what concerns me, and I have spoken and been in the governor's task force and heard from people that are from Washington, that were from Colorado, talked to the gentleman from Pueblo. Everyone said the same thing loud and clear, and that was, please regulate it. Please regulate it. Because the home grow issue is an issue. And that severely concerns me, because if we don't at least allow commercial sales, let's say in our medical marijuana establishments here, now it opens the door for home grows from 25 miles south of South Washoe to Lyon County to Douglas County and all of Carson City. That is of concern. And to me, it invites home invasion, which is also a concern. And I know the sheriff before said that, you know, he hasn't seen that. Well, no. The seeds were in the ground, not yet. Now you will see a difference. I lived in the Santa Cruz Mountains for a while. My husband he was home. The people next door were doing a home grow. They thought it was at our place. He was attacked. So I have a personal reality with this, and I'm concerned about it.
How long ago that was? I mean, home grows have been going on
That was in the 60s.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. So it's been going on forever, and you're not going to stop it by taxing pot. You're not going to stop it, because there are people who want to control their own product. You know, they don't want to pay taxes on it, you know, and so I think it's a fallacious argument that somehow it's going to prevent people from growing their own pot. I don't think that will happen. And to be honest with you, there have also been plenty of articles written about police officers getting shot, people breaking into dispensaries to get their pot, people, armed people raiding cultivation sites. I mean, you know, I think this is an incredibly slippery slope, but I know that we only have control over our own little universe here in Carson City. But I am saying to you, let's see what happens, Karen. In other words, why are we rushing to the finish line? Isn't it better to be prudent and cautious and to gather all the data we can so that we know that at the end of the day we've done everything in our power to make the right decision? And I guess that's what I'm advocating for.
And I understand that. My concern is, do we let the horse out of the barn and then wait and see what happens? Well, I'm concerned about that too.
At the end of 6 months, you know, if you decide that you know, we've got every home in Carson City having, you know, 6 pot plants, you know, and then it's just an uncontrollable situation, then you go ahead and you zone in, you know, the recreational sale. And then all of a sudden those pot plants, those individual grows are illegal. But I just think that, you know, given the fact that you're dealing with a population in Carson City, the majority of whom don't want this, to be faithful as your commitment as public servants and to take a more cautious approach to this very serious subject is prudent. I just think it's the prudent thing to do, and that's all I'm asking for you to do, is to institute the moratorium that was already passed by the Planning Commission at your next meeting on August 17th. Okay, thank you, everyone. Oh, okay. That's okay, not a problem. Okay.
So mine's really not a Shelley question, it's more a Bob question. So one of the issues that you keep talking to us about, and I really want to delve into that because it will help me make my decision, is the initiative petition granted the right for the state not to opt out. I read clearly that it says the state cannot do a regulation to prohibit. However, they did not say that the local government could not prohibit it. It specifically said the state could not do a regulation to prohibit it, but it gave us, as the local jurisdictions, the zoning right. So the initiative petition, the way I read through it, gave us the right to decide where to zone it or not. It did not say, like it did in the state section, that they could not prohibit it. They didn't write it in the initiative petition that the local government could not prohibit it. So I'm kind of, again, it is against the federal law. Our community did not support it. And the initiative petition did not eliminate the right of the local government to zone it out. So I guess that's the question to you,
And I'll
Bob.
answer that question, but let me ask you a quick question here first. Would you have the same opinion if the vote were reversed in Carson City, 58 or 52 in favor and 48 against? Would you have the same opinion that we have the right to zone?
Absolutely. And I'm with you there, because we have a vote, Bob, that told us what to do.
That's where I
struggle.
That's where I struggle, because I got I read that thing tooth and nail for 6 months now, and I agree that there's a clause in the initiative petition that allows zoning, but it doesn't say whether you have the right to zone out. Specifically, doesn't say that. As a matter of fact, the Nevadans for Responsible Drug Policy, I think some of you out there were probably members of that, specifically said the law doesn't allow for local opt-out. Doesn't. And people voted on that. I mean, people had that in their mind when they voted on this matter. So you go back and you say, well, where does it say you could zone out? At the other end of that argument is there's a couple paragraphs on what you can do with zoning and what you can't do with zoning. And all I'm saying is, show me where the law allows you to zone out. As if you can't opt out, how can you zone out? That's all I'm saying. I mean, and I grant that there's going to be other arguments for that or against. I mean, because I do think that, under our general health and welfare, you can zone out. I think you can do that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. But where I struggle is this. This is a statewide initiative petition, statewide. And I appreciate that other counties have done what they think they want to do. That's fine. It's a statewide initiative petition that was circulated under Article 15 of the Nevada Constitution. It has a constitutional underpinning. It also has a constitutional underpinning under the petition clause of the United States, First Amendment of the United States. Those are facts. And when we say the Carson City didn't vote for it, therefore zone it out, well, that wasn't on the ballot. I mean, it wasn't on the ballot. Carson City, you voted for or against it, we're going to zone it out. That wasn't there. And as a matter of fact, I'll repeat it again. It was very specifically said there is no way to do that. That's what the opposition to this initiative petition said. Whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent, to me, that's what the people had on their mind, or should have had on their mind, when they read this ballot initiative and all the arguments for pro and con. And so, believe me, this is not easy for me, because, one of the first things I ever saw when I saw this was zone it out. Then I start thinking, well, what does that mean, zone it out? And it comes down, in a sense, it comes down to, we can use the health and welfare powers to zone out. I think you can do that. On the other side, there's a statewide initiative petition circulated pursuant to First Amendment rights that did not specifically say we could zone out, that actually led one to believe that you couldn't opt out. And that, to me, is the rule of law. And so I think that, which comes first for me, the rule of law in that situation or the health and welfare of the community? That's a difficult decision, because what Shelley says is right. There's a lot of things that we don't know about marijuana and issues like that. I've had lots of discussions with folks, and to a certain degree, you do reap what you sow. On the other hand, that same argument applies to not following the rule of law. Because if we start a slippery slope here, where does that end? Particularly when initiative petitions carry with them a heightened First Amendment right, and we're an administrative body, not a judicial body, and so it's difficult for me to say the rule of law or the health and welfare of our community allows me to somehow find that we can disenfranchise those who voted in favor of a successful statewide ballot question. How we can do that? I mean, because we're taking away their First Amendment rights. And so, you know, it's an argument. I'm just saying I struggle with it, that's all. And maybe I shouldn't, but.
Well, why doesn't federal law win the day? It's against the law. So I guess
Well, it does.
the bigger struggle also is just, so let me say, all the discussions we've had about the Planning Commission, every discussion that we have is do you follow the rule of law? So everything I've been taught through my whole life is the federal government law. You know, you have to follow that. So why, just because the people said I'm going to not follow the federal law, we get to not follow the federal law?
I think, you know, that's probably.
I don't get it.
That's probably a question for Learned Hand over there.
I'm just being honest. I don't get it.
For him, but.
The federal law says no, and we can write into our regulations something that says, oh, by the way, we're not following federal law. We write this great clause in there to protect us and say, if the federal government comes into Carson City, we're not liable. The guy that's selling the marijuana is liable. But I don't get that either, because yes, we are. We're saying it's okay. So just because we write a clause that says indemnify me and make me look not responsible, the federal law says no. So why not? Just go with that.
I would urge, and you know, you're going to hear different opinions on that, but I think that, and the district attorney is going to weigh in on me here somewhere, but I think, you know, I read the analysis on the Congressional Research Service about this dichotomy between, you know, federal, it's a Schedule I drug under the federal law, but we still have retail marijuana going on in several states. How can those two exist together? Well, they can. That's the unfortunate part until the federal government comes in and subsumes the situation and tells us, you know, what you did is, what your initiative petition is unconstitutional or illegal as against the federal law. But they're not saying that. Matter of fact, our Attorney General was in the state of Nevada, I think about a month ago, talking about enforcement issues and didn't even peep about marijuana. And so I'm wondering, you know, what is? And you know, and so, you know, I look at myself, well, Kroll, you're retired. What do you know? I mean, you know, your legal opinion's gone. But, you know, I look at that and you say, well, if my legal opinion's gone, that must mean the governor's gone, the attorney general's gone. You know, all our legal opinions are gone too, because we wouldn't be here without, you know, somebody taking a close look at it. So that's all I can give you. And Dan, you might want to, I don't know if you want to weigh in or not, Dan. But, by the way, Dan, I was going to ask you, just to raise a little levity here, are black market sales taxable? I think they are.
Only if they're self-reported.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Jim Hartman for the record.
I'm not going to add to this long philosophical deep dive, but sometime later I may. I'll just shut up now.
You're walking pretty well.
I'm doing better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just begin, since you took a little umbrage at Citizens for Responsible Drug Policy, and okay, all right. Let's go to the issues here. In Colorado, Amendment 64 had very specific opt-out language, very specific. I have it right here. Amendment 64, that's what they passed in Colorado. Very explicit opt-out language. When they wrote the initiative, the industry wrote the initiative in Nevada, they didn't like that because 73% of the communities of Colorado opted out. So when they got around to, when the Marijuana Policy Project came in here and wrote an initiative that was circulated, they paid for it, Washington, D.C., $250,000. That initiative doesn't have any language about opt-out, but, and I'll read it to you, because this is in the initiative that you voted on, that the voters voted on. It says localities are not prohibited from adopting and enforcing local marijuana control measures pertaining to zoning and land use for marijuana establishments. That's what's in the initiative. Now here, just a minute, let me just finish, Mr. Mayor,
just so you
first.
understand, that's what I said. You can get to that argument.
Yeah, but let me just say, when we debated this with Mr. Adler said, on behalf of the proponents, any community can zone this out if this passes. That was the position of the proponents in the election of 2016. Let me just touch on a couple of other issues that have come up here. I am a strong believer that we ought to at least extend the moratorium out to the date at which time we thought marijuana would be available here commercially. In other words, when we passed question 2, it talked about marijuana would be legalized on the 1st of January 2017, and it would be commercially available no later than January 1, 2018. That's what people voted on here. They didn't vote for an early start program on July 1, 2017. And in fact, I would ask people, gee, where did that come from? Where did we get early start 6 months early here? And you know what the answer is? That was a creation of the Department of Taxation without any hearings, without any debate, without any vote, without any public participation at all. That's a date, July 1, 2017, that came from Ms. Contime, who is the tax executive director. No vote of the tax commission. They never debated it. So we are on this, wow, we have got to get this thing going really fast here. And I would only say this, that 4 days after early start began on July 1, 2017, 4 days later, the governor is issuing an emergency statement that there's an emergency shortage of marijuana in Nevada here. It made headlines all across the country. Nevada has this marijuana emergency that's been declared 4 days after early start began. And I will tell you that the reason we have the problem of all of this is we hadn't gotten our ducks in order. The distribution piece in all of this had never been figured out. And that's why the state is in court. They lost on an injunction that they were enjoined from not giving to the alcohol distributors the exclusive right to be distributors of marijuana. That issue is still out there. It will be heard on the 6th of September. So this rush that we've got to get this stuff done immediately has really resulted in the problems we're in today. And I would say to this body, please take your time here. There's a lot still to be determined. And let's go back, Governor Hickenlooper went on television about 2 weeks before the November election, the governor of Colorado. And he said to people, in Colorado, we've had this for 2.5 or 3 years. I would urge people that have this on their ballot, wait a while. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, maybe it's 3 years, but study what happens in Colorado before you rush headlong into going forward with marijuana. We didn't take that advice. Our state officials didn't take that advice. They're so anxious to get some tax revenue, and the medical marijuana industry is so anxious to begin to make some money, they will freely concede they can't make any money in medical marijuana. They need recreational marijuana, and they need it now. And that's why we were driven into a July 1, 2017 start to marijuana in this state. Final point I would make is please read, I have it here, please read the legalization of marijuana in Colorado, the impact. It's 215 or 220 pages. It's published by the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. It's a DEA spinoff. They report on the experiences in Colorado. And I really think before you guys jump headlong into, you know, a September start date or a November start date or an August start date, I think you ought to read that. And I will also say to you, I think you ought to also pick up the phone and start talking to some people that have some authority in Colorado. Andrew Friedman was the head, the pot czar in marijuana. In Colorado. He is now a consultant out there for implementation. And he can point to the things people ought to do and not do. He's a tremendous resource. I would also point out that officialdom in Colorado, the governor said, wait a year, 2 years, 3 years, take your time, be cautious, be smart. That's what the governor said. If you talk to the mayor, Mr. Mayor of Colorado Springs, he would tell you the same thing. He actually went to Arizona saying, please look around, do not pass what we're doing in Colorado in your state. You may know Mayor Wellington Webb, the African-American former mayor of Denver. He went on the airwaves in Arizona saying, boy, this has not worked out as we expected it to. Talk to the mayor of Denver currently, Michael Hancock, who will say the same thing. This has not worked out as we expected it to. We had the district attorney from Denver come in here and tell people before the election, crime what goes up in Denver. You better really think twice about what you do here. So I'm a little worked up on the subject, but those are the positions that I think you really need to take your time here.
Understood, Jim. I got you. Don't worry about getting worked up. Don't worry about it. All right. Any other public comment? Jay? This gentleman here in the front row.
All right, please go ahead. You can fill out all three.
Yeah, come on up.
So I'm on. All right. Thank you. I'm Bradley Harris. I live here in Carson. Have been here about 7 years. My background is in human resources and in coaching and in neuroscience. I hoped to have a set of very short comments for today. So that, you know, I could just say where I stand and move on. And now, after hearing the comments and the questions in between and that sort of thing, I find I can't do that. So I apologize if I get longer. But there's a lot of stuff being said here that I just disagree with. I disagree with it not from a political standpoint or from an opinion standpoint. I disagree with it on a factual basis. The first thing I want to talk about, and this is a fallacy. It is folk medicine. The idea that there is an addictive personality is not true. There is no such thing as an addictive personality. Nobody walks around with a personality in their head that says, I want to get addicted to everything, all right? If that was the case, then there'd be lots of people that smoked and drank and shot heroin and gambled, and the truth of the matter is most people will pick their favorite and stick to that. They might have 2 or 3, but they don't go around and get addicted to everything, all right? Our brains don't work that way. Our brains, our addictions, our favorites are driven by a complex set of organs in our brain that is primarily driven by a chemical called dopamine. Dopamine doesn't have anything to do with your personality. It has to do with what you find rewarding. And what you find rewarding has a lot to do with the genetics in your DNA. Some of us, for example, have a higher likelihood to become addicted to alcohol because there are a number of genes that can switch on or off that will make us feel more, want the alcohol more, need the alcohol, become dependent on it. But these are genes that switch on and they can switch off. That has nothing to do with personality, all right? It's an inheritance. It's also a question of what happens to you in your life experience, whether or not those genes switch on or off. So what I want to do is make sure you understand addiction is a very, very complicated issue. It is not about personalities or somebody having an addictive personality. That is folk medicine, and it needs to be put to rest because what it really does is blame the individual for what is a very, very complicated issue. All right? So please, put this idea that there are some people walking around that are just waiting for an addiction to suck onto them, because that's not the way it works, okay? Secondly, I want to talk about this 52-48 number that keeps coming up in terms of the way Carson City voted. It has absolutely no meaning in law. This was not an election held in a county. It was an election held in a state. Now, it may inform us in that we have some people, 52% of the people that went to the polls that day or over that time voted against. And we vote to make decisions. And that decision is on a state level. What the county did has no meaning in the law. So get off of it. It may inform your thinking, but don't tell other people that this is somehow important, because it's not. It is meaningless from a legal standpoint. All right? So now to get on to what I was going to say, and that is that zoning laws and everything that we're doing today, they are not magic, okay? The truth of the matter is that you can't pass a zoning law and change the rule of economics. The rules of economics are about supply and demand. There's going to be demand for this product, and there's going to be a supply for it. So what this is all about is whether you want that supply and demand process to be regulated. I want it to be regulated. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. John, did you want to ask a question?
Just one.
Oh, sure. Sorry?
Is there neuroscience background to your statement about there's no such thing as an addictive personality?
Yes, there is. Okay.
All right.
Anything else?
No, fine. Okay, for the public. Jay, you're up. Come on, or whoever wants to come up.
Linda McKenzie. I'm not here for Cassie, for a change. I sent an email, I'll be quick, and I'm like overwhelmed. I didn't come here really for all of this. I sent an email to the Planning Commission and copied the board, and so 2 of you responded back. I appreciate that. I thought we were here for an ordinance regulating the control. I didn't realize it was going to be quite this long. My problem's with distribution and limited industrial. I live on the border of limited industrial. I knew it was limited industrial when I bought the house. Of course, it was vacant at the time, and it's been vacant for 9 years. Someone did buy it. They're very nice. I have no problem. But I look at that map, and there are homes and residences around every single area of this limited industrial. And I just don't think it's necessary to change that zoning so that liquor distributor can distribute marijuana as well. I don't think it's setting precedents, I think. If you're changing the zoning to allow one person to do it, what's going to stop the next company from coming in and saying, oh, well, I want to have a cement plant, but I'm a limited industrial, but I'll just go and ask, and they'll change it for me. I don't think it's right to change it for one entity, and I think there's plenty of general industrial, and I just don't see the need for it. I don't see the need to change it. I'm just asking, not asking you to vote no, because you're going to do what you want to do. I'm asking you to take out that one line, limited industrial.
I don't know if you were here earlier, but I think there are a number of us on this board, and as I count, maybe a majority, who agree with you. So that's going to come out, I think.
That's
one way or
very
the other.
helpful to me.
Whether it comes out of this ordinance or it's a moratorium, it's not going to happen. So that's what I get out of here.
I'm hoping limited industrial is out, because in that area up there by where I am, that Montessori school is completely encircled. And I realize that whole 300 feet thing from the property line to the door. If you take my property line, I live on an acre. If you take that property line, they'll just move their door, and then it'll be within 300 feet. But
understood.
No, I'm more concerned about all of the residents and setting a precedent by not changing the zoning, but allowing a use. I'm worried that someone else is going to come up and say, well, I want you to allow this use too. I think there's a reason for general commercial, there's a reason for limited industrial, and I would like to see limited industrial stricken.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank
All right.
you.
And thanks for what you do for Cassie, too. Thank you. All right. All right. Jay, come on. You're not going to contradict what your wife said, are you?
No, I was going to introduce myself as being Mr. or Mrs. Shelley, or Mr. Shelley Aldine is what I was going to do. Usually gets a laugh, but for the record, Jay Aldine. I thought what I would do is just make a few very small points. You've had a very long discussion. Number one, I have worked in city government for about 23 years out of the 40 years that I've been working. I know elected officials. I have met many of them, and I know everyone thinks differently, and that's actually a good thing. From a resume standpoint, I have a degree in engineering, and I also have a degree in business management, a master's degree, concentrating in finances. And I wanted to make two just quick points. Number one, the money problem is fixable. It is. I don't care if the state says it needs money. That means it's a budgeting process. I have been through years of budgeting processes. I know how they work. I have traded streets and roads and drainage facilities for fire trucks many times in my career. And I understand the decision that you guys have to go through. It's fixable. If you listen to what Shelley had to say, there are a number of alternatives, there are suggestions. If it takes me coming down to volunteer my time, I would be glad to help out in any budgeting process. And after I retire, which may come in a year and a half or two, I would be happy to volunteer that time to the city, because this is my home. I love this community. It is my home. We are a family. The second point that I would like to make is that we need to take a wait-and-see attitude. We talked about that ad nauseum. If you recall, if you think back into your own personal experiences, perhaps many of you have children that have come to you and said, Dad, Mom, I want the new iPhone 8. I need it for school. And what do you say? Well, let's wait and see if you really do need it. Let's see what happens. Let's be patient. We told our children to do that, and I think we need to do that as well. Nothing more to argue with. And the third thing that I would like to say is to tell you a story. I did say that we are a family. You know, it's funny, I lived in California and I've lived in Texas. One a very liberal state, one a very redneck state, and now I'm kind of torn because we have both here. I could never walk down the street and say hi to Helen Duttmer, who was a city councilwoman in San Antonio. She would have known me as I stand up and represent the Public Works Department. Actually, I was the treatment director, so I ran a sewage treatment facility that's probably 10 times bigger than Carson, probably 4 times bigger than all of Reno and Washoe County together, combined, in San Antonio. I was the treatment director. Yet, she wouldn't have recognized me walking down the street. Heck, I remember a time walking into the elevator and consultants were paying their annual Christmas debt to the Public Works employees by giving them hams and frozen turkeys, and they go throwing them in the old elevator, and Helena Duttmer standing in there as these frozen turkeys are careening off the sides of the elevator, and I'm watching this, and the next meeting, public staff could no longer receive any gifts from consultants. I have seen the skeletons in many of these communities. So what I wanted to say was, here I walk down the street and I say, hey, Bob, how's it going? Hey, Brad, how's it going? Good to see you, Lori, John, Karen. I can say that because I really, truly know you guys. I consider you family. And I want to tell you a story about my family. We talk about addictive personalities. I don't know where this is coming from, but I lived with an abusive and an alcoholic father. I grew up with that. I know what that's like. Now, my dad, when he got drunk, he would become a nice man. He became the man he wanted to be. Otherwise, he was a very difficult individual to deal with. And believe it or not, I love my dad more than you can imagine because he actually saved my life. But one night, I remember 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I probably couldn't have been more than 10. If you know Mormons, you know that we have a young men's program, and that starts at age 12. I wasn't there yet. It was before that in my life. And I remember getting up. Like I say, it was a loud, noisy, boisterous event going on in the house, and that was very unusual. It was the only time I can ever remember that happening, even when friends of Mom and Dad would come over. And I walked in, my pajamas on, my feet with the little plastic that's sewed to the bottom. That was what I was walking on. I walked in and I looked in at 5 individuals that I had never seen in my life and never saw again. And my mom's good lamp was flipped over, and I noticed some rowdiness going on. And Dad, of course, got up. They were all inebriated, and Dad got up, and he ushered me back into my bedroom. And I remember looking up at him, and I said, Dad, why would you bring these people into our home? Well, I ask you the same question. Why would you willingly bring these people? The argument of regulation is bullshit. Pardon the expression. I'm a citizen here, not acting as head of an agency in Washoe County, and I do love the fact that I get more than 3 minutes here. And that's really all I have to say, is if you can say with a clean conscience that you know you're going to be bringing these people into our home, my home, and you can do that with a glad heart, well, I couldn't look at myself in the mirror. I will say this, I don't care how you vote from the standpoint of calling you friends. You are all my friends, and you will always remain my friends. And I am very grateful to you for the work that you do.
I appreciate appreciate your comments, Jay, and your personal story is, I just will go there. Okay, all right, further comments?
Hello, Supervisors.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's see where we go here today. Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to keep it short. This is Hannah McDonald with Partnership Carson City for the record. The reason I am here today is because I would like to encourage you all to extend the moratorium. And reason being, after a wonderful meeting with you, Karen, and with you, Nick, we went back to our office and we decided that with all of the conversation we had, how we talked about how much we need data and we need to see where that goes in our community, data is most effective when you have pre-data and you have post-data before an agent or a new substance is entered into the life. And we're entering a new substance into our life of Carson City. The reason for the approval of the moratorium is that we could get some post-data during the next few months and partner with city supervisors, different agencies, and the dispensary owners that attended that meeting with us to gather effective data that will help with criminals, or criminal justice systems for our juveniles, it'll help within the schools for parents, so we can all get a kind of a base of what is going to happen in our community. We can bring more prevention dollars into our community. We can help with our dispensaries knowing what they're really seeing going on in the community, as they did positively express that they don't want to have a negative impact, which we appreciate that. With that said, we are just asking that you extend the moratorium so that we can collect some data, get that pre-data before we rush into anything like that has been said a lot. But we're looking at it from a different standpoint. Because we work in prevention, we want to be able to hit the ground running when we start seeing some changes with our adolescents, because we know that's most likely going to happen, but we'd like to be prepared. With that said, is there any comments or questions for me?
No, but welcome to Partnership Carson City.
Thank you.
You're filling some big shoes.
Very big shoes.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So again, my name is Monique Giron. So I work in the health profession. I work at Carson Tahoe Hospital. I work with patients in the emergency room and then also in medical oncology and telemetry. And my husband is a clinical psychologist. He works in behavioral health, outpatient. So I see patients every day that are there. And a lot of my patients are there as a result of poor lifestyle, of lifestyle choices that they made, and a lot of patients that I see have made poor choices with alcohol, and they are there because of physical elements as a result of poor choices with alcohol. They're also there with physical ailments as a result of poor choices with drugs, and it is not pretty. Very life-altering, life-ending things happen as a result of these choices that they make. But I also see what happens to their families and their children as a result of the choices that they make. I've been doing this for 17 years at the hospital. So these are the same people that would have more access to marijuana. These are the same people that would make those poor choices at home, be leaving edibles sitting around the table. Their teenage kids already are affected by their poor choices. Their teenage kids, their middle school age kids, their elementary school kids are seen by people like my husband, who's an outpatient clinical psychologist, who comes home and tells me stories, keeping confidentiality, of course, because that's, the law, and of course, he knows I get terribly upset when I hear some of these stories about teenagers and high schoolers and middle schoolers and elementary school kids, and some of the horrific conditions and problems that these kids see. My husband specializes in working with families and kids here in Carson City. And because of HIPAA, which is, the law of confidentiality, he doesn't give me all the details or the names, but he sometimes will needing to decompress will give me the gist of some of the stuff that he deals with. And I would say way more than 50% of the scenarios are due to poor parenting, poor choices made by the parents. And again, these are already people that are struggling, poor socioeconomic status, people that Shelley was talking about that are already desperate, in desperate circumstances, needing assistance, lack of support, all kinds of horrific problems. They don't need another problem of having more access to marijuana. They're already making horrific choices that are having horrific impact on their kids. More access to marijuana sitting around is going to have more impact on those kids. It's just going to increase the workload of all those social workers and behavioral psychologists out there, and it's going to have an increased negative impact on our community. I'm going to see more of these people in the ER. I'm going to see more of these people at the hospital. All of us at the hospital are already overextended. It's a revolving door. I see the same people in and out week after week after week. I don't know that if any of you have children at home, you might have grandchildren. I don't know how you're going to explain when they want to smoke marijuana in your house, how you voted for it to be legal, but you don't want them to smoke it in your house. I don't know how you're going to explain that one to your grandkids or your kids. About people growing it in their homes. People do it now. It's just the way it's been for decades. Is it going to be some kind of a police state now when where you see police being able to go into people's homes and monitor it? I really don't see how that's going to happen. We're not in Nazi Germany or a place where police can go into people's homes and monitor their growing of marijuana. I just don't see how that would even be monitored or how that would happen. Just for the record, there is an addictive personality disorder. It's not a DSM-5 or 6. DSM is the official listing of all the psychological terms. Addictive personality is not one of the DSM terms, but it is freely used in the medical community. So addictive personality is used by the doctors at the hospital that I work with, at least. Just FYI, somebody had asked about that. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. If you proceed with this, everything Shelley says, I see it at the hospital. My husband sees it in behavioral health. And that's why I just had to get up here to support everything that she said. It's right on. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. So I just really ask that you reconsider what you're doing. Like everybody said, I don't see what the big hurry is. If tax revenue is the big issue, I agree. I think there's alternatives. I'm just saying, please don't do it.
Got it. Okay.
Keep the quality of our life up there, please.
All right, Monique.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Public comment? We want to take a break, so we'll be a break for 5 minutes or so. Hustle up. All right.
Your turn.
Your turn, John. We're going to go a little bit of more public comment because there wasn't much before lunch, but we didn't even have lunch. You know. All right, folks. Let's see if we can find our seats. And I don't want to cut anybody off, but let's try and be brief, okay? I mean, we've heard a lot of the arguments. We'll go on. All right. Hang on.
Start talking, they'll be quiet.
All right. Who wants to go first? Go. Kurt, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Mayor and Supervisors, my name is Kurt Brown, and I own Capital Beverages in Paladin LLC, which is located in a limited industrial area. And I'm here on a very narrow issue, and that's about Paladin LLC and light industrial. When we built a building out there, well, first off, I came here with my family in 1959, and we homesteaded 5 acres of ground between Kuntz Lane and Clearview. And they were all dirt roads at that point in time, south of 5th Street. 1976, we built our building on Fairview Drive, and we bought water, a 12-inch water main from Solomon Road to that facility, which is probably over a half a mile. We bought power from Solomon Road out to that facility. When we built that facility there was only 2 houses within a quarter to a half a mile of us, and they were all south. There was nothing there between Solomon Road and South Lampa Lane and Edmonds, except 2 houses in our facility. So my point is, we were there and everybody moved in around us, and the supervisors and planning commission let them get there knowing who and what we were. The interchange at Fairview Drive is a major interchange for Carson City. I don't think you're going to zone that into housing. Doesn't make sense. It's got to be something more than that. From my perspective, I know distributorship on an interchange in a city that is a major interchange is not the highest and best use for a distributorship. Common sense will tell anybody that. But for you to make an assumption based upon what you think somebody needs, based upon what is already there, is kind of presumptive of you as individuals. A marketplace will dictate what goes around in a major interchange, and it has to be the highest and best use. I find it ironic that people identify Carson City as a place that they want to live in. I love that they do. But I often find that when they come here, they want to change it to what they moved from, because they don't like some of the things that are in place here and have been in place for 50 or 60 or 70 years. I served on a committee under Marv Texera that did input in a study on the maximum population that Carson City could withstand with the present resources they had. And that population was established by that committee at 75,000 people. It hasn't reached that yet, but there's been a lot of growth between then and now. And I don't know if that's relevant today. I have been in the liquor industry for over 45 years. I do not have an addictive personality. I view the marijuana industry and the alcoholic beverage industry as having some common threads in its history. As Supervisor Barrett has mentioned, the Volstead Act. The Volstead Act was passed in 1918 and repealed in 1933. The Volstead Act was the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution. That outlawed the sale and distribution of alcohol within the United States, and it lasted 13 years. And it was repealed by the vote of by 2/3 of the states in 1933. And that was the 21st Amendment to the United States Constitution. And there is no other industry that has been put out of business and put into business by a constitution or by an amendment to our Constitution. The other thing I would like to say, our industry that I've been involved in has, how do I put it? They invented or were part in the invention of privileged licenses. And that privileged license came out of the 21st Amendment because they wanted to regulate our industry and that product based upon what history had given and shown them. And that was abuses by a lot of people, a lot of businesses, and a lot of other things that were involved in the Prohibition. And they thought they would change it by implementing rules and regulations that they accepted after the 21st Amendment was passed. Alcohol has been in business and out of business as marijuana has. Times change and our society goes forward based upon the history that it has learned or hopefully learned. My industry involvement in the marijuana industry is kind of an anomaly. I cannot, as a marijuana distributor, was not part of the medical marijuana rules and regulations. It came about by question 2, and it specifically addressed it in question 2. An alcoholic beverage distributor has to get a federal basic permit from the United States government before he starts any process. And that application is probably 7 pages long. That is more encompassing in some of the marijuana application processes. So that's his first step. Then he's got to get a permit from the local entity that he's doing business in, which is Carson City. Then I got to go to the state and get a license to distribute alcohol. And each one of these people charge me money to be in that business. And then if I want to be in the marijuana business, I got to go through another 3 steps and get charged again. And I'm thinking you guys are proposing now a 7th step, which would be called a special use permit. In most instances, government creates black markets by rules, regulations, and their taxing and licensing policies. And the costs they impose on legal businesses run prices up, and therefore black markets exist. Now, how do I know this? Look at markets such as cigarettes and alcohol that are still done today, and marijuana that's still done today. Whether it's legal or illegal, it is still done. I kind of resent lumping me in as a distributor with a grower, a producer, and a retailer. My office space for this distributorship for marijuana is probably no more than 30 square feet. I located it in a building that I presently own that Capital Beverages does business on. It's not visible by the street or any drive-bys. It has no signage on it, except what the fire department makes me put a number on there for, okay? But other than that, there was more traffic generated into my parking lot and out of my parking lot on South Lampa Lane by people who made wrong turns off of Fairview Drive or off the freeway, okay? My limited vehicles that will come in and out of that facility is 15 times less than that traffic that was generated by the freeway. And to address some of the stuff, I'm just going to veer off a little bit. And I am part of the suit that's in the Supreme Court today. We filed another suit against the department, which we lost. And Judge Russell ruled against us. And that was about the governor declaring an emergency for marijuana. And basically, Judge Russell said that, and we were asking for a temporary restraining order. Judge Russell said that the governor has a right to declare an emergency on anything he desires if it's about collecting taxes. And we were done. So that's the end of my testimony, and thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I think, and no questions,
okay,
Kurt, but and not in defending the governor, because I understand what went on nationally, and some of us got it, but the governor sent out another press release, that identified the fact that the emergency that they were talking about was in fact emergency regulation. That term is used in the Administrative Procedure Act, and it's not, that's a rulemaking terminology, nothing else. So, but I get you. So I understand.
Thank you, Mayor. We were trying to clarify the legality of it,
right,
what an emergency was.
All right, I got you. Okay,
we quoted the Webster's dictionary about what emergency was, and we couldn't figure out how that fit.
Okay, all right. Mr. Adler? Oh, I'm sorry, John, throw something at me. Okay.
I just wanted to thank you for the history lesson. I got that history lesson at the dinner table when I was a child. My father was born in 1899. My mother was born in 1898. I wasn't born until 1942, so you can do the math. They were old enough to be my grandparents. My father was the editor of the only wet newspaper editorially in the Bible Belt. He was twice in the whiskey advertising business. And I just wanted to tell you that because you and I share some knowledge about the history of Prohibition and how it works and how it doesn't work. I have a question for you because I didn't discern it in your testimony. I think I might have discerned it, but what you are asking for, or implying you're asking for, is that the limited industrial be allowed to have marijuana distributorships rather than that it be banned and you have to go to general industrial. Am I correct?
That is correct. If you look at my situation as an individual, based upon the testimony I gave on what that interchange looks like down there, what are you going to do with it?
I also want to tell you both my parents were working alcoholics and very good at it, but they were alcoholics. So I see both sides of this question.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Mr. Adler.
Hello, Will Adler with the Sierra Cannabis Coalition, representing both the dispensaries in the town here. I would like to speak to 15A. We got into lots of topics today about the legality of marijuana, the morals of marijuana, and the effects of marijuana on people. And I can answer all of those things, but I would like to respect your time as well. In 15A, I would also like to separate myself away from the new zoning of a new industrial area for marijuana distributors. My clients are in their current zoning locations because of the medical marijuana program, and they're not changing those locations, and it's not a new industrial area either. So I would like to speak to that. Your staff and planning have done a very good job writing up how to implement a recreational sales program through our current medical marijuana dispensaries. You will have retail sales limited to 2 dispensaries. They must have a medical license and they must have a clean operations history, and they do because they are currently inspected by your local law enforcement officers. One of them is here today, and they also are inspected by the state at the highest level. So they meet those requirements. Those are not being lessened. And I just want to point out that we have done what we could to reach out to the community. We've had meetings with Partnership Carson City. They've tried to come to agreements on, and they have, that they would like to be a partner in Carson City, not just selling marijuana there. So we will be moving forward with bringing education material out that is approved by our local partners, and to not just promote marijuana with our flyers, but to actually have educational statements on them to work with community members to do that, and to even run it by Carson City for your right and approval for what we should be handing out at our stores, because we don't want to ruffle any feathers, and we do want to be a positive impact on these communities. At the same time, I've heard hundreds of times it's all about the money, and how it's been pushed for, and how it's so much that we've done. Honestly, it wasn't even us. I told everyone, even during the campaign, to expect to have recreational sales in January sometime. It was the governor. It was a higher level power that said, to meet a budgetary year, you must be there July 1st. That's the beginning of a budget. That put the Department of Taxation in a position that was almost undoable. They had to do an emergency regulatory process to get here to this day that was extremely expedient. But they did it. It was a full public process. We had the governor's task force. We had vetting. We had inputs from law enforcement, community members, all sorts of groups. So it has been vetted to that extent. And right now we're doing the permanent regulations, and they have already been released for their first draft. Those will go to LCB, and those will be finalized sometime in November, December. So the process is moving forward. But it was not our will to do it this quickly. Even it was above us. But we're trying to be there. We're trying to meet you where you're at, and we're trying to be a partner in Carson, not just, another business. We know our position, and we appreciate what's been written here, and it looks very amenable to us, the way it's done. So thank you.
Yeah, go.
Well, do you see, stating that the regulations at the state level won't be available till November, December, do you see any rush to do this before that time?
I yet again don't want to call it a rush, but we are on a weird timeline here. So the initiative that was passed by the voters in November declared January 1st it was legal to possess and use marijuana. It is currently legal to possess and use all the marijuana you wish in your home, as long as you only have 1 ounce at a time. So we're in a state where it is currently fully legal for everyone to use it. Carson City is in a position where, because we could approve on the temporary regulations, you could take out the biggest problem in marijuana, which is home growing. So home growing is an unregulated fashion of marijuana consumption and growth, where you're allowed to have 6 plants personally or 12 in a home, depending on if you have 2 or more people in the house. And that is the #1 problem Colorado stated, was home growers are unregulated. We can't stop them, and they can say till the end of time, these 6 pounds of marijuana I grew off these 6 plants are for my own personal use. And Colorado had no power to stop that. So that's why Nevada put in this radius effect that says, yes, if you're out in the sticks in Ely or Elko, you can't supply marijuana through a storefront. It's not approved. Home growing is allowed out there. But with the dispensary, the 25-mile radius kicks in. It declares it's illegal now, and that you have to buy it from a storefront. Because yes, you're allowed to have a home brew kit at home and make a couple beers. But if you start producing kegs and kegs of it to give out to your friends or to sell, that is also illegal. So that's the same thing as marijuana is. If you don't have a reasonable way to get it, yes, you can home grow. But if it's within 25 miles, that's thought to be reasonable. In addition, right now we do deliveries in Carson City, and they've already done a few on a recreational level to Carson City, and Carson Cityites have gone up to Reno to purchase marijuana. Same effect, same thing is marijuana's there, it's already recreationally available at storefronts or by delivery, but Carson City just isn't the one regulating it. So I guess somebody else's analogy is the 5 guys are already in the house having a party. This is your opportunity to tell them the home rules, or they're already there. I mean, the recreational marijuana is already in Nevada. It's already in Carson. This is, Carson City's opportunity to say, we want to regulate it now and, take the horse by the reins.
You bring up a good point on the home delivery. How is that regulated? Can you state that?
Okay, I actually took notes on everyone's questions. So we have a problem with too many D's, I believe, in the marijuana industry, because we have dispensary, distributor, and delivery right now, and people try to interchange these all the time, and they are actually not the same thing. So let's start with the supply chain of cultivations, grow marijuana, production facilities make it into marijuana products, and then dispensaries sell it. The distributor actually comes in between anything that goes into a dispensary. So if it's transported into a dispensary, a distributor must be the one that takes it from a cultivation or production to get it to a dispensary. Okay. A dispensary is the storefront where you're allowed to sell marijuana to customers. Dispensaries have the right as well for their employees, so people with cards, agent cards attached to a dispensary, to then deliver to the public. They can have 10 ounces of marijuana in a cart at a time and do deliveries that way to the public. So a dispensary does the deliveries to the public. In that process, the dispensary must have a mechanism in place to do their deliveries. Full seed to sale tracking applies, route plans apply, and transparency of who you're delivering it to, how you're delivering it, and what time that process happened. Why this works is the point of sale actually isn't that person's home. The point of sale is actually the dispensary the marijuana leaves from. So when the marijuana leaves the store, it's checked out, but it's not officially sold by the delivery agent that's going to take it to the home. The delivery agent drops it off, picks up cash, and then takes it back to the dispensary where the presumed sale is finalized and the cash is brought in to prove the sale happened. This happens because if I order something and say I'm over 21 or I'm a medical patient and I want that product, that is an order. If I show up and that's not the right person who ordered it, not the same name, not the right age person, clearly not old enough, or it's not a medical patient, they order it as a medical product, the sale cannot be finalized. So you don't finalize the sale until you've met the person, written down their information for the sales transaction, the trip log, then brought it back to finalize it, because there has to be a check and balance. You can't just say, oh, we got a call from somebody who says they're 21, sale final. We still have every step of the process to check it, to verify everything. It's a lot of D's.
Can I add something?
Hang
Just
on
a little?
Kurt,
Okay.
we gotta go here. So I got a couple questions up here before we go forward. Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
I don't know who. Lori's next. Okay.
So on that home delivery, though, the regulation is about a process, but there's no actual license or regulation of the individual. He is actually just an employee of the retail establishment. Right? They're an employee of the dispensary.
So depending on regions, yeah, well, okay, so you are an employee of that dispensary. You have an agent card. That means you have legal responsibility. The dispensary is responsible for your actions then. So you can file with the state to get a card as a marijuana agent. In this new process we have going on where we've streamlined it so it's not a card per dispensary, it's a card per person doing a certain act. So before, there was one delivery company that delivered for 32 different dispensaries, mostly in Vegas, but each driver had to have 32 individual cards per dispensary. Now it's one card that you can say, get an approval from a dispensary that says that agent can work with us. So they're down to having one card, but it still has to be linked to a dispensary. There has to be a contract with them, and it has to be per person delivering that person has approval from that dispensary. Because that puts all the legal weight on the dispensary, and it says, if the delivery's done improperly, the dispensary's at fault. Because otherwise, you could just throw the delivery driver under the bus and say, oh, he did it. Well, the burden is on the license holder to prove the sale was legal, to prove it was final, and to have proper recording in the whole process. That's everything. I mean, that's a route plan, that's seed-to-sale tracking, and the sale has to be tracked by the dispensary, or they're liable to lose their license.
But is there a work permit requirement of the individual to go through the sheriff's office?
Not to go.
Like your gaming workers or any of that? No?
No, not to go through the sheriff's office. There's an educational mandate. You have to show a minimum requirement to the state that you are capable of, driving. You have to show a driver's license you're going to deliver. But to properly handling marijuana, transporting it like any other bud tender, other employees, we have minimum educational requirements that we meet as a company that Department of Tax now regulates instead of DPBH.
Are you done, Lori? Okay, I think one of the things that Lori is asking, Will, is are they vetted? Do they go through a background check? So there is a process where they are vetted, and then they also have to go through a training educational program in order to get the agent card.
Yeah, all people, even owners, people who have non-touching roles where you don't actually touch the plants or deal with them, everyone in this industry, whether you own it, you distribute it, or you sell it as a bud tender at the dispensary, you must go through a FBI background check. You must have 3 levels of background check security. You can't have any felonies on your record. You can't even have a drug possession crime in the last 10 years if you're going to be doing this. It is very stringent who gets to actually operate in this business. We can't have anybody with any prior convictions of any kind operate in this because Nevada took a stance of zero tolerance. If there's any thought this person could be attached to a cartel or even hasn't paid their child support payments, they can't work in this business. I mean, it is very strict on our background checks.
So regarding, we've heard a lot of talk today about extend the existing moratorium, put into place the new moratorium. Let's hold off until next year when the permanent regulations come out. This question is for you or for Adriana or Dan. When did it become legal for home grows in Nevada?
Oh, well.
No, I mean, for
Well,
people
it is
that
legal.
are more than 25 miles from a dispensary, when did it become legal in Carson City?
It became legal to grow marijuana in your own home, 6 plants, January 1st this year. The only illegality of home growing is once the dispensary moves within 25 miles of you. The closest dispensary is the dispensary, sort of a who's on first take on marijuana, is the dispensary in Reno, sort of the most southern dispensary in Reno, and right now it goes to about, College Parkway, I think would be that 25-mile radius is about it. So most of Carson City can grow legally today.
Unless we approve the commercial sales through a dispensary.
Yes, and to clarify, it's not when a retail marijuana business opens, it's when a retail storefront opens. So cultivation productions don't count in this 25-mile radius because they're not thought of as supplying the public with retail marijuana. So until that's approved, there's not going to be a new radius coming into line. Carson City as well as Lyon County, Douglas County can currently home grow.
The issue currently exists.
Yes.
And any citizen in Carson City can pick up the phone and they can make a phone call and they can have marijuana delivered to their home in Carson City.
That or go online and yes, you can order and get a delivery.
Yes, I am. Our local distributor wanted to say something. I'll first let him go, and then I have a couple of questions.
Thank you. I would like to make it very clear and reiterate some of what Will had said. A distributor does not own marijuana. A distributor is like FedEx, UPS, or DHL. It transports merchandise, and that's all it does.
Will, I asked you some time back why the 25 miles was in the medical and then carried forward to the recreational, and then you and I later had a conversation about that. And I'm still curious, though, as to how the people in the industry have felt about that. I find it incredible that the idea is that law enforcement want to have an oversight. I'm sure they do, don't get me wrong, but that's the answer I get from a lot of people who are peripherally involved with the industry, and that's the answer you gave me. But is it not true that that is a commercial boon to the industry that's in urban areas?
So, I think what you're stating is, doesn't the industry...
No, I'm not stating, I'm asking a question.
Okay, what you're asking is, does the industry not support this 25-mile radius because it gives us less competition from homegrown individuals? I would say that maybe some folks in the industry do see it that way, but the reality is in states like California, they don't just allow home growing, they allow dispensaries to sell clones, fertilizers, and other products to the public. And talking to people from Harborside Health even, I asked them, what do you think about home growers? They said, we love those guys. They come in once a month to get new clones from us, and they pay $200 a clone. They're actually very profitable customers because they have a great home growing economy out there. Nevada, we didn't allow any plant that's living to leave the storefront. That's not an option. So yes, maybe we would not like home growers because of competition, but I see the greater risk to us is a black eye coming from anything with the word marijuana in it. If there's a home grower that gets busted and they were selling marijuana to kids, it doesn't matter that it was an illegal home grow. It doesn't matter that they are not us, the industry. We're the industry with the spotlight on us. So any negative headline hits us first, no matter what. So having higher regulation, having fewer home grows, and having fewer, individuals unregulated, untracked selling marijuana, I think the better from our point of view, just because we're under that microscope. So yes, I mean, in some way, we are getting a bigger market share, I guess, from having the sales done in dispensaries. But at the same time, I don't think that's the real issue. The real issue is having the ability to say, this came from a legally grown source, produced source, and sold source in Nevada with full lab testing, a surety for what's in it and how potent it is, being able to say that's where the majority of marijuana is sold in Nevada, because otherwise it wouldn't have the effect that we wanted to have of decriminalization, regulation, and safety when it came to sales of marijuana in Nevada. So I think that's what we really want to get out of it. And yes, it was a holdover from the medical program, but the reality is there's far more to it than trying to monopolize sales, I would say.
Secondarily, can you tell me what are the two medical dispensaries who are going to go recreational if this passes in town? Have they taken a position that you're knowledgeable about regarding whether a third or a fourth should go in here? I know that's not in this, but it's still Title 18, and we could change it and make it and put it in there if we wanted. How do they feel about that? I mean, what we're doing basically is going back to the Middle Ages, and since the king can do no wrong, he can say, oh yeah, you guys are my two McDonald's stands in this town, and you're the only ones who get to do this. How do they feel about that?
The current operators in Carson City are Rise and Sear Wellness. Both of them sort of have their own geographic separation, as you can see on the maps. But what they feel, and I also agree with, is medical marijuana has not been a quick rollout or a sudden, we have medical marijuana. We actually legalized in 2013, and it's taken till late 2015 to get the first one in Reno, and then it took till 2016 to get one in Carson City because the regulatory burden is so high. I mean, it is camera security, it is childproofing, it is restricted entrances, exits. So to get to that point, it has taken years for both Rise and Sear Wellness to meet those requirements. Because of that, they said, we feel that we're the only ones ready. So if there's a new group that comes in, it comes in eventually. But as it is, they think they're ready and they accept the challenge to sell recreationally. Do they want a third business? I'm sure either one of them would love to apply for another dispensary in Carson City, but they understand that there is not possibly a need for that, because right now, population-based, they are pretty much equivalent to being more dispensaries than what it is per person down in Vegas even. So yes, there's maybe 40 down in Vegas, but 2 in Carson City seems sufficient to both of them. So it is not up to them, it's up to you guys. But if you did open up another license, I would guess both of them would apply for it, but neither of them see a need for it right now.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to see how we can go here. All right, any other public comment? Anybody? Do we bring it back up here and we bring up the hard decisions? I don't see anybody. Okay, let's close off public comment here then, and then we'll come back up here to the board. This is the first of 3, but probably the biggest one we're dealing with. What's the board's pleasure on this? There's silence.
Thinking. I think we all are thinking.
Oh, you think this is a pleasure?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So, you listen to everyone, and I want to say I think everyone has valid points. You hate to, that's the reality, right? Each and every one of you that got up had some valid issues to address. So then we're forced here to figure out which thing has more weight or less weight or where we want to go. So my question to us is, why are we rushing to do the retail? The law didn't say that was supposed to happen till January. The plants are already there, Brad, that you're concerned about the home growing. They're already doing that. They've had the ability to do that. We haven't seen the sheriff's office come up and say, look at all the home growing that's happening and all the detrimental impacts. Why do we need to rush to the retail? Why can't we just leave that the way that the law said in January? Why do we have to rush now?
Well, you may say that it's not an issue. We don't know if it's an issue.
I just said the sheriff hasn't told us, right?
So the facts are that growing it now in your homes is legal, and that creates a number of unacceptable issues for me. It's unregulated, it's unsecured. You can't tell a property owner how to take care of the interior of their house. So if they create health issues that are going to affect the neighboring properties, it's the same arguments that we're hearing for not moving forward with commercial sales, but again, it's exponential. There's an issue out there, and we need to deal with the issue. We can do it today, or we can do it 6 months from now, but we're going to have to do it. And it's going to be the same arguments and the same comments 6 months from now. Nothing is going to change between now and 6 months from now, with the possible exception of the verbiage in the final regulations that get distributed. So, there's been great points made on both sides today, but Bradley Harris made a very great point that I want to reiterate, and that is that the basic tenet of democracy is that you have an entity that conducts a vote, and there are people that are going to be unhappy with the results of that vote because they're not on the side that gets approved. And that is the situation that we have in Carson City. But it wasn't a local vote. It was a statewide vote. So we have people in Carson City that are going to have to remain unhappy with the results of the statewide vote. But it doesn't matter because it's state law. That's the way democracy works. If you take that away from the process of democracy, then you have chaos and anarchy. And we certainly can't go there. Because at what point do you stop that? So the state doesn't have to listen to the federal government. My preference would be that the federal government step up and tell us what to do here. That'd be great. I'd be the first one in line to welcome them here. They're not doing that. The locality doesn't have to accept what the state says. I don't have to accept what the city says. My kids don't have to accept what I say. Where does that stop? So, we have a problem We need to deal with it. I think the best way to deal with it is to regulate it, to be the driver, to make sure that we do this in the safest possible way. We are not voting on prohibiting marijuana. That needs to be very clear. It's legal, it's here. I can pick up the phone, I can get my cell phone out of my briefcase, I can call, I can have it delivered here right now. That's a fact. We just got to deal with the problem.
I'll speak. And I know that there have been wonderful points made on all sides of the fence. I agonize over this because I did not vote for it. And yet I'm put in a position of having to deal with this. I am not one that likes to wait and see. I'm very concerned because our hospitals are inundated from surrounding counties as well. It's an issue. And if we don't put in place our two facilities current for recreational sales, we do open up the door for home grow in Lyon County, I'll say it again, in Douglas County, and in Carson. That I see as a serious issue. As Brad mentioned, it's not regulated. There is no oversight for our youth. That bothers me as well. It's of huge concern. And Andrew Friedman, whose name was brought up, was one that spoke in this community and discussed the fact that regulation was primary. That is something that we have to do. As the capital city, I feel like we need to set a standard, and I can't bury my head in the sand and pretend it doesn't exist. I wish it was not legal in our state, but it is.
Like Karen, I voted against this when it was before us in November. I didn't vote against it because I don't think marijuana is something everyone's doing, and by everyone I don't mean literally everyone, but a great deal of our population across the country is doing. I didn't vote against it because in the long haul it matters a huge amount. I voted against it because we really didn't let our medical marijuana situation ripen. Medical marijuana actually is a good idea, and it's one that has been tarred with the opponents' view that it's just a stalking horse for recreational marijuana. Unfortunately, I think the industry has led us to believe that by virtue of their actions, though they don't do it by virtue of their words. I'm still against recreational marijuana now. So I tend to agree with what Lori said. I don't have any problem with waiting a few weeks or months, because I've observed watching government all my life that government has a tendency to do one of two things when it comes to what lawyers talk about as timing or deadlines. They either hurry too fast or they drag their feet and go too slowly. And that's because we are caught in the middle between what 52% in this case and 48% want. It's very true what Brad and Bradley say. There's no doubt about it. This was a state issue. We're having to clean up after the state. State has not done the great job that the industry is saying. The industry has not done the great job that the industry is saying. I mean, these are just facts. The truth of the matter is we wouldn't have this distributor problem if the law had been written with more. We wouldn't be stuck with 3 years, which I'm sure the industry wanted because they want to be able to roll out. There's a lot of things about this that made me vote against it. Nevertheless, this horse was out of the barn years ago, and this horse is going to continue running whether we do anything or not. I'll be happy to wait until January if that's what we decide to do. I do think, however, that if we're going to go down this road, and a majority has already indicated, unless someone changes his or her mind that this is the way we're going to go, that we might as well just be honest about the situation. Brad, a long time ago, said, well, I might have a problem with saying just 2 here, and then he made the motion to have just 2 in the medical. I'm saying for going down this road, what the heck? Let's put one in our downtown and let our tourists come and buy it and go back to wherever they're going. I don't want it, but I'm going to wind up getting it. I know that. So I still don't know how I'm going to vote on this in the final analysis. But I don't like the fact, and I'll say this despite the fact that our local distributor is here, I don't like the fact that we're changing our medical marijuana zoning situation, which we determined after a long, hard process, because one distributor happens to have already been located where he's located and now wants to go into another business. So we've already talked about that. I assume we're going to do something about it. So I will vote when the time is called for me to vote. And I'm not going to say now because I'm still making up my mind. It's a tough one, a very tough one. It's almost tougher than choosing a new planning commission member.
All right. Anybody want to make a motion?
Are we going to discuss the light industrial
I think
first?
we need to discuss.
Are we going to do some detail?
Yeah, I think we need to talk about light industrial. I mean, we've got
Is there
folks
any
out.
chance we'll talk about whether we want to actually have more? I don't want more, but I don't see what the difference is now if we're going there.
John, this is the way I see it, you know. One, you're absolutely right. Initiative petitions like this under Article 15 of the Constitution, the state law cannot change for 3 years. It's just the way it is. And it's actually a little bit more than that now because I think you got to have a legislative session to do that. But it's 3 years under the Constitution. So, you know, I waffle on the issue of whether or not the health and welfare issue discussions that have been had are very passionate. And as I said, when I originally saw this, you know, I thought, just zone it out, man, get rid of it. And then when you look further down the road, you know, that's not what the initiative petition says. That's not what actually, I'll tell you, it's not what our oath of office says to do either. I mean, our oath of office says, you know, support the rules and regulations, the laws of the state of Nevada, and as well the federal government as well. In this case, you got to do both. But I think that, you know, at the end of the day, as somebody mentioned out there, this is a statewide initiative. And to me, the initiative petition didn't specifically call out that said local counties or governments can opt in or opt out. I mean, it had a provision in there that said you can, you know, do your zoning, but it didn't specifically say that you can zone in or out. And you know, so if you use the zoning argument, which I agree that I think you could get there, but to me, the issue of rule of law that's being dealt with here, when you have people who voted on a statewide initiative, what we're really doing is effectively telling those who voted for a successful statewide initiative, your vote doesn't count. And for me, you know, I'd rather have a judge tell me that rather than me do that administratively as a board. I mean, fundamentally, I think that goes against what I call the rule of law grain. I mean, it just does. I mean, I think that if this initiative petition had been more clear in what you could or couldn't do from a local government standpoint, if that's what really we voted on, then I agree with you, man. Shut it off. Shut it off. But I don't see that in this, and I wish I did, to tell you the truth, because as I said, I would have preferred just to zone this out right at the beginning. But when the more I look at it, I think that, you know, the law controls. And I fully admit it, you know, that my good friends back there, you know, that this product is illegal under federal law, illegal under state law. It's an odd scenario that we live in. But it's one that apparently nobody wants to take on because it's been here for a number of years. And there are a whole lot of people out there who are using retail marijuana, and nobody stepped up to shut it off. And quite the contrary, they've stepped up to offer rules or that allow it to happen. And so, you know, to a large degree, you know, the cart is out, the horse is out of the barn. And, you know, if we're gonna deal with it, I don't know what we gain by waiting until January. I mean, the state law is not going to change, and frankly, I don't know what the arguments are going to change. but we need to start dealing with this one way or the other. So, you know, my sense is that regulate it to the best we can and go on down the road. And then, and John, I'll tell you, from my standpoint, I'm not going for any more than 2 dispensaries here, period. And if that were the case, if, you know, I'm just not going there. I would not do that, because I think what we're doing is trying to make a Solomon's decision in a way to say, okay, whether you do it, you pose it all the way, or do you put your foot in the water? And I guess, you know, when you look at the pros and cons, you know, I guess the idea is maybe put your foot in the water a little bit and find out what it is, but I'm not willing to jump in. And so if you're asking me, are any more than 2 going to be admitted? Not me, not me.
I'm asking Brad. He's the one who said free enterprise works.
Yeah, but there's a reason why I made the motion to limit it to 2. I mean, as long as I'm sitting in this seat, there won't be more than 2 unless you guys outvote me.
And John, that's how I feel as well. There's no way.
Okay, what about the moratorium timing?
But I think we've all kind of gone on the record with that, you know, what's going to change 4 months from now?
State regulations?
Maybe. But the arguments aren't going to change and the problem's not going to change. And we have a problem that we need to address today. So my personal opinion is that we deal with it now and not kick the can down the road.
Well, let me just get in here and say one more thing, and then I'll shut up. It's probably obvious to people, and if it isn't, I'll state it for the record. I don't necessarily agree with Karen and Brad. I agree with Shelley Aldean's husband, who said, excuse me for putting it in his terms, regulation is bullshit. The truth of the matter is, the industry wrote this law so you can't grow your own because they wanted it, no matter what Will Adler says. They don't want it. The people are supposed to rule in this country, and the people were growing it. Nobody was doing anything wrong under medical marijuana. And he's right. What's going to happen is we are going to regulate it, and we're going to really help the black market, not hurt it.
So how does that change in 4 months?
Unfortunately, you're right about that. It doesn't change it in 4 months, but I would like to see, I'm just one of those guys who's watched government kick the can down the road or open the can too early.
Right, but John, you're holding us responsible for what the federal and state governments
No, I've already written on that subject in the Nevada appeal. The federal government has botched this. I don't think the state government's doing a lot better, but we'll live with it because we'll have to live with it. I don't disagree with you on that. Absolutely, the federal government has mismanaged this thing from before it was illegal in any form, even before when they decided they were going to tax the hell out of it, before they made it illegal.
But John, I'm not clear how waiting is going to help.
I've already gone on the record on that. I think that time is valuable for, we had testimony here that gives them a chance to collect data. I don't care, and I told Jim Hartman this, I don't care what they do in Denver, but we could gather a little more data. It wouldn't be much, I agree. So I'm just asking the question, do we want to go ahead and change the moratorium too?
Well, I think, you know, our schools and our sheriffs and our law enforcement folks and the district attorney have stepped up pretty hard about, you know, taking this head on right now. I mean, the district attorney's already said, you know, it's zero tolerance for people voiding the law. And the sheriff has got out with the school system education. I know Partnership Carson City is involved in that as well, educating our youth in the schools, starting at the very lowest grade, so that they can prepare for this. And to me, those things are the most important thing that are happening. And if they came up here and told me I need more time to put those things into place, I don't know. Maybe I'd say, okay, have more time. But I think that they're out there now. They know how to do their job. And I really don't. I'm lost. Lost is the wrong word. I don't know what's going to change between now and January. If somebody, staff, if you know, or somebody could tell me what's going to, there might be nuanced changes, but what can change if the law can't be changed?
Well, thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor. I was actually waiting for a good opportunity to chime in on that. If I can help kind of nudge along the consideration of this Title 18 ordinance, what I like to say with respect to this moratorium discussion is that the moratorium doesn't actually have any applicability to the zoning ordinance itself. That really relates more to the Title IV ordinance that's on the agenda for later discussion today. And the reason why it doesn't really have any applicability to the Title 18 ordinance is because state law 453D already, as we've already discussed on the record, leaves the zoning authority to local government. So even in the event of adoption of regulations on January 1st or earlier or later, the fact of the matter is that it wouldn't have any substantive effect on the Planning Commission's authority to zone. So the moratorium issue, as I said, has more to do with the Title IV business licensing regulatory framework at the local level. Doesn't really have anything to do with zoning. But of course, I also want everyone to understand, just by okaying or approving on first reading the Title 18 zoning ordinance does not in and of itself make it so that a person is automatically approved to get a business license. Two separate regulatory schemes. One deals with land use and zoning, one deals with business licensing, different titles. So I just want the audience to understand that as well. For the benefit of this discussion and in favor of coming to some sort of a vote, I think what I'm advising this board is that you don't actually need to consider at this moment the issue of a moratorium.
I agree with that legally, but I think we've been discussing it, and, I don't challenge you on that. I just think we need to have all of our arguments get out of the way, because we're going to do them boom, boom, boom pretty soon.
Well, learned hand, I call Dan Yu learned hand because he speaks very eloquently. You said it better than all of us in here, and that includes me. I mean, you're very articulate, so, okay. All right. Board, let's see if we can get a motion here. Then we'll take 5 minutes, and we're going to go, or we can just go right on. So let's try a motion, see where it goes.
Bill
Motion
number
should
118.
include something about it, LI, or not, or what do we want to do?
I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 118, an ordinance relating to marijuana, amending Title 18 zoning of the Carson City Municipal Code to establish various provisions to allow marijuana retail stores as a conditional use within the general commercial and general industrial zoning districts located within certain areas of Carson City. To establish various provisions to allow marijuana cultivation establishments, marijuana product manufacturing establishments, and marijuana testing laboratories as a conditional use within the general industrial and general industrial airport zoning districts located within certain areas of Carson City. To establish various provisions to allow marijuana distributors as a conditional use within the general industrial and general industrial airport zoning districts, and to revise certain provisions relating to development standards concerning land use and site design governing medical marijuana establishments to include medical marijuana establishments to include marijuana establishments.
Question.
Yeah, there's a motion.
As I heard that motion, that means that the limited industrial distributorship is out?
Out.
That's what I thought you said, okay.
All right, further discussion on a motion? I think we've talked a lot today. On a motion, all in favor? Motion ready down there? On a motion, all in favor signify by saying yes or aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Did it show? How do I,
Yeah, it's,
did you?
yeah, it should, yes.
Okay. I didn't see your vote on that.
I did.
Okay, all right, all right. Everybody see the vote out there? Did it show up? Yes. All right, all right. Motion passes 4-1. Okay. Let's, if everybody's okay.
5-1. It's 5-1. I voted yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
And I wanted on the record tell you why. This is a zoning issue, as was just discussed. And so I want to participate because I already know where we're going to be going. And so I want to make sure it's zoned the best way that we can live with it. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
And I apologize for not seeing that.
That's okay. Zoning is different than what was just discussed on the business license, so.
5-1, not 5-1.
Unanimous. All right, all right. Let's, Now I have a pressing personal problem, so we're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. All right, we're going to bring the meeting of the Board of Supervisors back to order. If you can't hear me in the background, let me just either throw something at me or stand up and say, speak louder, because, all right. You hear me all right, Daniel? All right, all right. Let's take up the next item. This is 15 Bravo, and the disclosures previously made by Supervisor Bunkowski and myself on 15 Alpha will apply to this agenda item as well. This is a business impact statement. Who wants to take us through this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Susan Pansky for the record. This is the business impact statement for the 3% gross revenue on the retail marijuana stores and also marijuana licensing. What is it? I'm sorry. It's getting late. I'm hungry. And I think I speak for everyone when I say that. Marijuana testing facilities and marijuana retail stores at 3%. So as you know, in July, we adopted 3% revenue business licensing fees for cultivation facilities, product manufacturing facilities, and distributors under our temporary ordinance in the business license. Because we didn't adopt fees at that time on these two items, we are now bringing another business impact statement back. You have late material you should have received yesterday. That is the completed business impact statement through the comment period, which ended on Monday, the 31st at 5 o'clock. It includes one comment from a local dispensary owner in favor and one comment from a property owner in the vicinity of a dispensary opposed to marijuana in general. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them, and Lee and Dan will as well.
Questions of Ms. Pansky?
Yes.
Questions in order.
And the original business impact statement lumped the license for both medical marijuana establishments and marijuana establishments together. I see in the late material that they have been separated now. Is that correct? It shows them separately. The proposed ordinance will set fees for marijuana establishments as follows: retail marijuana stores 3%, marijuana testing facilities 3%. Is it the intent to issue separate licenses for a co-located retail storefront / dispensary because they are two separate businesses with two separate state business licenses?
It says both. No, we wrote it so that they could get one license. If they're one legal entity and could get one license, they can get one license. The Senate bill, the state law it's the same fee for both. It expressly allows the 3% that's being proposed for both medical marijuana and marijuana establishments. So if it's one entity and they want to get one business license from us, it really doesn't matter. I don't know if that's what will happen in practice. On the other side, it allows them to get two separate ones if they need to, but if it's one entity getting a license and they have a state license for medical marijuana, then they can get one for medical and retail from us.
Okay, let me follow that through.
I don't want to I mean, if we make them get both, they're going to have two licenses, and we're going to get 3% of this and 3% of that, or it's going to be one license together, and we're going to get 3% of everything from the business license regulation side.
I understand
so to us,
that.
it doesn't matter.
I understand that, but aren't they actually two legal entities, two separate legal entities?
They might be, in which case they would need to get two licenses from us. They don't have to be for our purposes. I think that's what I'm saying.
Following this line of questioning, what if one of them gets, and I know it's not likely, revoked and the other one doesn't? They're one entity, they're two entities, but one license.
So I think in your scenario would be that the state revokes their one and not the other. They would, so the way it's written, we're talking about the code now. So I think, should we finish the business license, or are we free to talk about what the next item says? We're talking about the business impact statement under this item and not the ordinance.
All right, Adriana.
We're getting into the details of the ordinance.
If we can, and I understand that it's all related, but if we can stick to the agenda item, which is the business impact statement first.
All right.
And
let's
then
try
move
that,
forward
and
to
then
the next one.
We'll go from there. All right, on a business impact statement.
Yeah, I would say, though, that they're both listed as separate items on the business impact statement.
Right.
So I think we should be okay to, so my question is, in a co-located dispensary/retail storefront, do they have to have 2 separate street addresses and 2 separate entrances? 2 separate state business licenses?
I don't know that whether or not they have to have 2 separate state licenses. They have to have a state license for each, but they expressly can use the same storefront and entrance. Yeah, perhaps, we're getting in, this is the code issue. I don't think it's because the fee is applied in terms of the impact statement to both.
Well, let's talk
Whether
about
they're
the-
medical
that's- I
marijuana,
mean,
that's
Brad,
the
bring it-
amount of the fee.
I got you where you're saying, that they're separated in the impact statement, but bring it so we can comply with the open meeting law. Bring it to how it affects the impact statement. Was it the fact that there'd be a change in fees, change in operations, what?
Just the $25 application portion of the fee, and I don't think that's significant, whether they had to do 2 applications or 1 application. That's what we're discussing, is the burden of the impact. So if they had to do 2 licenses, the 3% would be identical, but the $25 application fee, and we'd have to determine whether that was significant.
And I would say, under the current business license ordinance now, for any business, including the medical marijuana and regular marijuana, says that a modification of business license or a new business license requires $25. So that actually wouldn't be a change under this business impact statement at all.
And a reminder that the Title 18 ordinance that was just introduced requires co-location of these establishments, not separate entrances and separate facilities.
No, I understand that, so I'm willing to move forward with the business impact statement, and we can have this discussion under the Title IV, but there are state requirements that we can talk about that may require separate physical entrances, because the sales have to be tracked separately.
All right. Further comments, questions on the business impact statement? Public comment, anybody? And you don't have to come up if you don't, because we're going to be talking about it again. Mr. Adler?
Will Adler, representing Sierra Cannabis Coalition, for the record. As far as I understand it, you do need 2 separate licenses at a state level for.
Hang on, that's what I didn't want to get into.
Okay, but.
Just
Okay, and then, in addition, both applicants and One Road Inn do support the fee structure for the dispensaries.
All right, we got that. All right. All right. Any other further comment on the business impact statement? Okay, motion's in order on the impact statement.
I move to find that the proposed business license fees for marijuana retail stores and marijuana testing facilities do impose a direct and significant economic burden on such establishments, but do not directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of such establishments, that a business impact statement has been prepared in compliance with NRS 237, accepted, and is on file with the Board of Supervisors.
There's a motion and a second. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. All right, let's take up the other one. This is the fee.
Mayor, before we go on, I have a technical question. I'm not sure that the motion referenced the business impact statement in the late material as opposed to the one that was put out in the previous package.
Move for reconsideration so she can change.
And if the clerk can make that on the record, that would be sufficient. If she could just
So you
make
don't need a
that
motion,
change.
we need to reconsider?
You don't want us to?
No, that's okay.
To
She can
reconsider and add it?
No, that's okay. We can add it to that,
All right.
if that's your intent.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, let's take up 15 Charlie, same disclosures for Supervisor Winkowski and myself apply. 15 Charlie, who's doing this one? Susan, you hungry still?
Yeah.
You might be here for a while, so come on.
I'm bringing it back around, so.
All right.
Susan Pansky for the record. Okay, so this is the first reading of modifications to Title IV to repeal the temporary marijuana establishment provisions we had put in place last month in favor of adopting permanent regulations. They are nearly identical. However, they do take into consideration both marijuana establishments and medical marijuana establishments, but would track or would license them together if they were co-located in the same location. And I'm going to have, because Dan wrote the specifics of this ordinance, I'm going to have him answer questions on the more detailed pieces of this. Thank you.
I'm a little tired too, just an FYI.
Don't worry about it. I mean, you know, sometimes we quit these, but, you know, sometimes it's also, when we're on a roll, let's go.
So this is something that Mr. Wagner started speaking about a second ago, and I do want to clarify for the record that for state licensing purposes, we're talking about two different frameworks, two different types of regulations, all right? Medical marijuana establishments in existing law, that doesn't really relate to anything that the board is doing today in either one of these two ordinances. An establishment has to go through the process to receive, I believe the technical term is a certificate of registration. For the retail side of things for marijuana, it's a temporary business license as approved by the Department of Taxation via its temporary regulations. At the local level, I believe that it is okay, especially in the context of us requiring a co-location concept. In other words, if you want to open up a retail marijuana store, you have to be co-located within the existing medical marijuana dispensary. That's a policy call. That's not something that's required by state law under either one of those regulatory frameworks, but it was a policy decision that was put forth before this board in previous meetings, and that's the approach that was taken for purposes of this business licensing ordinance.
And so, to use the example, as Mr. Adler said, both Rise and Sierra Wellness have applied for their marijuana establishment, retail marijuana licenses, so that those are single entities. So as a business entity, Rise, they're going to do both, so they can get a combination license from us. So we have one business license that's for a retail marijuana establishment and medical marijuana distributor's license. The fees are across the board for the gross receipts for all things. Now, if Rise and Sierra Wellness partnered in one location and one was doing medical and one was doing recreational, they're two entities, they would need to, because they're two different businesses, they would come get two licenses. So I think we're just trying to simplify it for them and us and let them come in under one license and submit one payment on a quarterly basis rather than to split it up. And I realize they do have to, those sales are certainly tracked and taxed differently at the state level, but again, that would not affect our collection.
Other than you would receive two sets of certified documents on the sales volume.
I'm also concerned that they're going to think of themselves as one entity, even though they have to send in two sets of books, et cetera. And I know that the chances of us ever revoking them for no reason except on a whim, that is the language. So we revoke the retail and we let the medical continue, and then you have that problem. So I'm just bringing it up as
the difficulty with two licenses is administrative. I mean, it has no effect on, or am I missing something?
I don't disagree that there may be a logistical issue. Not to completely take myself out of this conversation, but, you know, as the lawyer here for planning and for the business licensing department, what I was tasked with doing was to craft the language based on the policy directives that were given to me. I don't really have a pro or con argument other than I can recognize that there's a concern, because that's absolutely correct, Supervisor, is that because, as I just said, we have two separate and distinct regulatory frameworks on the state level. The way we have the business license ordinance drafted right now, and it needs to be drafted this way, which says the local government has immediate authority without having to initiate a hearing procedure, right, for purposes of revocation, immediate revocation. If the Business Licensing Division receives notice from the state regulatory agency that this establishment on the state level is no longer in good standing. They fail to remit whatever documentation that they need to do to maintain their status as an establishment in good standing. The second we get wind of that, that would be one of the circumstances under which we could immediately revoke. I can see the logistical problem there then, where if you have a co-location issue, two separate entities or two separate types of establishments, one for medical, one for retail, and it exists under one umbrella license, then what do? I understand that, and that is something on a policy or implementation level I would have to kind of, I know Lee's not looking at me right now, but I'm gonna have to defer to Lee, and it's something that we would, that we would have to continue to discuss for purposes of the second reading.
I know Brad's got a question here, but if you have it as one license and one of the two licenses they get from the state, they're under one license for us, a misstep under either of those, from our standpoint, is going to call for a revocation of the entire license, period.
Well, in particular, as it's written, a misstep because they have to have a valid, this could go both ways, they have to have a valid medical marijuana establishment license in order to do the retail. So they may get, I don't even know if this scenario would happen, that they would be, if they're doing something that bad that gets revoked by the state. I don't know why both wouldn't get revoked, but in theory, if the medical marijuana license got revoked, then we would revoke and we would get notice of that. We would also revoke the retail marijuana because zoning requires them to be operational and have a valid medical marijuana establishment.
And we'd revoke their special use permit.
I see this similar to a subtenancy co-located in the same space. And in that particular case, you also have two legal entities, whether they have the same ownership or not. They require two separate, in that case, they require two state business licenses and two separate city business licenses. And they're reporting their sales or revenue to you separately. And so that's kind of what I come back to in addition to the argument about the logistical issue that we face where you have revocation of one license but not the other. So unless you tell me that this is going to create so much additional work for you that you're not going to be able to function, my preference is going to be to separate these.
I'm not going to argue anymore. If you want two licenses,
We're fine.
we can require two licenses.
Mayor, just to touch with Supervisor Bonkowski said, at the state level, the proposed regulations right now, they're recognizing each entity as a separate entity, but they're only giving one license if it's a co-location. That supersedes. So those are right now, the pending regulations. They haven't been adopted, but that's what's written right now.
Hence why we shouldn't be moving so fast. We really don't know what the state's doing.
I think from our standpoint, we're pretty flexible on this. We could go either way. And if later you decide, but depending on the regulations and how they change by January 1st, if it's decided that we need two licenses, then we can certainly make that change at that time when we do renewals.
I don't think anybody's really going to, I mean, the underlying issue here is not affected by we've been arguing about that for a long time. I mean, if one of our licensees are going to complain about two licenses or one license, or whether we're complying with state law on that licensing issue, I don't know. Anyway, all right. All right, public comment on this issue. Linda, Kathy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and everybody. So, because everybody's hungry,
Don't worry about it.
if I get a little testy here on what I'm going to say next, I'm going to blame it on no food because I didn't have any breakfast. First of all, I just want to say that I am no longer with Partnership Carson City. As of Monday, it was my last day, so I'm here as a citizen, so I can say whatever I want. Ms. Bartos, let her rip. So moving on to other things. So, first of all, the conversation that just occurred about in the last 3 minutes, if that doesn't say something, to a few of you up there as to why to wait until the 1st. That's just one example. I mean, you couldn't figure out exactly, oh, the state hasn't did this, we haven't did this yet. I mean, it was a perfect example of waiting. The second thing is that I need to look a few people in the eye right now and go back to the very, very beginning when we first started meeting about this issue. Some of you looked us directly in the eye and said, what's the rush? And you didn't promise, because I know you don't make promises up there, but you did a gentleman's conversation with us, indicating that what was the rush and that we would wait until January 1st. On our end, what we have been doing here in Carson City is we have been good partners with our dispensaries, having the meetings as Will indicated, to try to move forward on some of the educational campaigns, to try to make sure everything's in a row. We've done our part. I'm a little confused today as to why a moratorium is going to be lifted when we were promised working groups and we were promised conversations. The only thing I have heard today is one reason, and that is so we don't have home grows. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to swear, but I will say that that is baloney. And I think we're really, really digging deep, deep in the well to try to find one reason to move this forward quickly. The home grows are not an issue in Carson City. They are not yet. We're already in the month of August. We only have 4 more months left in this year. That is not going to explode in those 4 months. If you go by what your gentleman's agreement was, and to allow us to go ahead and wait until the state regulations are finished and we start in January. Thank you very much.
For the record, Kathy Bartos, and yes, I'm still the Director of Partnership Carson City, and I'm sharing the position with Hannah, whom you heard speak up here earlier. But I'm still going to say what I want to say here. And the first thing I would like to say is there was some misinformation given here earlier, and that is a month ago, the meeting before last, you did hear from your service providers in this community, and they did very clearly tell you they need more time. Those people were Allie Bannister, your Chief Juvenile Probation Officer. She wants more time. Chris Baer, your CASA, well, he's now sort of the head of director of CASA, but certainly from his expertise, he should be respected. He asked you for more time. Richard Stokes, your school superintendent, has sat here 3 times, and every time he asked you for more time. Nikki Akers, your Health and Human Services Department leader, she asked you for more time. The Community Counseling Center, Diana, they're going to take a big hit on this. They need preparation. They asked you for more time. Lisa Lee was here. She was unable to stay because of the length of time, but she went in for the record and said she needs more time. Joyce Buckingham, she said she needs more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. John Tatro has contacted several of you and said he sees a direct correlation between marijuana use and the more severe drug cases that they see. Their misdemeanor court needs more time. So I would like that noted in these minutes, because they were also in the previous minutes from 2 meetings ago. I would also like to take a look at something that was said, and Hannah very eloquently, very politely said to you that she met with 2 of the dispensaries along with Supervisor Ebaud and Supervisor Nick Morano, and it was a good meeting. She was open to, well, I just made you a supervisor. Congratulations. I like you that much, really. I really do like you. So I like all of you too, but boy, sometimes you can really irritate me. The other thing that was said during this meeting, the one thing that was said during that meeting was, first of all, it was very interesting that the dispensaries both said they weren't all that in favor of recreational marijuana because of the conflict that it demonstrates with their current clients who do not like to be lumped in with recreational users. That's not who they are. They are patients. So they don't seem to be in any hurry. They did not express on it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. You were there and you were there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they say they were in a hurry to bring this on? Because she did not hear that. She heard something completely different. What you also heard in that discussion was they would be very, very interested in collecting data. Did you hear that? And did you hear that? I just want to make sure that Hannah's correct in what she has told me. Thank you. Data takes time. They indicated they'd be willing to pay for it. She asked them, you know, well, how much do you think you could put out there? And they said, well, how much would a good evaluation cost? She said between $70,000 to $100,000. That's what good evaluation takes, especially if you're going to fast track and have it done by January. And they said, that's doable. That's doable. When are we going to do this if we have to have pre-data and post-data? We have to be able to say where we're at right now, what our kids are thinking right now in terms of the perception of harm and their availability to access this subject. That's the two things to implement kids using rates. We need to get that data now and then compare it to after the dispensaries open. Wouldn't you like to see that data? I think I would like to see that data. I'd also like to see the impact statement. I'd like to see the proposed impact statement from all of these people. I think somebody needs some time. I'll do it voluntarily. I'm going to be unemployed here in another month. I'll be happy to do that. I will sit down and I will, because I'm good at this. I am good at this. Okay, I'm looking right at you because you know I can do this for you. I will go and I will sit down, I will talk to every single one of these people, and I will get an impact statement from them on exactly what they're afraid might happen so that we can see, does it end up happening? We need that data. You guys don't want to hear Colorado data. When Jim walks up here and you're going, oh my God, we're going to hear about Colorado again. So maybe you want Carson City data. We need that. But we'll need a moratorium to do that. And the last thing I want to say is I gotta agree, and I respect you both very, very much. I really do. But I also have to agree with what she said about home grows are going to explode. Excuse me, but have you seen water bills? People are not getting into home grows because they can't afford the water. That's not happening. I'm sorry, but I've been told this. I mean, this is like, are they crazy? So no, that's not going to happen. But also it mirrors the argument that I dealt with for years on underage drinking, where parents say, those parents we all love to have to partner with, well, you know, I'm going to have the kegger at my house because if we don't have it here where we can control it, they're going to be out there drinking without us knowing where they are. At least if I have them here at my house, I can take the keys and make sure that they don't leave here inebriated and drive drunk. Did we not love those parents? Did we not love them? That's the same thing we're saying here. Well, you know, if we don't open up these recreational marijuanas right now, they're all going to be out home growing their own. Where's the data that says that? And let's also talk a little bit about the unintended consequences. Once we had medical marijuana here, guess what we've got going on now? The unintended consequences. We have a physician that ran out of Fallon and is now doing business here in Carson City. The reason he's ran out of Fallon is because he was overprescribing opioids and was in illegal possession of an AK-47. What's the big one? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, illegal possession of that. So where is he now? He's in Carson City. He's opened up shop, and every Tuesday he is here to give out medical marijuana recommendations. And I love the way he advertises. He says, no, but I want you to make it very clear that if you're under 30, you have to have a valid medical condition. And if you're over 30, sorry, but this is the kind of people that come into your community when you let something out of the gate a little bit too soon. What is waiting until January? What's the problem here? Look at these people in the eye and tell them you can't give them 4 months. That concludes what I have to say.
It may even be for legal. One of the thoughts, can we put in this a start date? So let's say we were to move forward today. Could we say that the retail could not take effect till January? of 2018, can we split that out so that they could have the time to maybe do the study? So we could be moving forward. We don't have to bring it back to this board again because we put the effective date in. I'm just wondering, is that,
Well,
can we do that?
You have so many layers that would probably be the easiest if that was your ultimate goal.
Okay, I just, because I want to be able to, again, I think everybody's been very valid out there, both sides. And so I'm trying to say, if indeed we can have pre and post data, but we don't have to, nothing's going to change where the board feels, but could we live with that and make the retail effective in January? Just putting that out there.
A clarification, but that would allow your cultivation, your production, all the rest of that to move forward now.
Right, and Dan can speak to this because he wrote the ordinance, but you would have to amend the ordinance as it is right now.
That's correct. And somebody said a second ago, I think maybe it was you, Supervisor Bagwell, about the many layers that we have. We do have a lot of layers, and the reason why is because, A, we're creating new provisions that relate both to regulating medical marijuana establishments and recreational or retail marijuana establishments. We're also repealing in this proposed ordinance the Title IV ordinance that was previously adopted by this board, which was, and I like to refer to that as the short version, right? I mean, it was not a comprehensive overhaul as this one endeavors to be. This one is still short of a comprehensive overhaul that we would have liked to have done. It really, again, for the benefit of the public, when I say comprehensive overhaul, that is as it relates to Title IV, not as it relates to marijuana, okay? So we would just have to be a little bit creative. To answer your question, yes, absolutely, we can set an effective date. We can set different effective dates for different portions of these sections that are being amended and are being newly created as well. And we have sunset provisions in there that say something, is triggered on this date and then something else goes away. I just want everyone to be cognizant of the fact that whatever motion, is crafted at the end of this hearing, that we recognize that there is a Title IV licensing regulation framework already in existence. Hasn't been codified in Muni Code yet, but that's an enforceable ordinance, and that's the short version which carves out the retail marijuana stores. But it has approved for licensing purposes, distributors, cultivation plants, and then also the product manufacturing facilities as well. So that's something that would have to be addressed for carve-out purposes, and then we'd have to modify the other provisions as well. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. Oh, and I forgot to mention, of course, there's the moratorium that's also being affected by this proposed ordinance. So all those three parts are going to have to be worked into the motion somehow.
What's the date on the moratorium expiration now?
It's September 19th if nothing else is done.
So if you did nothing, this takes effect September 19th? Or would it take effect upon the way the ordinance is, the way the draft is coming out? If you did nothing, assume it was approved, what does the whole thing become effective September 19th?
No. Is it August 20th?
Because that would be the Sunday after the second reading.
Okay. So what I'm being told is based on calculating the reading time frame for the second reading of the ordinance, it would be August 20th would be the effective date.
Well, frankly, I don't know what we're going to gain, but I'm convinced by what I hear here. So, I'm okay with putting it off.
I just want to, I don't know, can't we compromise and nobody's going to be happy, which usually means we're making a good decision. Because neither side's going to be, one's not going to want to wait, one's going to want longer. But can we just compromise and make the retail store in January? And that meets the law that the people passed, right? Because you keep telling me the rule of law. Well, the initiative petition said January. So why don't we, I hate to say split the baby, but I want to give all the social service programs and Ally and the courts and everybody the time to gear up to what they're going to do. So And we don't push. I'm just saying, can't we just do that?
I think we could do that, and just in my own defense, as long as, you know, there, in addition to the initiative petition, there's a state law that allows it to start July 1, so that's another rule of law, but that's okay, don't worry about it.
I like the 3 years of the initiative petition.
All right, all right.
All I have to say is I was never a quick start proponent at all. So that being the case, I would, and having been in that meeting with Hannah and with the 2 retail establishments, they did express the willingness to gather the data. I do want to move forward in that fashion. I do want to give all of our necessary folks, Health and Human Services, and all the social agencies that are dealing with this, along with the courts, time to get ready. So I think that's prudent as well. But I do want to allow the other operations to get started. There's no reason for them to be held up. So that's my thinking.
What she said.
All right, everybody want to try to take a motion and with it?
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yeah, hey, no, you can.
have an opportunity?
You can, just a second, Jim. Yeah, go ahead now.
Yeah, again, for the record, it's Jim Hartman. And I just want to raise 3 issues here about why a moratorium might make sense through January 1.
I think you're winning.
Sometimes, Jim.
Okay, but some of this I think will be reinforcing of and things that maybe you haven't thought about here.
All right.
And the first would be you've got a court decision that is pending. The second, I think we've alluded to some of this, but we really haven't talked about it. The Attorney General last week issued a directive that the Department of Justice is going to be making more use of asset forfeitures directed at drug operations in the country. More importantly, he's got a task force on the subject of drugs and other issues that is supposed to come back. It was supposed to come back with its findings on July 27th. And I think he's been a fairly busy guy, so I suspect that's been pushed off. But I think we'll know more, frankly, about where the federal government is going to come down on this subject in the next week or 2. And finally, you know, we talked about Andrew Friedman. One of the things Andrew Friedman has urged on communities is they get in place a very aggressive public information program and youth prevention program prior to sales starting, retail sales starting. So this gives us an opportunity, or would, if there's a moratorium, to get some of these things in place prior to retail sales beginning January 1. Those are my only comments.
Hello. So I was not at that lunch, and Will Adler, for the record, representing Sierra Cannabis Coalition, but I've been texting the folks who were at that lunch, and they fully agreed to pay for an educational campaign and a post-sale study between the beginning of sales and the beginning of the new permanent regulations to see if there was a catastrophic effect of having retail marijuana for this little period of time we have between August and January. Because if there was a catastrophic effect on Carson City, you would want to know before the final regulations take effect and you have to re-implement this. They had no concept of a pre-study before sales because we've had about 70 years of drug policy and studies on how many people use marijuana, how many youth use it. They had no concept of what a pre-study was. They were willing to do a study on if there is an effect after they begin, because obviously that's when it would start. What it needs to be pre-studied before that, if we've already been tracking teen drug use, adult use, marijuana use in general, how many cultivations have been busted before, all these are already tracked today. So that was the question was, they have agreed to be a partner, pay for an education campaign, do a post-study if that came together, but they would also like some details on that. And what needs to be pre-studied? That was the question. They said they would do, if they have an impact on the community, it'll be after they begin. So what's the pre-study?
It's for...
I wasn't there, but that was the question they've been asking. I'm sorry.
Linda Lang, for the record, both of us weren't there. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to, but I don't think we need to go ahead and talk about what was said at a meeting. I think that I'm going to go back, Mr. Adler, and to the Board of Supervisors and to the city manager on what was originally agreed upon. And pretty honest with Will, and I just told him, I said, don't go up there and say that, you know, you're not going to agree to what was gentleman's handshake about allowing just the retail stores to start on January. Previous meetings over and over and over again, we've all said the same thing: cultivation, production. We don't even know where they're at. Let them go ahead. Let them sell their product to Las Vegas for 90% of their income. Let them make the money. Let the cash flow. All we're talking about is the retailers. So as far as the data, we don't have the local. Those are national studies. It's interesting how you don't want to go to Colorado or don't want to go nationwide except where it might benefit you. Now we're back to what's Carson City need. And we need not a complete study. We need to get our ducks in a row, and that's what's being asked. And so what happened at the luncheon, the people aren't here. Yeah. I'm just respectfully asking us to keep our
right,
promise.
We're not going to argue about what happened at luncheon. We got to make a decision.
No. Exactly. Again, we agreed to separate, and there was no, I don't know, agreement, whatever, but we did already separate out cultivation productions from dispensaries. That's why we just have dispensaries today and laboratories, I believe, or whatever we're doing here. But we have talked this thing beyond to death. It is the exact same argument as before, as, you know, whether you say we pass it today and we allow sales January 1st, that's still not the opening of a store until January 1st. That's the exact same argument as it was before. You just changed what your timeline is and how. It's either a moratorium or an implementation date. It's still the opening date is January 1st. It's the exact same argument we had before, you know, except for you say, yeah, it passed, it opens January 1st. I mean, okay. I mean, that's the exact same timeline, the same lack of opening, the same lack of preventing of a home grow, the same lack of, you know, preventing someone from just driving to Reno to purchase it instead. So is there a difference in that mindset? I don't think so myself, because it's the exact same argument, just a different way to have it.
Well, I think I'm not trying to argue one side or the other here, Will, but I think what the distinctions I see what's happening here is that one is saying, you know, we're not going to hear anything different in terms of state regulations. What I'm hearing from the two ladies who just spoke was that they're already trying to put pieces in place to educate folks, and it's not a question of getting additional data. I mean, they're going to get that. But that, you know, they want in place something in our community that's going to educate, you know, what you can and can't do, and, you know, things of that nature. And so, you know, my sense is, and whatever this board decides to do is, in its infinite wisdom, it does. But I think what Lori's saying is, you know, set a firm date, don't come back to it, done.
And Will, the other part of this too is we just got the laundry list of our social services that need to get ready. So they're working on it currently. They're not ready yet. And so that's the only reason for the postponement.
Sometimes you argue too much and you...
I get that. To my memory, they all asked you to not approve it last time. So yes, I guess that de facto means give them more time. I agree. But really that argument was to not go forward at all last time. And you did go forward. But I agree. We do need more time. We sat down for the meetings to plan it out, to do a plan of action. And they are fully in support of each giving $30,000 or whatever it is to support an education campaign. I have seen education material already. I have seen commercials during the Question 2 campaign sponsored by, Cooperative Northern Nevada that said marijuana is bad. They were able to get those together very quickly. My question is, we have sales today. We have recreational use today. They can get it today, almost everywhere. Marijuana is already legal. Should I mean, should this process have begun already? Probably. Does changing whether Carson City sells it change the issue at all? I don't believe so. Well, because it is here today. It's the same argument as before, same people as before. So I don't know. I just felt like we were voting on a timeline of sometime to August or even September. But if we vote to approve and they just say implementation date is January, it's the exact same argument as extending the moratorium, which was thought of as a bad idea, I guess. But thank you.
Right, I got you. All right, all right. Other public comment? Or John's got a question here, I'm sorry. Weigh in.
Just want to say, Will, that in the business I used to be in, there was a joke. And that joke was, you know, Mr. Editor, it would have been shorter, but I didn't have time. If you want something written right, you take time. If you want something done right, you take time. We're going to take time, I think.
All right.
Thank you.
Further public comment? Anybody? All right. Now's another hard decision. Ready? Somebody want to try a motion?
Maybe I can just ask legal counsel. I think I have an idea, but I just want to make sure it's going to meet your needs. If I'm looking at the proposed motion, if we just added after the marijuana retail store effective for that license January 1st, would that meet the condition? That's all we're trying to say, is that license can't be issued for opening until January the 1st. That's the sole change of discussion here. So in the motion, could we just add marijuana retail store effective, license effective January 1?
I think that's fine, and I think based on that motion, I can just make the necessary technical revisions throughout.
So Dan, how does that affect the repeal of the moratorium?
The moratorium, as a matter of law, would have to be repealed because that moratorium actually extends to all marijuana establishments. So we would have to repeal that language, but I would also advise repealing the previous Title IV, the short version. And I just would really just have to kind of dig back in. I'm going to have to do it anyway for technical and structural and other reference purposes anyway. The second pass, I'll just make it so that it's actually good, even though it'll be shorter in some respects, it's also going to be wordier in other respects because in place of the phrase marijuana establishment, now we're actually going to have to call that out and refer to each one of those facilities individually for purposes of carving out the retail marijuana store.
Dan, does she have to state the specific start date for the other facilities? Does that need to be stated?
No, because it'll just become effective after the second
okay,
reading.
all right.
That'll work. Okay, we need a bill number.
Bill number 119.
Okay. I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 119, an ordinance relating to marijuana, amending Title IV, License and Business Regulations to establish various provisions for the issuance of a business license to operate as a marijuana cultivation facility, marijuana product manufacturing facility, this is really a small box here, marijuana distributor or marijuana retail stores that would be effective January 1st, 2018, and then to repeal various other provisions relating to the issuance of a temporary business license to operate as a marijuana establishment and to repeal provisions establishing a moratorium on the acceptance of applications for a business license to operate as a marijuana establishment and to allow the district attorney's office to make technical corrections and appropriate title changes.
Second.
There's motions and discussions in order.
So, thank you for that motion, Lori. Yeah, I've said from day one that I felt that we should take our time to do this correctly, meaning that while Clark County and Washoe County were rushing to get their ordinances in place for facilities to open by July 1st, we were not going to do that, that we would go through our normal process, which I believe that we have done, which would allow the opening of facilities basically around the 1st of September. So I feel like we've complied with what we said we would do. I can also see where the rest of the board is going with this, and I think that it is important that we provide a united front. So though I don't necessarily agree with this decision 100%, I am going to vote for it because I do believe that at this point, you know, we have to make a decision, we have to be united, and we need to make a decision and go forward.
Very generous, Brad. Thank you.
I just want to comment, it's exactly the same thing for me. I'm adamantly opposed, but we need to do the right thing together.
All right. On the motion, further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Oh, wait a minute. Aye. Give me the.
We don't have our,
There it is. Poke your button. All right. Got it? You okay, Susan?
Quick.
You all right?
Yep.
All right. I didn't mean to keep, oh, no. All right.
These things happen. I'm sorry I flubbed it up so bad.
You didn't. I mean, I made you work through noon hour. That's all right. I mean, come on. All right. All right. We're now on the last item, updates, agenda items. Anybody?
I've got a few things.
Go.
For next agenda item, or for future agenda item, I do want to bring up the limiting of head shops, and I want discussion with regards to that. If we're working forward on education and everything else and working hard to regulate, that's something that has to be regulated as well. So I want to talk about that.
I have, can we have an agenda item, please, on a report on the school resource officers grant? The sheriff had indicated he'd bring us back a report and let us know the status and how well that's doing. And then I just wanted to go on the record and thank Public Works staff. I'm sorry I forgot to do it last time, but they put on a open house, and all of that staff gave of their own time for free to the community. And so I just want to go on record to saying I attended, it was well done, and just thank you to the Public Works staff.
And I have one further comment. I want to commend Lindsay Chichester from Cooperative Extension and RSVP and the Tractor Club and all the participants that put off a great county fair for Carson City. I thought they did a great job for $20,000.
I'd like to weigh in with the comment, if that's okay. I, first of all, want everyone to understand that voting on the zoning part of the marijuana was swayed for me by the fact that I don't like it when people drive to Reno. I understand now we're going to have it for 4 more months, but I don't want them coming back after stopping at somebody's house. I want to say great national night out that the sheriff and the emergency services people put on. We attended, my wife, I, and my dog, and we really enjoyed ourselves. And finally, they weren't on the agenda today, but the Parks and Recreation just put up 2 new benches in Sonoma Park for people outside the area where the plague pen is fenced off. For the other dog people, there were only 2 benches there. They were on the southwest corner. They put 2 new benches under the trees on the northeast corner, and people are very happy about it, including me, because I take my dog there every day.
All right. Anything else? Concluding public comment? Mr. White?
You waited a long day.
I'm patient. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Board. For the record, Maurice White. When I spoke earlier today, I believe I misspoke. I saw Lori look at me very inquisitive. I referenced the intersection of Carmine and Sherman. That should be Carmine and Snedden. Yeah, so I saw you look at me and I'm like, what did I say wrong? So at any rate, also, I don't believe I feel like I really heard a clear directive to staff to go ahead and relook at these projects 13 and 17. So
I'm actually working with Public Works on that.
okay. All right. Thank you.
Other public comment? Anybody? Going to close it off. Okay, unless there's an objection, we are adjourned. I'd like to thank the board for putting up with us and the public going through the long day, but that's what we get paid to do.